Chapter 42 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 42. The sword-bearer of Roscieni returned a few days later. In spite of the safe conduct of Boguslav, he went only to Roscieni. To Billevich itself he had no reason to go, for it was no longer in the world. The house, the buildings, the village, everything was burned to the ground in the last battle, which Father Strashevich, a Jesuit, had fought at the head of his own detachment against the Swedish captain Rosa. The inhabitants were in the forests or in armed parties. Instead of rich villages, there remained only land and water. The roads were filled with ravagers, that is, fugitives from various armies, who, going in considerable groups, were busied with robbery, so that even small parties of soldiers were not safe from them. The sword-bearer then had not even been able to convince himself whether the barrels filled with plate and money and buried in the garden were safe, and he returned to Torogi, very angry and peevish, with a terrible animosity in his heart against the destroyers. He had barely put foot out of his carriage when Olenka hurried him to her own room and recounted all that Häsling Kettling had told her. The old soldier shivered at the recital, since, not having children of his own, he loved the maiden as his daughter. For a while he did nothing but grasp his sword-hilt, repeating, "Strike, who has courage." At last he caught himself by the head and began to say, "Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa." It is my fault, my greatest fault. For at times it came into my head, and this and that man whispered that hell-dweller was melting from love of you, and I said nothing, was even proud, thinking, well, he will marry. We are relatives of the Gosiewskis, of the Tyzenhauses. Why should we not be relatives of the Radzivills? For pride, God is punishing me. The traitor prepared a respectable relationship. That's the kind of relative he wanted to be. I would he were killed. But wait, this hand and this saber will molder first. We must think of escape, said Olenka. Well, give your plans of escape. The sword-bearer, having finished panting, listened carefully. At last he said, "Better collect my subjects and form a party. I will attack the Swedes as Kmitka did Hovanski. You will be safer in the forest and in the field than in the court of a traitor and a heretic." "That is well," answered the lady. "Not only will I not oppose," said the sword-bearer, "but I will say the sooner the better. And I lack neither subjects nor scythes. They burned my residence. Never mind that. I will assemble peasants from other villages. All the Bileviches in the field will join us. We will show your relationship, young man. We will show what it is to attack the Bilevich honor. You are a Radzivill. What of that? There are no hetmans in the Bilevich family, but there are also no traitors. We shall see whom all Jimid will follow. We will put you in Byeloviyaj and return ourselves," said he, turning to Olenka. "It cannot be otherwise. He must give satisfaction for that affair, for it is an injustice to the whole estate of nobles. Infamous is he who does not declare for us. God will help us, our brethren will help us, citizens will help us, and then fire and sword. The Bileviches will meet the Radzivills. Infamous he who is not with us. Infamous he who will not flash his sword in the eyes of the traitor. The king is with us. So is the Diet. So is the whole Commonwealth." Here the sword-bearer, red as blood and with bristling forelock, fell to pounding the table with his fist. "This war is more urgent than the Swedish, for in us the whole order of knighthood, all laws, the whole Commonwealth is injured and shaken in its deepest foundations. Infamous is he who does not understand this. The land will perish unless we measure out vengeance and punishment on the traitor." And the old blood played more and more violently, till Olenka was forced to pacify her uncle. He sat calmly then, though he thought that not only the country but the whole world was perishing when the Billeviches were touched. In this he saw the most terrible precipice for the Commonwealth, and began to roar like a lion. But the lady, who had great influence over him, was able at last to pacify her uncle, explaining that for their safety and for the success of their flight, it was specially needful to preserve the profoundest secrecy, and not to show the prince that they were thinking of anything. He promised sacredly to act according to her directions. Then they took counsel about the flight itself. The affair was not over difficult, for it seemed that they were not watched at all. The sword-bearer decided to send in advance a youth, with letters to his overseers, to assemble peasants at once from all the villages belonging to him and the other Billeviches, and to arm them. 6 confidential servants were to go to Billevich, as it were, for the barrels of money and silver, but really to halt in the Gurlichol forests, and wait there with horses, bags, and provisions. They decided to depart from Torogi in sleighs, and accompanied by 2 servants, as if going merely to the neighboring Gavna. Afterward they would mount horses and hurry on with all speed. To Gavna they used to go often to visit the Kuchuk Obutrovskis, where sometimes they passed the night. They hoped, therefore, that their journey would not attract the attention of anyone, and that no pursuit would follow, unless 2 or 3 days later, at which time they would be in the midst of armed bands and in the depth of impenetrable forests. The absence of Prince Boguslav strengthened them in this hope. Meanwhile, the sword-bearer was greatly busied with preparations. A messenger with letters went out on the following morning. The day after that, Pan Tomasz talked in detail with Patterson of his buried money, which, as he said, exceeded 100,000, and of the need of bringing it to safe Torogi. Patterson believed easily, for Billevich was a noble, and passed as a very rich man, which he was in reality. "Let them bring it as soon as possible," said the Scot. "If you need them, I will give you soldiers." "The fewer people who see what I am bringing, the better. My servants are faithful, and I will order them to cover the barrels with hemp, which is brought often from our villages to Prussia, or with staves which no one will covet." "Better with staves," said Patterson, "for people could feel with a sabre or a spear through the hemp that there was nothing else in the wagon. But you would better give the coin to the prince on his recognition. I know, too, that he needs money, for his revenues do not come regularly." "I should like so to serve the prince that he would never need anything," answered the old man. The conversation ended there, and all seemed to combine most favorably, for the servants started at once, while the sword-bearer and Olenka were to go next morning. But in the evening Boguslav returned most unexpectedly at the head of 2 regiments of Prussian cavalry. His affairs seemed to advance not too favorably, for he was angry and fretful. That evening he summoned a council of war, which was composed of the representatives of the Elector, Count Sadovitz, Patterson, Sakovich, and Kiritz, a colonel of cavalry. They sat till 3 in the morning, and the object of their deliberation was the campaign to Podlyasye against Sapfia. "The Elector and the King of Sweden have reinforced me in proportion to their strength," said the prince. "One of 2 things will happen. Either I shall find Sapieha in Podlyasye, and in that event I must rub him out, or I shall not find him, and I shall occupy Podlyasye without resistance. For all this, however, money is needed, and money neither the Elector nor the King of Sweden has given me, for they haven't it themselves." "Where is money to be found if not with your highness?" asked Sadovitz. "Through the whole world men speak of the inexhaustible wealth of the Radzivills." "Pan Sadovitz," answered Boguslav, "if I received all the income from my inherited estates, I should surely have more money than 5 of your German princes taken together. But there is war in the country. Revenues do not come in, or are intercepted by rebels. Ready money might be obtained for notes from the Prussian towns, but you know best what is happening in them, and that purses are opened only for Jan Casimir." "But Königsberg?" "I took what I could get, but that was little." "I should think myself fortunate to be able to serve you with good counsel," said Patterson. "I would rather you served me with ready money." My counsel means ready money. Not longer ago than yesterday, Pan Billevich told me that he had a good sum hidden in the garden of Billevich, and that he wishes to bring it here for safety, and give it to your highness for a note. Well, you have really fallen from heaven to me, and this noble as well, cried Boguslav. But he has much money? More than 100,000, besides silver and valuables, which are worth perhaps an equal amount. The silver and valuables he will not wish to turn into money, but they can be pawned. I am thankful to you, Patterson, for this comes to me in time. I must talk to Billevich in the morning. Then I will forewarn him, for he is preparing to go tomorrow with the lady to Gavna, to the Kuchuk Obortovskis. Tell him not to go till he sees me. He has sent the servants already. I am only alarmed for their safety. A whole regiment can be sent after them, but we will talk later. This is timely for me. Timely! And it will be amusing if I rend Polyasi from the Commonwealth with the money of this royalist and patriot. Then the prince dismissed the council, for he had to put himself yet in the hands of his chamber attendants, whose task it was every night before he went to rest to preserve his uncommon beauty with baths, ointments, and various inventions known only in foreign lands. This lasted usually an hour, and sometimes 2. Besides, the prince was road-weary and the hour late. Early in the morning, Patterson detained Billevich and Olenka with the announcement that the prince wished to see them. It was necessary to defer their journey, but this did not disturb them overmuch, for Patterson told what the question was. An hour later the prince appeared. In spite of the fact that Pan Tomasz and Olenka had promised each other most faithfully to receive him in former fashion, they could not do so, though they tried with every effort. Olenka's countenance changed, and blood came to the face of the sword-bearer at sight of Prince Boguslav. For a time both stood confused, excited, striving in vain to regain their usual calmness. The prince, on the contrary, was perfectly at ease. He had grown a little meagre about the eyes, and his face was less colored than common, but that paleness of his was set off wonderfully by the pearl-colored morning dress interwoven with silver. He saw in a moment that they received him somewhat differently, and were less glad than usual to see him. But he thought at once that those 2 royalists had learned of his relations with the Swedes, hence the coolness of the reception. Therefore he began at once to throw sand in their eyes, and after the compliments of greeting, said, "Lord Sword-bearer, my benefactor, you have heard without doubt what misfortunes have met me. Does your highness wish to speak of the death of Prince Janusz?" asked the sword-bearer. "Not of his death alone. That was a cruel blow. Still, I yielded to the will of God, who, as I hope, has rewarded my cousin for all the wrongs done him. But he has sent a new burden to me, for I must be leader in a civil war, and that for every citizen who loves his country is a bitter portion." The sword-bearer said nothing. He merely looked a little askance at Olenka, but the prince continued. "By my labor and toil, and God alone knows at what outlay, I had brought peace to the verge of realization. It was almost a question of merely signing the treaties. The Swedes were to leave Poland, asking no remuneration save the consent of the king and the estates that after the death of Jan Casimir, Karl Gustav would be chosen to the throne of Poland. A warrior so great and mighty would be the salvation of the Commonwealth. And what is more important, he was to furnish at once reinforcements for the war in the Ukraine and against Moscow. We should have extended our boundaries, but this was not convenient for Pan Sapieha, for then he could not crush the Radzivills. All agreed to this treaty. He alone opposes it with armed hand. The country is nothing to him if he can only carry out his personal designs. It has come to this, that arms must be used against him. This function has been confided to me according to the secret treaty between Jan Casimir and Karl Gustav. This is the whole affair. I have never shunned any service, therefore I must accept this, though many will judge me unjustly and think that I begin a brother-killing war from pure revenge only." "Whoso knows your highness," said the sword-bearer, "as well as we do, will not be deceived by appearances, and will always be able to understand the real intentions of your highness." Here the sword-bearer was so delighted with his own cunning and courtesy, and he muttered so expressively at Olenka that she was alarmed lest the prince should notice these signs. And he did notice them. "They do not believe me," thought he. And though he showed no wrath on his face, Billevich had pricked him to the soul. He was convinced with perfect sincerity that it was an offense not to believe a Radziwill, even when he saw fit to lie. "Patterson has told me," continued he after a while, "that you wish to give me ready money for my paper. I agree to this willingly, for I acknowledge that ready money is useful to me at the moment. When peace comes, you can do as you like, either take a certain sum, or I will give you a couple of villages as security, so that the transaction will be profitable for you." "Pardon," said the prince, turning to Olenka, "that in view of such material questions we are not speaking of size or ideals. This conversation is out of place, but the times are such that it is impossible to give their proper course to homage and admiration." Olenka dropped her eyes, and seizing her robe with the tips of her fingers, made a proper curtsy, not wishing to give an answer. Meanwhile, the sword-bearer formed in his mind a project of unheard-of unfitness, but which he considered uncommonly clever. "I will flee with Olenka and will not give the money," thought he. "It will be agreeable to me to accommodate your highness. Patterson has not told of all, for there is about half a pot of gold ducats buried apart, so as not to lose all the money in case of accident. Besides, there are barrels belonging to other Bileviches, but these during my absence were buried under the direction of this young lady, and she alone is able to calculate the place, for the man who buried them is dead." Boguslav looked at him quickly. "How is that? Patterson said that you have already sent men, and since they have gone, they must know where the money is." "But of the other money no one knows except her." "Still, it must be buried in some definite place, which can be described easily in words or indicated on paper." "Words are wind, and as to pictures, the servants know nothing of them. We will both go, that is the thing." "For God's sake, you must know your own gardens, therefore go alone. Why should Panna Alexandra go?" "I will not go alone," said Billevich with decision. Boguslav looked at him inquiringly a second time. Then he seated himself more comfortably and began to strike his boots with a cane which he held in his hand. "Is that final?" asked he. "Well, in such an event I will give a couple of regiments of cavalry to take you there and bring you back." "We need no regiments. We will go and return ourselves. This is our country. Nothing threatens us here. As a host, sensitive to the good of his guests, I cannot permit that Panna Alexandra should go without armed force. Choose then. Either go alone or let both go with an escort." Billevich saw that he had fallen into his own trap, and that brought him to such anger that, forgetting all precautions, he cried, "Then let your highness choose. Either we shall both go unattended, or I will not give the money." Panna Alexandra looked on him imploringly, but he had already grown red and begun to pant. Still, he was a man cautious by nature, even timid, loving to settle every affair in good feeling. But when once the measure was exceeded in dealing with him, when he was too much excited against anyone, or when it was a question of the Billevich honor, he hurled himself with a species of desperate daring at the eyes of even the most powerful enemy. So that now he put his hand to his left side, and shaking his saber, began to cry with all of his might, "Is this captivity? Do they wish to oppose a free citizen and trample on cardinal rights?" Boguslav, with shoulders leaning against the arms of the chair, looked at him attentively. But his look became colder each moment, and he struck the cane against his boots more and more quickly. Had the sword-bearer known the prince better, he would have known that he was bringing down terrible danger on his own head. Relations with Boguslav were simply dreadful. It was never known when the courteous cavalier, the diplomat accustomed to self-control, would be overborne by the wild and unrestrained magnate who trampled every resistance with the cruelty of an Eastern despot. A brilliant education and refinement acquired at the first courts of Europe, reflection and studied elegance which he had gained in intercourse with men, were like wonderful and strong flowers under which was secreted a tiger. But the sword-bearer did not know this, and in his angry blindness shouted on, Your Highness, dissemble no further, for you are known. And have a care, for neither the King of Sweden nor the Elector, both of whom you are serving against your own country, nor your princely position will save you before the law, and the sabres of nobles will teach you manners, young man." Boguslav rose. In one instant he crushed the cane in his iron hands, and throwing the pieces at the feet of the sword-bearer, said with a terrible, suppressed voice, "That is what your rights are for me. That your tribunals. That your privileges." "Outrageous violence!" cried Billevich. "Silence, paltry noble!" cried the prince. "I will crush you into dust." And he advanced to seize the astonished man and hurl him against the wall. Now Panna Alexandra stood between them. "What do you think to do?" inquired she. The prince restrained himself, but she stood with nostrils distended, with flaming face, with fire in her eyes like an angry Minerva. Her breast heaved under her bodice like a wave of the sea, and she was marvelous in that anger, so that Boguslav was lost in gazing at her. All his desires crept into his face like serpents from the dens of his soul. After a time his anger passed, presence of mind returned. He looked a while yet at Olenka. At last his face grew mild. He bent his head toward his breast and said, "Pardon, angelic lady. I have a soul full of gnawing and pain, therefore I do not command myself." Then he left the room. Olenka began to wring her hands, and Billevich, coming to himself, seized his forelock and cried, "I have spoilt everything. I am the cause of your ruin." The prince did not show himself the whole day. He even dined in his own room with Sienkiewicz. Stirred to the bottom of his soul, he could not think so clearly as usual. Some kind of egg was wasting him. It was the herald of a grievous fever which was to seize him soon with such force that during its attacks he was benumbed altogether, so that his attendants had to rub him most actively. But at this time he ascribed his strange state to the power of love, and thought that he must either satisfy it or die. When he had told Sienkiewicz the whole conversation with the sword-bearer, he said, "My hands and feet are burning. Ants are walking along my back. In my mouth are bitterness and fire. But by all the horned devils, what is this? Never has this attacked me before. Your Highness is as full of scruples as a baked capon of buckwheat grits. The prince is a capon. The prince is a capon. Ha ha! You are a fool. Very well. I don't need your ideas. Worthy prince, take a lute and go under the windows of the maiden. Billevich may show you his fist. Tuf! To the deuce. Is that the kind of bold man that Boguslav Radziwill is? You are an idiot." "Very well. I see that your Highness is beginning to speak with yourself and tell the truth to your own face. Boldly, boldly, pay no heed to rank. You see, Sienkiewicz, that my castor is growing familiar with me. As it is, I kick him often in the ribs, but a greater accident may meet you." Sienkiewicz sprang up as if red with anger, like Billevich a little while before, and since he had an uncommon gift of mimicry, he began to cry in a voice so much like that of Billevich that anyone not seeing who was talking might have been deceived. "What? Is this captivity? Do they wish to oppress a free citizen? To trample on cardinal rights?" Give us peace, said the prince fretfully. "She defended that old fool with her person, but here there is no one to defend you. If she defended him, she should have been taken in pawn. There must be some witchcraft in this place. Either she must have given me something, or the constellations are such that I am simply leaving my mind. If you could have seen her when she was defending that mangy old uncle of hers. But you are a fool. It is growing cloudy in my head. See how my hands are burning. To love such a woman, to gain her, with such a woman to have posterity," added Sienkiewicz. That's so. As if you knew that must be. Otherwise I shall burst as a bomb. For God's sake, what is happening to me? Must I marry or what, by all the devils of earth and hell? Sienkiewicz grew serious. Your princely highness, you must not think of that. I am thinking of just that, precisely because I wish it. I will do that, though a regiment of Sakoviches repeated a whole day to me, 'Your princely highness must not think of that.' Oh, I see this is no joke. I am sick, enchanted. Why do you not follow my advice at last?" "I must follow it. May the plague take all the dreams, all the Biloviches, all Lithuania with the tribunals, and Yan Casimir to boot. I shall not succeed otherwise. I see that I shall not. I have had enough of this, have I not? A great question. And I, the fool, was considering both sides hitherto, was afraid of dreams, of Biloviches, of lawsuits, of the rabble of nobles, the fortune of Yan Casimir. Tell me that I am a fool. Do you hear? I command you to tell me that I am a fool. But I will not obey, for now you are really Radziwill, and not a Calvinist minister. But in truth you must be ill, for I have never seen you so changed." "True. In the most difficult positions I merely waved my hand and whistled. But now I feel as if someone were thrusting spurs into my sides." "This is strange, for if that maiden has given you something designedly, she has not done so to run away afterward. But still, from what you say, it seems that they wish to flee in secret. Riff told me that this is the influence of Saturn, on which burning exaltations rise during this particular month. Worthy prince, rather take Jove as a model, for he was happy without marriage. All will be well, only do not think of marriage unless of a counterfeit one." All at once the Starosta of Ośmiana struck his forehead. "But wait, your highness. I have heard of such a case in Prussia. Is the devil whispering something into your ear? Tell me." But Sakovich was silent for a long time, and at last his face brightened, and he said, "Thank the fortune that gave you Sakovich as a friend." "What news? What news?" "Nothing. I will be your highness's best man." Here Sakovich bowed. "No small honor for such a poor fellow." "Don't play the jester. Speak quickly." "There is in Tiltza one Plaska, or something like that, who in his time was a priest in Yeverani, but who, falling away from the faith, became a Lutheran, got married, took refuge under the elector, and now is dealing in dried fish with people of this region. Bishop Parchevsky tried to lure him back to Jmud, where in good certainty there was a fire waiting for him, but the elector would not yield up a fellow believer." "How does that concern me? Do not loiter." "How does that concern your highness? In this way it must concern you, for he will sew you and her together with stitches on the outside, you understand. And because he is a fool of a workman, and does not belong to the guild, it will be easy to rip the work after him. Do you see? The guild does not recognize this sewing as valid, but still there will be no violence, no outcry. You can twist the neck of the workman afterward, and you will complain that you were deceived. Do you understand? But before that time, crescite et multiplicamini. I'll be the first to give you my blessing." "I understand, and I don't understand," said the prince. "The devil I understand there perfectly. Sakovich, you must have been born, like a witch, with teeth in your mouth. The hangman is waiting for you. It cannot be otherwise, O Starosta. But while I live, a hair will not fall from your head. A fitting reward will not miss you. Your highness will make a formal proposal to Panna Vilivich, to her and to her uncle. If they refuse, if they do not consent, then give command to tear the skin from me, make sandal strings out of it, and go on a pilgrimage of penance to Rome. It is possible to resist a Radziwill if he wishes simply to be a lover, but if he wishes to marry, he need not try to please any noble. You must only tell Bilovich and the lady that out of regard for the Elector and the King of Sweden, who want you to marry the Princess of Bipont, your marriage must remain secret till peace is declared. Besides, you will write the marriage contract as you like. Both churches will be forced to declare it invalid. Well, what do you think?" Boguslav was silent for a while, but on his face red fever spots appeared under the paint. Then he cried, "There is no time in 3 days. I must move against Sapieha." "That is just the position. Were there more time, it would be impossible to justify the pretext. Is this not true? Only through lack of time can you explain that the first priest at hand officiates, as happens in sudden emergencies, and marries on a bolting cloth. They will think, too, it is sudden, for it must be sudden. She is a knightly maiden. You can take her with you to the field. Dear bridegroom, if Sapieha conquers, even then you will have half the victories of the campaign." "That is well. That is well," said the prince. But at that moment the first paroxysm seized him so that his jaws closed and he could not say another word. He grew rigid and then began to quiver and flounder like a fish out of water. But before the terrified Sienkiewicz could bring the physician, the paroxysm had passed. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 43. After his conversation with Sienkiewicz, Prince Boguslav betook himself on the afternoon of the morrow directly to Billevich. "My benefactor," said he to begin with, "I was grievously to blame the last time we met, for I fell into anger in my own house. It is my fault, and all the more so that I gave this affront to a man of a family friendly to the Radzivills. But I come to implore forgiveness. Let a sincere confession be satisfaction to you and my atonement. You know the Radzivills of old. You know that we are not in haste to beg pardon. Still, since I was to blame before age and dignity, I come, without considering who I am, with a penitent head. And you, old friend of our house, will not refuse me your hand, I am certain." Then he extended his hand, and Billevich, in whose soul the first outburst had passed, did not dare to refuse his own, though he gave it with hesitation. "Your Highness, return to us our freedom, that will be the best satisfaction." "You are free, and may go even today." "I thank your Highness," said the astonished Billevich. "I interpose only one condition, which you, God grant, will not reject." "What is that?" asked Billevich with fear. "That you listen patiently to what I am going to say." "If that is all, I will listen even till evening." "Do not give me your answer at once, but think an hour or two." "God sees that if I receive my freedom, I wish peace." "You will receive your freedom, but I do not know whether you will use it, or whether you will be urgent to leave my threshold. I should be glad were you to consider my house and all Taurogi as your own. But listen to me now. Do you know, my benefactor, why I was opposed to the departure of Panna Billevich? This is why. Because I divined that you wished to flee simply, and I have fallen in love with your niece, so that to see her I should be ready to swim a Hellespont each day, like Leander." Billevich grew red again in a moment. "Does your Highness dare to say that to me?" "To you especially, my benefactor." "Worthy prince, seek your fortune with court ladies, but touch not noble maidens. You may imprison her, you may confine her in a vault, but you may not disgrace her." "I may not disgrace her," said the prince, "but I bow down to the old man Billevich and say to him, 'Listen, father, give me your niece as wife, for I cannot live without her.'" The sword-bearer was so amazed that he could not utter a word. For a time he merely moved his mustaches, and his eyes were staring. Then he began to rub his hands and look now on the prince, now around the room. At last he said, "Is this in a dream, or is it real?" "Do not hasten. To convince you still further, I will repeat with all the titles. I, Boguslav, Prince Radzivill, Marshal of the Grand Principality of Lithuania, ask you, Tomasz Billevich, sword-bearer of Rostyeny, for the hand of your niece, Panna Alexandra, chief hunter's daughter." "Is this true? In God's name, have you considered the matter?" "I have considered. Now do you consider, my benefactor, whether the cavalier is worthy of the lady." "My breath is stopped from wonder." Now see if I have any evil intentions. And would your highness not consider our small station? Are the Biloviches so cheap? Do you value your shield of nobility and the antiquity of your family thus? Does a Bilovich say this? I know, gracious prince, that the origin of our family is to be sought in ancient Rome, but, interrupted the prince, you have neither hetmans nor chancellors. That is nothing. You are soldiers, like my uncle in Brandenburg. Since a noble in our commonwealth may be elected king, there are no thresholds too lofty for his feet. My sword-bearer, and God grant my uncle, I was born of a Brandenburg princess. My father's mother was an Ostrogski, but my grandfather of mighty memory, Christoph I, he whom they call Thunder, Grand Hetman, Chancellor, and Voivoda of Vilna, was married the first time to Panna Sobek. But for this reason the coronet did not fall from his head, for Panna Sobek was a noble woman, as honorably born as others. When my late father married the daughter of the elector, they wondered why he did not remember his own dignity, though he allied himself with a reigning house. Such is the devilish pride of you nobles. But acknowledge, my benefactor, you do not think a Sobek better than a Bilovich, do you? Speaking thus, the prince began to tap the old man on the shoulder with great familiarity. The noble melted like wax, and answered, God reward your highness for honorable intentions. A weight has fallen from my heart. But now, if it were not for difference of faith. A Catholic priest will perform the ceremony. I do not want another myself. I shall be thankful for this all my life, since here it is a question of the blessing of God, which certainly the Lord Jesus would withdraw if some vile— Here the old man bit his tongue, for he saw that he was saying something disagreeable to the prince. But Boguslav did not notice it. He smiled graciously and said, And as to posterity, I shall not be stubborn, for there is nothing that I would not do for that beauty of yours. Bilovich's face grew bright as if a ray of the sun had fallen on it. Indeed, God has not been sparing of beauty to her, it is true. Oh, there will be a shout all over Jmud, and what will the Sitsinskis say when the Biloviches increase so? They would not leave the old colonel at rest, though he was a man of Roman mold, respected by the whole commonwealth. We will drive them out of Jmud, worthy sword-bearer. O great God, merciful God! Undiscoverable are thy judgments, but if in them it lies that the Sitsinskis are to burst from envy, then let thy will be done. Amen, added Boguslav. Your highness, do not take it ill that I do not clothe myself in dignity, as befits a person of whom a man asks a maiden, and that I show too evident rejoicing. But we have been here in vexation, not knowing what was awaiting us, and interpreting everything for the worst. It came to this that we thought evil of your highness, until it turns out that our fears and judgments were not just, and that we may return to our previous homage. I say this as if someone had taken a burden from my shoulders. And did Panna Alexandra judge me thus? She. Even Cicero could not have described properly her previous admiration for your highness. I think that only virtue and a certain inborn timidity stood in the way of love. But when she hears of the sincere intentions of your highness, then I am sure she will at once give the reins to her heart. Cicero could not have said that better, said Boguslav. With happiness comes eloquence, but since your highness has been pleased to listen to everything I have said, then I will be sincere to the last. Be sincere, Pan Bilovich. Though this maiden is young, she is a woman with a man's cast of mind altogether. It is wonderful what a character she has. Where more than one man of experience would hesitate, she hesitates not a moment. What is evil she puts on the left, what is good on the right, and goes herself to the right as if it were sweet. When she has once chosen the road, even though there were cannon before her, that is nothing to her. She would not go aside for the cannon. She is like her grandfather and me. Her father was a born soldier, but mild. Her mother, from the house of Voynillovich, was also strong-willed. I am glad to hear this, Pan Bilovich. Your highness will not believe how incensed she is against the Swedes, and all enemies of the Commonwealth. If she held any one guilty of treason, she would feel an utter detestation of him, though he were an angel and not a human being. Your Highness, forgive an old man who might be your father in years, if not in dignity. Leave the Swedes. They are worse for the country than Tartars. Move your troops against such sons, and not only I, but she, will follow you to the field. Pardon me, Your Highness. Pardon me. Now I have said what I had on my mind." Boguslav mastered himself after a moment's silence, and said, "My benefactor, you might have supposed yesterday, but you may not suppose today, that I wish merely to throw sand in your eyes, when I say that I am on the side of the king and the country. Here, under oath to you as a relative, I repeat that what I stated touching peace and its conditions was the pure truth. I, too, should prefer to march to the field, for my nature draws me thither. But because I saw that salvation was not in the field, I was forced through simple devotion to seize another method. And I can say that I have accomplished an unheard-of thing, for after a last war to conclude a peace of such kind that the conquering power serves the conquered, of this Mazarin, the most cunning of men, need not be ashamed. Not Panna Alexandra alone, but I equally with her bear hatred to the enemy. But what is to be done? How save this country? Not even Hercules against many can conquer. Therefore I thought thus: instead of destroying, which would be easier and more amusing, it is needful to save. And since I have practiced in affairs of this kind with great statesmen, since I am a relative of the Elector, and since, by reason of my cousin Janusz, I am well considered by the Swedes, I began negotiations. And what their course was, and what the benefit to the Commonwealth was, that you know: an end of the war, freedom from oppression for your Catholic faith, for churches, for clergy, for the estate of nobles, and for the common people. The assistance of the Swedes in the war against Moscow and the Cossacks, and, God grant, an extension of boundary. And this all on one condition: that Carl Gustav be king after Jan Casimir. Whoso has done more for his country in these times, let him stand before my eyes." "True, a blind man could see that, but it would be very sad for the nobles that a free election will cease. And which is more important, an election or the country?" "They are the same, Your Highness, for an election is the main basis of the Commonwealth. And what is the country, if not a collection of laws, privileges, and liberties serving the nobles? A king can be found even in a foreign land." Anger and disgust flew like lightning over Boguslav's face. "Carl Gustav," said he, "will sign the Pacta Conventa as his predecessors have signed it, and after his death we will elect whom we choose, even that Radziwill who will be born of your niece." The sword-bearer stood for a while as if dazzled by the thought. At last he raised his hand and cried with great enthusiasm, "Consentior! I agree. I think, too, that you would agree, even if the throne should become hereditary in our family. Such are you all. But that is a later question. Now it is necessary that the stipulations come to reality. You understand, my uncle?" "As true as life, it is necessary," repeated Billevich with deep conviction. "They must for this reason, that I am a mediator agreeable to his Swedish Majesty. And do you know for what reasons? Carl Gustav has one sister married to de la Gardie, and another, Princess Bipont, still unmarried, and he wishes to give her to me, so as to be allied to our house and have a party in Lithuania. Hence his favor toward me, to which my uncle, the Elector, inclines him." "How is that?" asked the disquieted sword-bearer. "I would give all the princesses of Bipont for your dove, together with the principalities, not only of the two, but of all the bridges in the world. But I may not anger the Swedish beast, therefore I give willing ear to their discussions, but only let them sign the treaty, then we shall see." "Would they be ready, then, not to sign, if they should discover that you were married?" "Worthy sword-bearer," said the prince with seriousness, "you have condemned me of crookedness toward the country, but I, as a true citizen, ask you, have I a right to sacrifice public affairs to my private interests?" Pan Tomasz listened. "What will happen, then?" "Think to yourself what must happen. As God is true, I see already that the marriage must be deferred, and the proverb says, what is deferred escapes." I will not change my heart, for I have fallen in love for life. You must know that for faithfulness I could put to shame the most enduring Penelope." Billevich was alarmed still more, for he had an entirely opposite opinion touching the prince's constancy, confirmed as it was by Boguslav's general reputation. But the prince added, as if for a finishing stroke, "You are right, that no one is sure of his tomorrow. I may fall ill. Nay, some kind of sickness is coming on me even now, for yesterday I grew so rigid that Sienkiewicz barely saved me. I may fall in a campaign against Sapia, and what delays, what troubles and vexations there will be, could not be written on an ox-hide. By the wounds of God, give advice, your highness." "What advice can I give?" asked the prince. "Though I should be glad myself to have the latch fall as soon as possible." "Well, let it fall. Marry, and then what will be, will be." Boguslav sprang to his feet. "By the Holy Gospel, with your wit you should be the Chancellor of Lithuania. Another man would not have thought out in 3 days what has come to your mind in a twinkle. That is it. Marry, and remain quiet. There is sense in that. As it is, I shall march in 2 days against Sapia, for I must. During that time secret passages to the lady's chamber can be made, and then to the road. That is the head of a statesman. We will let 2 or 3 confidants into the secret and take them as witnesses, so that the marriage may be formal. I will write a contract, secure the jointure, to which I will add a bequest, and let there be silence for the time. My benefactor, I thank you. From my heart, I thank you. Come to my arms, and then go to my beauty. I will wait for her answer as if on coals. Meanwhile, I will send Sienkiewicz for the priest. Be well, father, and God grant soon the grandfather of a Radziwill." When he had said this, he let the astonished noble go from his embrace and rushed out of the room. "For God's sake," said the sword-bearer, recovering himself, "I gave such wise advice that Solomon himself would not be ashamed of it, and I should prefer to do without it. A secret is a secret, but break your head, crush your forehead against a wall, it cannot be otherwise. A blind man can see that. Would that the frost might oppress and kill those Swedes to the last. If it were not for those negotiations, the marriage would take place with ceremony, and all Jimid would come to the wedding. But here a husband must walk to his wife on felt, so as not to make noise. Pff, to the deuce. The Sitsinskis will not burst so soon. Yet, praise be to God, that bursting will not miss them." When he had said this, he went to Olenka. Meanwhile, the prince was taking further counsel with Sienkiewicz. "The old man danced on 2 paws like a bear," said the prince, "but he tormented the life out of me. Oof! But I squeezed him so that I thought that the boots and straw would fly off his feet, and when I called him uncle, his eyes stuck out as if a keg of cabbage hash were choking him. Wait, I will make you uncle, but I have scores upon scores of such uncles throughout the whole world. Sienkiewicz, I see how she is waiting for me in her room, and she will receive me with her eyes closed and her hands crossed. Wait, I will kiss those eyes for you. Sienkiewicz, you will receive for life the estate of Prudy beyond Ośmiana. When can Plaska be here? Before evening. I thank your highness for Prudy. That is nothing. Before evening. That means any moment. If the ceremony could be performed today, even before midnight. Have you the contract ready? I have. I was liberal in the name of your highness. I assigned Birji as the jointure of the lady. The sword-bearer will howl like a dog when it is taken from him afterward. He will sit in a dungeon, then he will be quiet. Even that will not be needed. As soon as the marriage is invalid, all will be invalid. But did I not tell you that they would agree? He did not make the least difficulty. I am curious to know what she will say. I care nothing about him. Oh, they have fallen each into the arms of the other, are weeping from emotion, are blessing your highness, and are carried away by your kindness and beauty. I don't know that they are by my beauty, for in some way I look wretched. I am all the time out of health, and I am afraid that yesterday's numbness will come again. No, you will take something warm. The prince was already before the mirror. It is blue under my eyes, and that fool Foray darkened my eyebrows crooked. See if they are not crooked. I'll give orders to thumbscrew him and make a monkey my body servant. Why does the old man not come? I should like to go to the lady now, for she will permit me to kiss her before the marriage. How quickly it grows dark today. If Plaska flinches, we must put pincers into the fire. Plaska will not flinch. He is a scoundrel from under a dark star. And will he perform the marriage in scoundrel fashion? A scoundrel will perform the marriage for a scoundrel in scoundrel fashion. The prince fell into a good humor and said, When there is a pander for best man, there cannot be another kind of marriage. For a while they were silent. Then both began to laugh. But their laughter sounded with marvelous ill omen through the dark room. Night fell deeper and deeper. The prince began to walk through the room, striking audibly with his hammer-staff, on which he leaned heavily, for his feet did not serve him well after the last numbness. Now the servants brought in candelabra with candles, and went out. But the rush of air bent the flames of the candles, so that for a long time they did not burn straight upward, melting meanwhile much wax. "See how the candles are burning," said the prince. "What do you prophesy from that?" "That one virtue will melt today like wax. It is wonderful how long that talk lasts. Maybe the spirit of old Billevich is flying over the flames." "You are a fool," answered Boguslav abruptly. "You have chosen a time to talk of spirits." Silence followed. "They say in England," said the prince, "that when there is a spirit in the room, every light burns blue. But see, now they are burning yellow, as usual." "Trash," answered Sakovich. "There are people in Moscow." "But be still," interrupted Boguslav. "The sword-bearer is coming." "No, that is the wind moving the shutters. The devils have brought that old maid of an aunt, Culvius Hippocentarus. Has anyone ever heard of the like? And she looks like a chimera. If you wish, your highness, I'll marry her, then she will not be in the way. Plaska will solder us while you are waiting." "Well, I will give her a maple spade as a marriage present, and you a lantern, so as to have something to light her way." "I will not be your uncle, Bogus." "Remember Castor," answered the prince. "Do not strike Castor, my Pollux, against the grain, for he can bite." Further conversation was interrupted by the sword-bearer and Panna Kulvyets. The prince stepped up to him quickly, leaning on his hammer. Sakovich rose. "Well, what? May I go to Olenka?" asked the prince. The sword-bearer spread out his arms and dropped his head on his breast. "Your highness, my niece says that Colonel Bilovich's will forbids her to decide her own fate. And even if it did not forbid, she would not marry your highness, not having the heart to do so." "Sakovich, do you hear?" said Boguslav with a terrible voice. "I too knew of that will," continued the sword-bearer, "but at the first moment I did not think it an invincible impediment." "I jeer at the wills of you nobles," said the prince. "I spit on your wills. Do you understand?" "But we do not jeer at them," said the aroused Pantomash. "And according to the will, the maiden is free to enter the cloister or marry Kmita." "Whom, you sorry fellow? Kmita? I'll show you Kmita. I'll teach you." "Whom do you call sorry fellow? A Bilovich?" And the sword-bearer caught at his side in the greatest fury, but Boguslav in one moment struck him on the breast with his hammer, so that Bilovich groaned and fell to the floor. The prince then kicked him aside to open a way to the door, and rushed from the room without a hat. "Jesus, Mary, Joseph!" cried Panna Kulvyets. But Sakovich, seizing her by the shoulder, put a dagger to her breast and said, "Quiet, my little jewel, quiet, dearest dove, or I will cut thy sweet throat like that of a lame hen. Sit here quietly, and go not upstairs to thy niece's wedding." But in Panna Kulvyets there was knightly blood too, therefore she had barely heard the words of Sakovich when straightway her terror passed into despair and frenzy. "Ruffian! Bandit! Pagan!" cried she. "Slay me, for I will shout to the whole commonwealth. The brother killed, the niece disgraced. I do not wish to live. Strike! Slay, robber! People, come see!" Sakovich stifled further words by putting his powerful hand over her mouth. "Quiet, crooked distaff, dried rue," said he. I will not cut thy throat, for why should I give the devil that which is his anyhow? But lest thou scream like a peacock before roosting, I will tie up thy pretty mouth with thy kerchief, and take a lute and play to thee of sighs. It cannot be but thou wilt love me." So saying, the Starosta of Ośmiana, with the dexterity of a genuine pickpocket, encircled the head of Panna Kulvyets with her handkerchief, tied her hands in the twinkle of an eye, and threw her on the sofa. Then he sat by her, and stretching himself out comfortably, asked her as calmly as though he had begun an ordinary conversation, "Well, what do you think? I suppose Bogus will get on as easily as I have." With that he sprang to his feet, for the door opened, and in it appeared Panna Alexandra. Her face was as white as chalk, her hair was somewhat dishevelled, her brows were frowning, and threat was in her eyes. Seeing her uncle on the floor, she knelt near him and passed her hand over his head and breast. The sword-bearer drew a deep breath, opened his eyes, half raised himself, and began to look around in the room as if roused from sleep. Then, resting his hand on the floor, he tried to rise, which he did after a while with the help of the lady. Then he came with tottering step to a chair, into which he threw himself. Only now did Alinka see Panna Kulvyets lying on the sofa. "Have you murdered her?" asked she of Sienkiewicz. "God preserve me," answered the Starosta of Ośmiana. "I command you to unbind her." There was such power in that voice that Sienkiewicz said not a word, as if the command had come from Princess Radziwill herself, and began to unbind the unconscious Panna Kulvyets. "And now," said the lady, "go to your master who is lying up there." "What has happened?" cried Sienkiewicz, coming to himself. "You will answer for him." "Not to thee, serving man. Be off." Sienkiewicz sprang out of the chamber as if possessed. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 44. Sienkiewicz did not leave Boguslav's bedside for 2 days, the second paroxysm being worse than the first. The prince's jaws closed so firmly that attendants had to open them with a knife to pour medicine into his mouth. He regained consciousness immediately after, but he trembled, quivered, floundered in the bed, and stretched himself like a wild beast mortally wounded. When that had passed, a wonderful weakness came. He gazed all night at the ceiling without saying a word. Next day, after he had taken drugs, he fell into a sound sleep, and about midday woke covered with abundant perspiration. "How does your Highness feel?" asked Sienkiewicz. "I am better. Have any letters come?" "Letters from the Elector and Steinbach are lying on the table, but the reading must be put off till later, for you have not strength enough yet. Give them at once, do you hear?" Sienkiewicz brought the letters, and Boguslav read them twice. Then he thought a while and said, "We will move for Podlyasy tomorrow." "You will be in bed tomorrow as you are today." "I will be on horseback as well as you. Be silent. No interference." The Starosta ceased, and for a while silence continued, broken only by the tick-tock of the Danzig clock. The advice was stupid, the idea was stupid, and I, too, was stupid to listen. "I knew that if it did not succeed, the blame would fall on me," answered Sienkiewicz, "for you blundered. The council was clever, but if there is some devil at their service who gives warning of everything, I am not to blame." The prince rose in the bed. "Do you think that they employ a devil?" asked he, looking quickly at Sienkiewicz. "But does not your Highness know the Papists?" I know, and it has often come into my head that there might be enchantment. Since yesterday, I am certain. You have struck my idea, therefore I asked if you really think so. But which of them could enter into company with unclean power? Not she, for she is too virtuous, not the sword-bearer, for he is too stupid. But suppose the aunt? That may be. To make certain, I bound her yesterday and put a dagger to her throat, and imagine, I look today, the dagger is as if melted in fire. Show it. I threw it into the river, though there was a good turquoise in the hilt. I preferred not to touch it again. Then I'll tell you what happened to me yesterday. I ran into her room as if mad. What I said I do not remember, but I know this, that she cried, "I'll throw myself into the fire first." You know what an enormous chimney there is there. She sprang right into it, I after her. I dragged her out on the floor. Her clothes were already on fire. I had to quench the fire and hold her at the same time. Meanwhile, dizziness seized me. My jaws became fixed. You would have said that someone had torn the veins in my neck. Then it seemed to me that the sparks flying near us were turned into bees, were buzzing like bees. And this is as true as that you see me here. And what came later? I remember nothing but such terror as if I were flying into an immense well, into some depth without bottom. What terror! I tell you, what terror! Even now the hair is standing on my head, and not terror alone, but, how can I explain it? An emptiness, a measureless weariness and torment beyond understanding. Luckily, the powers of heaven were with me, or I should not be speaking with you this day. Your Highness had a paroxysm. Sickness itself often brings visions before the eye, but for safety's sake we may have a hole cut in the river ice and let the old maid float down. Oh, devil-taker, we will march tomorrow in any event, and afterward spring will come. There will soon be other stars, and the nights will be short, weakening every unclean power. If we must march tomorrow, then you would better let the girl go. Even if I wished not, I must. All desire has fallen away from me. Never mind them. Let them go to the devil. Impossible. Why? The old man has confessed that he has a tremendous lot of money buried in Bilivich. If I let them alone, they will dig up the money and go to the forests. I prefer to keep them here and take the money in requisition. There is war now, and this is permissible. Besides, he offered it himself. We shall give orders to dig up the whole garden, foot by foot. We must find the money. While Bilivich is sitting here, at least, he will not make a noise and shout all over Lithuania that he has plundered. Rage seizes me when I think how much I have spent on those amusements and tournaments, and all for nothing, for nothing. Rage against that maiden seized me long ago, and I tell your Highness that when she came yesterday and said to me, as to the last camp-follower, "Be off, serving man, go up, for thy master is lying there," I came near twisting her head like a starling, for I thought that she had stabbed you with a knife or shot you from a pistol. You know that I do not like to have anyone manage in my house like a grey goose. It is well that you did not do as you say, for I should have given orders to nip you with those pincers which were heated for Plaska. Keep away from her. I sent Plaska back. He was terribly astonished, not knowing why he was brought, nor why he was sent home. He wanted something for his fatigue, because this, said he, is loss in my trade. But I told him, you bear home a sound skin as reward. Do we really march tomorrow for Podlasie? As God is in heaven. Are the troops sent off according to my orders? The cavalry has gone already to Kidani, whence it is to march to Kovno and wait there. Our Polish squadrons are here yet. I did not like to send them in advance. The men seem reliable. Still, they might meet the Confederates. Glovbich will go with us, also the Cossacks under Votinsky. Karlstrom marches with the Swedes in the vanguard. He has orders to exterminate rebels, and especially peasants, on the way. That is well. Kiritz with infantry is to march slowly, so that we may have someone to fall back upon in difficulty. If we are to advance like a thunderbolt, and our entire calculation lies in swiftness, I do not know whether the Prussian and Swedish cavalry will be useful. It is a pity that the Polish squadrons are not reliable, for between us there is nothing superior to Polish cavalry. Has the artillery gone? It has. And Patterson too? No, Patterson is here. He is nursing Kettling, of whom he is very fond, and who wounded himself rather badly with his own sword. If I did not know Kettling to be a daring officer, I should think that he had cut himself of purpose to avoid the campaign. It will be needful to leave about 100 men here, also in Rosjeni and in Kidani. The Swedish garrisons are small, and De la Gardie, as it is asking men every day from Löwenhaupt. Besides, when we march out, the rebels, forgetting the defeat of Chavli, will raise their heads. They are growing strong as it is. I have heard again that the Swedes are cut down in Telshi. By nobles or peasants? By peasants under the leadership of a priest, but there are parties of nobles, particularly near Lauda. The Lauda men have gone out under Volodyovski. There is a multitude of youths and old men at home. These have taken arms, for they are warriors by blood. The rebellion can do nothing without money, but we shall get a supply of that in Bilvich. A man must be a genius like your Highness to find means in everything. There is more esteem in this country, said Boguslav with a bitter smile, for the man who can please the queen and the nobles. Neither genius nor virtue has value. It is lucky that I am also a prince of the empire, and therefore they will not tie me by the legs to a pine tree. If I could only have the revenues regularly from my estates, I should not care for the Commonwealth. But will they not confiscate these estates? We will first confiscate Podlasie, if not all Lithuania. Now, summon Patterson. Sakovich went out, and returned soon with Patterson. At Boguslav's bedside a council was held, at which it was determined to move before daylight next morning, and go to Podlasie by forced marches. The prince felt so much better in the evening that he feasted with the officers and amused himself with jests till late, listening with pleasure to the neighing of horses and the clatter of arms in the squadrons preparing to march. At times he breathed deeply and stretched himself in the chair. "I see that this campaign will bring back my health," said he to the officers, "for amid all these negotiations and amusements I have neglected the field notably. But I hope in God that the Confederates and our ex-cardinal, the king, in Poland will feel my hand." To this Patterson made bold to answer, "It is lucky that Delilah did not clip Samson's hair." Boguslav looked at him for a while with a strange expression, from which the Scot was growing confused, but after a time the countenance of the prince grew bright with a threatening smile, and he said, "If Sapia is my pillar, I will shake him so that the whole Commonwealth will fall on his head." The conversation was carried on in German, therefore all the foreign officers understood it perfectly and answered in chorus, "Amen." The column, with Boguslav at the head of it, marched before daybreak next morning. The Prussian nobles whom the brilliant court attracted began at the same time to return to their homes. After them marched to Tilsta those who in Toroghi had sought refuge from the terrors of war, and to whom now Tilsta seemed safer. Only Bilevich, Olenka, and Panna Kulvyets remained, not counting Kettling and the old officer Brown, who held command over the slender garrison. Bilevich, after that blow of the hammer, lay for some days bleeding from the mouth at intervals, but since no bone was broken, he recovered by degrees and began to think of flight. Meanwhile, an official came from Bilevich with a letter from Boguslav himself. The sword-bearer did not wish at first to read the letter, but soon changed his mind, following in this the advice of Olenka, who thought it better to know all the plans of the enemy. "Very gracious Pan Bilevich, concordia res parve crescant, discordia maxime dilabuntar." By concord small things grow great, by discord the greatest are ruined. The fates brought it about that we did not part in such harmony as my love for you and your charming niece demands, in which God knows I am not to blame, for you know yourself that you fed me with ingratitude in return for my sincere intentions. But for friendship's sake, what done in anger should not be remembered. I think, therefore, that you will excuse my deeds of impulse, because of the injustice which I experienced at your hands. I too forgive you from my heart, as Christian charity enjoins, and I wish to return to a good understanding. To give you a proof that no offence has remained in my heart, I have not thought it proper to refuse the service which you have asked of me, and I accept your money." Here Billevich stopped reading, struck the table with his fist, and cried, "He will see me in dreams rather than receive 1 coin from my caskets." "Read on," said Olenka. Billevich raised the letter again to his eyes. "Not wishing to trouble you and expose your health to hazard in the present stormy times while getting this money, we have ordered ourselves to get it and count it." At this point Billevich's voice failed, and the letter fell from his hands to the floor. For a while it seemed that speech was taken from the noble, for he only caught after his hair and pulled it with all his power. "Strike! Whoso believes in God!" cried he at last. "One injustice the more, the punishment of God nearer, for the measure will soon be filled," said Olenka. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Caulkins, Monument, Colorado. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 45. The despair of the sword-bearer was so great that Olenka had to comfort him, and give assurance that the money was not to be looked on as lost, for the letter itself would serve as a note, and Radziwill, the master of so many estates in Lithuania and Russia, had something from which to recover. But since it was difficult to foresee what might still meet them, especially if Boguslav returned to Taurogi victorious, they began to think of flight the more eagerly. Olenka advised to defer everything till Kettling's recovery, for Braun was a gloomy and surly old soldier, carrying out commands blindly, and it was impossible to influence him. As to Kettling, the lady knew well that he had wounded himself to remain in Taurogi, hence her deep faith that he would do everything to aid her. It is true that conscience disturbed her incessantly with the question whether for self-safety she had the right to sacrifice the career and perhaps the life of another, but the terrors hanging over her in Taurogi were so dreadful that they surpassed 100-fold the dangers to which Kettling could be exposed. Kettling, as an excellent officer, might find service, and a more noble service, elsewhere, and with it powerful protectors, such as the king, Pan Sapieha, or Pan Charnyetski, and he would, besides, serve a just cause, and would find a career grateful to that country which had received him as an exile. Death threatened him only in case he fell into Boguslav's hands, but Boguslav did not command yet the whole Commonwealth. Olenka ceased to hesitate, and when the health of the young officer had improved, she sent for him. Kettling stood before her, pale, emaciated, without a drop of blood in his face, but always full of respect, homage, and submission. At sight of him tears came to Olenka's eyes, for he was the only friendly soul in Taurogi, and at the same time so thin and suffering that when Olenka asked how his health was, he answered, "Alas, my lady, health is returning, and it would be so pleasant to die." "You should leave this service," said she, looking at him with sympathy, "for such an honorable man needs assurance that he is serving a just cause and a worthy master." "Alas," repeated the officer. "When will your service end?" "In half a year." Olenka was silent a while. Then she raised her wonderful eyes, which at that moment had ceased to be stern, and said, "Listen to me. I will speak to you as to a brother, as to a sincere confidant. You can and you should resign." When she had said this, she confessed to him everything, both their plans of escape and that she relied on his assistance. She represented to him that he could find service everywhere, and a service as good as was his spirit, and honorable as knightly honor could obtain. At last she finished with the following words: "I shall be grateful to you till death. I wish to take refuge under the guardianship of God, and to make a vow to the Lord in a cloister. But wherever you may be, far or near, in war or in peace, I shall pray for you. I will implore God to give peace and happiness to my brother and benefactor, for I can give him nothing save gratitude and prayer." Here her voice trembled, and the officer listened to her words, growing pale as a kerchief. At last he knelt, put both hands to his forehead, and said in a voice like a groan, "I cannot, my lady, I cannot." "Do you refuse me?" asked Olenka, with amazement. "O great, merciful God," said he, "from childhood no lie has risen on my lips, no unjust deed has ever stained me. While still a youth, I defended with this weak hand my king and country. Why, Lord, dost thou punish me so grievously, and send on me suffering for which, as thou seest, strength fails me?" Here he turned to Olenka. "My lady, you do not know what an order is for a soldier. In obedience is not only his duty, but his honor and reputation. An oath binds me, my lady, and more than an oath, the word of a knight, that I shall not throw up my service before the time, and that I will fulfill what belongs to it blindly. I am a soldier and a noble, and so help me God, never in my life will I follow the example of those who betray honor and service. And I will not break my word, even at your command, at your prayer, though I say this in suffering and pain. If, having an order not to let anyone out of Taurogi, I were on guard at the gate, and if you yourself wished to pass against the order, you would pass only over my corpse. You did not know me, my lady, and you were mistaken in me. But have pity on me. Understand that I cannot aid you to escape. I ought not to hear of such a thing. The order is express, for Brown and the 5 remaining officers of us here have received it. My God, if I had foreseen such an order, I should have preferred to go on the campaign. I shall not convince you. You will not believe me. And still God sees. Let God judge me after death whether it is true that I would give my life without hesitation. But my honor, I cannot. Then Ketling wrung his hands, was silent from exhaustion, and began to breathe quickly. Olenka had not recovered yet from her amazement. She had not time to pause or estimate properly that spirit, exceptional in its nobleness. She felt only that the last plank of salvation was slipping from her hands. The only means of escape from hated captivity was failing her, but still she tried to resist. "I am," said she after a while, "the granddaughter and the daughter of a soldier. My grandfather and father also valued honor above life, but precisely for that reason they would not let themselves be used blindly for every service." Ketling drew with trembling hand from his coat a letter, gave it to Olenka, and said, "Judge, my lady, if this command does not concern service." Olenka cast her eyes over the letter and read as follows: "Since it has come to our knowledge that Billevich, the sword-bearer of Roscieni, intends to leave our residence in secret with plans hostile to us, namely to excite his acquaintances, connections, relatives, and clients to rebellion against his Swedish Majesty and us, we recommend to the officers remaining in garrison at Taurogi to guard Billevich and his niece as hostages and prisoners of war, and not to permit their flight under pain of loss of honor and court-martial, etc." "The order came from the first stopping-place after the departure of the prince," said Ketling. "Therefore it is in writing." "The will of God be done," said Olenka after a while. "It is accomplished." Ketling felt that he ought to go. Still he did not stir. His pale lips moved from moment to moment, as if he wished to say something and could not get the voice. He was oppressed by the desire to fall at her feet and implore forgiveness, but on the other hand, he felt that she had enough of her own misfortune, and he found a certain wild delight in this, that he was suffering and would suffer without complaint. At last he bowed and went out in silence, but in the corridor he tore the bandages from his fresh wound and fell fainting to the floor. When an hour later the palace guard found him lying near the staircase and took him to the barracks, he became seriously ill and did not leave his bed for a fortnight. Olenka, after the departure of Kettling, remained some time as if dazed. Death had seemed to her more likely to come than that refusal, and therefore, at first, in spite of all, her firm temper of spirit, strength, energy, failed her. She felt weak, like an ordinary woman, and though she repeated unconsciously, "Let the will of God be done," sorrow for the disappointment rose above her resignation. Copious and bitter tears flowed from her eyes. At that moment her uncle entered, and looking at his niece divined at once that she had evil news to impart. Hence he asked quickly, "For God's sake, what is it?" "Kettling refuses." "All here are ruffians, scoundrels, arch curs. How is this? And he will not help?" "Not only will he not help," answered she, complaining like a little child, "but he says that he will prevent, even should it come to him to die." "Why? By the Lord's wounds, why?" "For such is our fate. Kettling is not a traitor, but such is our fate, for we are the most unhappy of all people." "May the thunderbolts crush all those heretics," cried Billevich. "They attack virtue, plunder, steal, imprison. Would that all might perish! It is not for honest people to live in such times." Here he began to walk with hurried step through the chamber, threatening with his fists. At last he said, gritting his teeth, "The voevoda of Vilna was better. I prefer 1,000 times even Kmita to these perfumed ruffians without honor and conscience." When Olenka said nothing, but began to cry still more, Billevich grew mild, and after a while said, "Do not weep. Kmita came to my mind only because that he at least would have been able to wrest us out of this Babylonian captivity. He would have given it to all the Browns, Kettlings, Pattersons, to Boguslav himself. But they are all the same type of traitors. Weep not. You can do nothing with weeping. Here, it is necessary to counsel. Kettling will not help, may he be twisted. We will do without him. You have, as it were, a man's courage in you, but in difficulty you are only able to sob. What does Kettling say?" "He says that the prince has given orders to guard us as prisoners of war, fearing, uncle, that you would collect a party and go to the Confederates." Billevich put his hands on his hips. "Ha ha ha! He is afraid, the scoundrel. And he is right, for I will do so as God is in heaven." "Having a command relating to service, Kettling must carry it out on his honor." "Well, we shall get on without the assistance of heretics." Olenka wiped her eyes. "And does my uncle think it is possible?" "I think it is necessary. And if it is necessary, it is possible, though we had to let ourselves down by ropes from these windows." "It was wrong for me to shed tears. Let us make plans as quickly as we can." Her tears were dry, her brows contracted again from thought and her former endurance and energy. It appeared, in fact, that Billevich could find no help, and that the imagination of the lady was much richer in means. But it was difficult for her, since it was clear that they were guarded carefully. They determined, therefore, not to try before the first news came from Boguslav. In this they placed all their hope, trusting that the punishment of God would come on the traitor and the dishonorable man. Besides, he might fall. He might be confined to his bed. He might be killed by Sapieha, and then without fail there would rise in all Tarogi a panic, and the gate would not be guarded so carefully. "I know Sapieha," said Billevich, comforting himself and Olenka. "He is a slow warrior, but accurate and wonderfully stubborn. An example of this, his loyalty to the king and country. He pledged and sold everything, and thus has gained a power before which Boguslav is as nothing. One is a dignified senator, the other a fop. One a true Catholic, the other a heretic. One is cleverness itself, the other a water-burner. With whom may victory and the blessing of God be? This Radziwill might well yield to Sapieha's day, just as if there are not punishment and justice in this world. We will wait for news and pray for Sapieha's success." Then they began to wait, but a month passed, long, wearisome for afflicted hearts, before the first courier came, and he was sent not to Tarogi, but to Steinbach in Royal Prussia. Kettling, who from the time of the last conversation dared not appear before Olenka's eyes, sent her at once a card with the following announcement: "Prince Boguslav has defeated Pan Krzysztof Sapieha near Bransk. Some squadrons of cavalry and infantry are cut to pieces. He is marching on Tykotsin, where Horokyievich is stationed." For Olenka, this was simply a thunderbolt. The greatness of a leader and the bravery of a knight meant for her the same thing. Since she had seen Boguslav at Tarogi overcoming the most valiant knights with ease, she imagined him to herself, especially after that news, as an evil but invincible power against which no one could stand. The hope that Boguslav might be defeated died in her completely. In vain did her uncle quiet her and comfort her with this, that the prince had not yet met Sapieha. In vain did he guarantee to her that the very dignity of hetman with which the king had invested him recently must give positive preponderance over Boguslav. She did not believe this. She dared not. "Who can conquer Boguslav? Who can meet him?" asked she continually. Further news seemed to confirm her fears. A few days later, Kettling sent another card with information touching the defeat of Horokyievich and the capture of Tykotsin. "All Podlyasy," writes he, "is in the hands of the prince, who, without waiting for Sapieha, is moving against him with forced marches." "And Sapieha will be routed," thought the maiden. Meanwhile, news from other directions flew to them, like a swallow heralding springtime. To that seashore of the Commonwealth this news came late, but because of its lateness it was decked in all the rainbow gleams of wonderful legend from the first ages of Christianity, when saints proclaiming truth and justice still traveled over the earth. "Częstochowa! Częstochowa!" was repeated by every mouth. Ice thawed from hearts which bloomed like flowers in the earth warmed by the sun of spring. "Częstochowa has defended itself. Men had seen the Queen of Poland herself, the Virgin Mary, shielding the walls with her heavenly mantle, the bombs of the robbers at her holy feet, crouching like house dogs. The hands of the Swedes were withered, their muskets grew fast to their faces, till they retreated in terror and shame." Men, strangers to one another, when they heard these tidings, fell the one into the embraces of the other, weeping from delight. Others complained that the tidings came too late. "But we were here in weeping," said they. "We were in pain. We lived in torment so long, when we should have been rejoicing." Then it began to roar through the whole Commonwealth, and terrible thunders were heard from the Euxine to the Baltic, so that the waves of both seas were trembling. Then faithful people, pious people, rose up like a storm in defense of their queen. Consolation entered all hearts. All eyes were flashing with fire. What hitherto had seemed terrible and invincible grew small in their eyes. "Who will finish him?" said Billevich. "Who will be his equal? Now do you know who? The Most Holy Lady." The old man and his niece lay for whole days in the form of a cross, thanking God for his mercy on the Commonwealth, and doubting their own rescue no longer. But for a long period there was silence concerning Boguslav, as if he with all his forces had fallen into water. The officers remaining in Tarogi began to be disquieted, and to think of their uncertain future. They would have preferred defeat to that deep silence, but no news could come, for just then the terrible Babinich was rushing with his Tartars in front of the prince and stopping all couriers. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 46. But a certain day, Panna Anusha Borzobahata arrived at Taurogi with a convoy of some tens of soldiers. Braun received her very politely, for he had to do so, since he was thus commanded by a letter from Sakovich, signed by Bogusław himself, enjoining him to have every regard for this lady-in-waiting of Princess Griselda Wiśniowiecki. The young lady herself was full of vivacity. From the first moment she began to pierce Braun with her eyes, so that the sullen German moved about as if someone were touching him with fire. She began also to command other officers, in a word, to manage in Taurogi as in her own house. In the evening of the same day she made the acquaintance of Olenka, who received her with distrust, it is true, but politely, in the hope that she would get news from her. In fact, Anusha had news in plenty. Her conversation began with Częstochowa, since the prisoners in Taurogi were most eager for that news. The sword-bearer listened with special diligence. He held his hands behind his ears so as to lose no word, merely interrupting Anusha's narrative from time to time with the exclamation, "Praise be to God on high." "It is a wonder to me," said Anusha at last, "that news of these miracles of the Most Holy Lady have only just reached you, for that is an old story. I was still in Zamość, and Pan Babinich had not come for me. Aye, how many weeks was it before that? Then they began to beat the Swedes everywhere, in Great Poland and with us, but most of all Pan Charniecki, before whose very name they fly." "Oh, Charniecki," cried the sword-bearer, rubbing his hands, "he will give them pepper. I heard of him even from the Ukraine as of a great warrior." Anusha merely shook her dress, and exclaimed to herself with aversion, as if it were a question of the smallest matter, "Oh, it is all over with the Swedes." Old Pan Tomasz could not restrain himself. Seizing her small hand, he buried the little thing entirely in his enormous moustaches, and kissed it eagerly. At last he cried, "Oh, my beauty! Honey flows from your mouth, as God is dear to me. It cannot be but an angel has come to Taurogi." Anusha began at once to twist the ends of her tresses, tied with rosy ribbons, and cutting with her eyes from under her brows, said, "Oh, it is far from me to the angels. But the hetmans of the kingdom have begun to beat the Swedes, and all the quarter soldiers with them, and the knights, and they have formed a confederation in Tyszowce. The king has joined it, and they have given out manifestos. Even the peasants are beating the Swedes, and the Most Holy Lady gives her blessing." She spoke as if a bird were warbling, but from that warbling Bilevich's heart grew soft, though some of the news was already known to him. He bellowed at last like an aurochs from delight. Tears, too, began to flow over the face of Olenka, silent and many. Seeing this, Anusha, having a good heart from nature, sprang to her at once, and putting her arms around her neck, began to say quickly, "Do not cry. I am sorry for you, and cannot see you shed tears. Why do you weep?" There was so much sincerity in her voice that Olenka's distrust vanished at once, but the poor girl wept still more. "You are so beautiful," said Anusha, comforting her. "Why do you cry?" "From joy," answered Olenka, "but also from suffering, for we are here in grievous captivity, knowing neither the day nor the hour." "How is that? Are you not with Prince Bogusław?" "That traitor, that heretic," roared Billevich. "The same has happened to me," said Anusha, "but I do not cry for that reason. I do not deny that the prince is a traitor and a heretic, but he is a courteous cavalier and respects our sex." "God grant that in hell they will respect him in the same fashion. Young lady, you know him not, for he has not attacked you as he has this maiden. He is an arch ruffian, and that Sakovich is another. God give Sapieha to defeat them both." "As to defeating, he will defeat them. Prince Bogusław is terribly sick, and he has not a great force. It is true that he advanced quickly, scattered some squadrons, and took Tykotsin and me, but it is not for him to measure with the forces of Pan Sapieha. You may trust me, for I saw both armies. With Pan Sapieha are the greatest cavaliers who will be able to manage Prince Bogusław." "Well, do you see? Have I not told you?" asked the old man, turning to Olenka. "I know Prince Bogusław from of old," continued Anusha, "for he is a relative of the Vishnioveckis and Zamoyski. He came once to us at Lubny when Prince Yeremi himself was campaigning against the Tartars in the wilderness. He remembered that I was at home there and nearest the princess. I was such a little thing then, not as I am today. My God, who could think at that time that he would be a traitor? But grieve not, for either he will fail to return, or we shall escape from this place in some way." "We have tried that already," said Olenka. "And you did not succeed?" "How could we?" asked Billevich. "We told the secret to an officer whom we thought ready to aid us, but it turned out that he was ready to hinder, not to help. Seniority over all here is with Brawn. The devil himself could not win that man." Anusha dropped her eyes. "Maybe I can. If Pan Sapieha would only come, so that we might have someone with whom to take refuge." "God give him at the earliest," answered Pan Tomasz, "for among his men we have many relatives, acquaintances, and friends. Among them, too, are former officers of the great Yeremi. Volodyovski, Skshetuski, Zagloba, I know them. But they are not with Sapieha. Oh, if they were, especially Volodyovski, for Skshetuski is married, I should not be here, for Pan Volodyovski would not let himself be picked up as Pan Kochits did." "He is a great cavalier," said Billevich. "The glory of the whole Commonwealth," added Olenka. "Have they not fallen since you did not see them?" "Oh no," answered Anusha, "for the loss of such knights would be spoken of, but nothing was said. You do not know them, they will never yield, only a bullet will kill them, for no man can stand before Skshetuski, Zagloba, or Pan Michał. Though Pan Michał is small, I remember what Prince Yeremi said of him, that if the fate of the whole Commonwealth depended on a battle between one man and another, he would choose Pan Michał for the battle. He was the man who conquered Bogun. Oh no, Pan Michał will help himself always." Billevich, satisfied that he had someone with whom to talk, began to walk with long strides through the room, asking, "Well, well, then do you know Pan Volodyovski so intimately?" "Yes, for we lived in the same place so many years." "Indeed, then certainly not without love." "I'm not to blame for that," answered Anusha, taking a timid posture. "But before this time surely Pan Michał is married." "And he is just not married." "Even if he were, it is all one to me." "God grant you to meet, but I am troubled because you say that they are not with the hetman, for with such soldiers victory would be easier." "There is someone there who is worth them all." "Who is he?" "Pan Babinich from Vityebsk. Have you heard of him?" "Not a word, which is a wonder to me." Anusha began to relate the history of her departure from Zamość, and everything that happened on the road. Babinich grew in her narrative to such a mighty hero that the sword-bearer was at a loss to know who he was. "I know all Lithuania," said he. "There are houses, it is true, with similar names, such as Babonalbek, Babil, Babinovsky, Babinsky, and Babiski. Babinich I have not heard, and I think it must be an assumed name, for many who are in parties take such names, so that their property and relatives may not suffer from the enemy. Babinich. He is some fiery cavalier, since he was able to settle Zamoyski in that fashion." "Oh, how fiery!" cried Anusha. The old man fell into good humour. "How is that?" asked he, stopping before Anusha and putting his hands on his hips. "If I tell you, you'll suppose God knows what." "God preserve me, I will suppose nothing." Barely had we come out of Zamość when Pan Babinich told me that someone else had occupied his heart, and though he received no rent, still he did not think of changing the tenant. "And do you believe that?" "Of course I believe it," answered Anusha with great vivacity. "He must be in love to his ears, since after so long a time, since... "Oh, there is some 'since he would not,'" said the old man, laughing. "But I say that," repeated Anusha, stamping her foot, "since... well, we shall soon hear of him." "God grant it." "And I will tell you why. As often as Pan Babinich mentioned Prince Bogusław, his face grew white and his teeth squeaked like doors." "He will be our friend," said the sword-bearer. "Certainly, and we will flee to him if he shows himself." "If I could escape from this place, I would have my own party, and you would see that war is no novelty to me either, and that this old hand is good for something yet." "Go under command of Pan Babinich." "You have a great wish to go under his command." They chatted yet for a long time in this fashion, and always more joyously, he that Olenka, forgetting her grief, became notably more cheerful, and Anusha began at last to laugh loudly at the sword-bearer. She was well rested, for at the last halting place in Rosieni she had slept soundly. She left them then only late in the evening. "She is gold, not a maiden," said Billevich after she had gone. "A sincere sort of heart, and I think we shall soon come to confidence," answered Olenka. "But you looked at her frowningly at first." "For I thought that she was some one sent here. Do I know anything surely? I fear every one in Taurogi." "She sent? Perhaps by good spirits, but she is as full of tricks as a weasel. If I were younger, I don't know to what it might come. Even as it is, a man is still desirous." Olenka was delighted, and placing her hands on her knees, she put her head on one side, mimicking Anusha, and looking askance at her uncle. "So, dear uncle, you wish to bake an aunt for me out of that flour?" "Oh, be quiet, said the sword-bearer. But he laughed and began to twist his moustache with his whole hand. After a time he added, "Still she roused such a staid woman as you. I am certain that great friendship will spring up between you." In truth, Pan Tomasz was not deceived, for in no long time a very lively friendship was formed between the maidens, and it grew more and more, perhaps just for this reason, that the two were complete opposites. One had dignity in her spirit, depths of feeling, invincible will and reason. The other, with a good heart and purity of thought, was a tufted lark. One, with her calm face, bright tresses, and an unspeakable repose and charm in her slender form, was like an ancient Psyche. The other, a real brunette, reminded one rather of an ignis fatuus, which in the night hours entices people into pathless places and laughs at their vexation. The officers in Taurogi, who looked at both every day, were seized with the desire to kiss Olenka's feet, but Anusha's lips. Ketling, having the soul of a Scottish mountaineer, hence full of melancholy, revered and adored Olenka, but from the first glance he could not endure Anusha, who paid him in kind, making up for her losses on brawn and others, not excepting the sword-bearer of Rossyeni himself. Olenka soon won great influence over her friend, who with perfect sincerity of heart said to Pan Tomasz, "She can say more in 2 words than I in a whole day." But the dignified lady could not cure her vain friend of one defect, coquetry. For let Anusha only hear the rattle of spurs in the corridor, immediately she would pretend that she had forgotten something, that she wanted to see if there were tidings from Sapieha, would rush into the corridor, fly like a whirlwind, and coming up against an officer cry out, "Oh, how you frightened me!" Then a conversation would begin, intermingled with twisting of her skirts, glancing from under her brows, and various artful looks, through the aid of which the hardest heart may be conquered. This coquetry Olenka took ill of her, all the more that Anusha after a few days confessed to a secret love for Babinich. They discussed this among themselves more than once. "Others beg like minstrels," said Anusha, "but this dragon chose to look at his Tartars rather than at me, and he never spoke otherwise than in command. Come out, my lady, eat, my lady, drink, my lady." And if he had been rude at the same time, but he was not. If he had not been painstaking, but he was. In Krasnostav I said to myself, "Do not look at me, wait." And in Lanchna I was so overcome that it was terrible. I tell you that when I looked into his blue eyes, and when he laughed, gladness seized me, such a prisoner was I. Olenka dropped her head, for blue eyes came to her memory too, and that one spoke in the same way, and he had command ever on his lips, activity ever in his face, but neither conscience nor the fear of God. Anusha, following her own thoughts, continued, "When he flew over the field on his horse with his baton, I thought, that is an eagle or some hetman. The Tartars feared him more than fire. When he came, there had to be obedience, and when there was a battle, fires were striking him from desire of blood. I saw many worthy cavaliers in Lubni, but one such that fear seized me in his presence I have never seen. If the Lord God has predestined him to you, you will get him, but that he did not love you, I cannot believe. As to love, he loves me a little, but the other more. He told me himself more than once, 'It is lucky that I am not able to forget or cease loving, for it would be better to confide a kid to a wolf than such a maiden as you are to me.' What did you say to that?" I said, "How do you know that I would return your love?" And he answered, "I should not have asked you. Now, what are you to do with such a man? That other woman is foolish not to love him, and she must have callousness in her heart. I asked what her name is, but he would not tell me. 'Better,' said he, 'not to touch that, for it is a sore. And another sore,' said he, 'is the Radziwill, the traitors.' And then he made such a terrible face that I would have hidden in a mouse hole. I simply feared him. But what is the use in talking? He is not for me. Ask St. Michał for him. I know from Aunt Kulvietz that he is the best aid in such cases. Only be careful not to offend the saint by duping more men." "I never will, except so much, the least little bit." Here Anusha showed on her finger how much, and she indicated at most about half the length of the nail, so as not to anger St. Michał. "I do not act so from waywardness," explained she to Billevich, who also had begun to take her frivolity to heart. "But I must, for if these officers do not help us, we shall never escape. Brawn will not let us out." "Brawn is overcome," replied Anusha with a thin voice, dropping her eyes. "But Fitzgregory?" "He is overcome too," with a voice still thinner. "And Ottenhagen?" "Overcome." "And von Iren?" "Overcome." "May the forest surround you. I see that Kettling is the only man whom you could not manage." "I cannot endure him, but someone else will manage him. Besides, we can go without his permission." "And you think that when we wish to flee they will not hinder?" "They will go with us," said Anusha, stretching her neck and blinking. "For God's sake, then why do we stay here? I should like to be far away this day." But from the consultation which followed at once, it appeared needful to await the decision of Bogusław's fate and Pan Sapieha's arrival in the neighbourhood of Jmud. Otherwise they would be threatened by terrible destruction from even their own people. The society of foreign officers not only would not be a defence, but would add to their danger, for the peasants were so terribly envenomed against foreigners that they murdered without mercy everyone who did not wear a Polish dress, even Polish dignitaries wearing foreign costume, not to speak of Austrian and French diplomats, could not travel save under the protection of powerful bodies of troops. "You will believe me, for I have passed through the whole country," said Anusha. "In the first village, in the first forest, ravagers would kill us without asking who we are. It is impossible to flee except to an army." "But I shall have my own party." "Before you could collect it, before you could reach a village where you are known, you would lose your life. News from Prince Bogusław must come soon. I have ordered Braun to inform me at once." But Braun reported nothing for a long time. Kettling, however, began to visit Olenka, for she, meeting him on a certain day, extended her hand to him. The young officer prophesied evil from this profound silence. According to him, the prince, out of regard for the Elector and the Swedes, would not hold silence touching the least victory, and would rather exaggerate by description than weaken by silence the significance of real successes. "I do not suppose that he is cut to pieces," said the young officer, "but he is surely in such a difficult position that it is hard to find a way out." "All tidings arrive here so late," said Olenka, "and the best proof is that we learned first from Panna Borzobahata the particulars of the miraculous defence of Częstochowa. I, my lady, knew of that long ago, but, as a foreigner, not knowing the value which that place has for Poles, I did not mention it. That in a great war some small castle defends itself for a time, and repulses a number of storms, happens always, and importance is not attached to it usually. But still for me that would have been the most welcome news. I see in truth that I did ill, for from what has happened since the defence, as I hear now, I know that to be an important event, which may influence the whole war. Still, returning to the campaign of the prince in Podlasie, it is different. Częstochowa is far away, Podlasie is nearer, and when the prince succeeded at first, you remember how quickly news came. Believe me, my lady, I am a young man, but from the 14th year of my life I am a soldier, and experience tells me that this silence is prophetic of evil." "Rather good," said the lady. "Let it be good," answered Kettling. "In half a year my service will be ended. In half a year my oath will cease." A few days after this conversation, news came at last. It was brought by Pan Bies of the shield Kornie, called at Bogusław's court Konutus. He was a Polish noble, but altogether foreignized, for, serving in foreign armies almost from years of boyhood, he had well nigh forgotten Polish, or at least spoke it like a German. He had also a foreignized soul, hence was greatly attached to Prince Bogusław. He was going on an important mission to Königsberg, and stopped in Taurogi merely to rest. Braun and Ketling brought him at once to Olenka and Anusha, who at that time lived and slept together. Braun stood like a soldier before Anusha, then turned to Bies and said, "This lady is a relative of Pan Zamoyski, therefore of the Prince our Lord, who has commanded to show her every attention, and she wishes to hear news from the mouth of an eyewitness." Pan Bies in his turn stood erect, as if on service, and awaited the questions. Anusha did not deny relationship with Bogusław, for the homage of the military pleased her. Therefore she motioned to Pan Bies to sit down. When he had taken his place, she asked, "Where is the prince at present?" "The prince is retreating on Sokolka. God grant successfully," said the officer. "Tell the pure truth. How is it with him?" "I will tell the pure truth and hide nothing, thinking that your worthiness will find strength in your soul to hear news less favourable." "I will," said Anusha, striking one heel against the other under her robe, with satisfaction that she was called worthiness, and that the news was less favourable. "At first everything went well with us," said Bies. "We rubbed out on the road several bands of peasants. We scattered the forces of the younger Sapieha, and cut up 2 squadrons of cavalry with a regiment of good infantry, sparing no one. Then we defeated Pan Horotkiewicz, so that he barely escaped, and some say that he was killed. After that we occupied the ruins of Tykotsin." "We know all this. Tell us quickly the unfavourable news," interrupted Anusha on a sudden. "Be pleased, my lady, to listen calmly. We came to Drohitchin, and there the map was unfolded. We had news that Sapieha was still far away. Meanwhile, 2 of our scouting parties were as if they had sunk through the earth. Not a witness returned from the slaughter. Then it appeared that some troops were marching in front of us. A great confusion rose out of that. The prince began to think that all preceding information was false, and that Sapieha had not only advanced, but had cut off the road. Then we began to retreat, for in that way it was possible to catch the enemy and force him to a general battle, which the prince wished absolutely. But the enemy did not give the field. He attacked and attacked without ceasing. From that everything began to melt in our hands. We had rest neither day nor night. The roads were ruined before us, the dams cut, provisions intercepted. Reports were soon circulated that Charnyetski himself was crushing us. The soldiers did not eat, did not sleep. Their courage fell. Men perished in the camp itself, as if the ground was swallowing them. In Białystok the enemy seized a whole party again, camp chests, the prince's carriages and guns. I have never seen anything like it. It was not seen in former wars either. The prince was changed. He wanted nothing but a general battle, and he had to fight 10 small ones every day, and lose them. Order became relaxed. And how can our confusion and alarm be described when we learned that Sapieha himself had not come up yet, and that in front of us was merely a strong party which had caused so many disasters? In this party were Tartar troops. Further words of the officer were interrupted by a scream from Anusha, who, throwing herself suddenly on Olenka's neck, cried, "Pan Babinich!" The officer was surprised when he heard the name, but he judged that terror and hatred had wrested this cry from the breast of the worthy lady. So only after a while did he continue his narrative. "To whomsoever God has given greatness, he has given also strength to bear grievous misfortunes. Be pleased, therefore, my lady, to calm yourself. Such indeed is the name of this hell-dweller who has undermined the success of the whole expedition, and become the cause of other immense evils. His name, which your worthiness has divined with such wonderful quickness, is repeated now with fear and rage by every mouth in our camp. I saw that Babinich at Zamość, said Anusha hastily, and could I have guessed— Here she was silent, and no one knew what would have happened in such an event. The officer, after a moment's silence, continued, Thaws and heat set in, despite, it may be said, the regular order of nature, for we had news that in the south of the Commonwealth there was still severe winter, but we were wading in spring mud, which fastened our heavy cavalry to the earth. But he, having light troops, advanced with more ease. We lost wagons and cannon at every step, and were forced at last to go on horseback. The inhabitants round about, in their blind venom, favoured the attackers. What God gives will happen, but I left the whole camp in a desperate condition, as well as the prince himself, whom a malignant fever does not leave, and who loses his power for whole days. A general battle will come quickly, but how it will end God knows. If he favours, we may hope for wonders. Where did you leave the prince? A day's journey from Sokolka. The prince intends to entrench himself at Suchowola or Janov and receive battle. Sapieha is 2 days distant. When I came away, we had a little more freedom, for from a captured informant we learned that Babinich himself had gone to the main camp. Without him, the Tartars dare not attack, satisfying themselves with annoying scouting parties. The prince, who is an incomparable leader, places all his hopes on a general battle, but, of course, when he is well. If the fever seizes him, he must think of something else, the best proof of which is that he has sent me to Prussia. Why do you go? Either the prince will win the battle or lose it. If he loses it, all electoral Prussia will be defenceless, and it may happen easily that Sapieha will pass the boundaries, force the elector to a decision. I say this, for it is no secret, I go to forewarn them to have some defence prepared for those provinces, for the unbidden guests may come in too great numbers. That is the affair of the elector and the Swedes, with whom the prince is in alliance, and from whom he has the right to expect rescue. The officer finished. Anusha heaped a multitude of other questions on him, preserving with difficulty dignity sufficient. When he went out, she gave way to herself completely. She fell to striking her skirts with her hands, turning on her heels like a top, kissing Olenka on the eyes, pulling Bilevich by the sleeves, and crying, "Well now, what did I say? Who has crushed Prince Bogusław? Maybe Pan Sapieha. A fig for Sapieha! Who will crush the Swedes in the same style? Who will exterminate traitors? Who is the greatest cavalier? Who is the greatest knight? Pan Andrei! Pan Andrei!" "What Andrei?" asked Olenka, growing pale suddenly. "Have I not told you that his name is Andrei? He told me that himself. Pan Babinich! Long life to Babinich! Volodyovski could not have done better. What is the matter, Olenka?" Panna Bilevich shook herself as if wishing to throw off a burden of grievous thoughts. "Nothing. I was thinking that traitors themselves bear that name, for there was one who offered to sell the king, dead or alive, to the Swedes or to Bogusław, and he had the same name, Andrei." "May God condemn him!" roared Bilevich. "Why mention traitors at night? Let us be glad when we have reason." "Only let Pan Babinich come here," added Anusha. "That's what is needed. I will fool Braun still more. I will, of purpose to raise the whole garrison and go over with men and horses to Pan Babinich." Do that, cried Bilevich, delighted. "And afterward A fig for all those Germans. Maybe he will forget that good-for-nothing woman and give me his law—" Then again her thin voice piped. She covered her face with her hands. All at once an angry thought must have come to her, for she clapped her hands and said, "If not, I will marry Volodyovski." End of chapter 46. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 47 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 47. 2 weeks later it was boiling in all Tauroghi. On a certain evening disorderly parties of Bogusław's troops came in, 30 or 40 horsemen in a body, reduced, torn, more like spectres than men, and brought news of the defeat of Bogusław at Janów. Everything had been lost: arms, horses, cannon, the camp. 6,000 choice men went out on that expedition with the prince. Barely 400 returned. These the prince himself led out of the ruin. Of the Poles no living soul came back save Sienkiewicz, for all who had not fallen in battle, all whom the terrible Babinich had not destroyed in his attacks, went over to Sapieha. Many foreign officers chose of their own will to stand at the chariot of the conqueror. In one word, no Radziwill had ever yet returned from an expedition more crushed, ruined, and beaten. And as formerly court adulation knew no bounds in exalting Bogusław as a leader, so now all mouths sounded loudly an unceasing complaint against the incompetent management of the war. Among the remaining soldiers there was endless indignation, which in the last days of the retreat brought complete disorder, and rose to that degree that the prince considered it wiser to remain somewhat in the rear. The prince and Sienkiewicz halted in Roszenie. Ketling, hearing of this from soldiers, went immediately with the news to Olenka. "The main thing," said she, when the news came in, "is whether Sapieha and that Babinich are pursuing the prince, and whether they intend to bring the war to this region." "I could learn nothing from the statements of the soldiers," answered Ketling, "for fear exaggerates every danger. Some say even that Babinich is here, but since the prince and Sienkiewicz have remained behind, I infer that the pursuit cannot be rapid. Still it must come, for it is difficult to think otherwise. Who after victory would not pursue the defeated enemy? That will be shown. I wished to speak of something else. The prince, by reason of illness and defeat, must be irritated, therefore inclined to deeds of violence. Do not separate now from your aunt and Panna Borzobahata. Do not consent to the journey of your uncle to Tilja, as the last time, before the campaign." Olenka said nothing. Her uncle had, in fact, not been sent to Tilja. He had merely been ill for some days after the hammer-stroke given by Prince Bogusław. Sienkiewicz, to hide the prince's deed from the people, spread the report that the old man had gone to Tilja. Olenka preferred to be silent on this before Ketling, for the proud maiden was ashamed to confess that any man living had struck a Bílewicz. "I thank you for the warning," said she, after a moment's silence. "I considered it my duty." But her heart swelled with bitterness, for not long before Ketling might have enabled her to avoid this new danger. If he had consented to the flight, she would have been far away, free of Bogusław forever. "It is really fortunate for me," said she, that this warning does not touch your honour, that the prince has not issued an order for you not to warn me." Ketling understood the reproach, and uttered a speech which Olenka did not expect of him. "As to what touches my military service, to guard which my honour commands, I will accomplish that or forfeit my life. Other choice I have not, and do not wish to have. Outside my service I am free to provide against lawlessness. Therefore, as a private man, I leave with you this pistol, and I say, defend yourself, for danger is near. In case of need, kill. Then my oath will be at an end, and I will hasten to save you." He bowed and turned toward the door, but Olenka detained him. "Cavalier, free yourself from that service. Defend a good cause. Defend the injured, for you are worthy to do so. You are honourable. It is a pity that you should be lost on a traitor." "I should have freed myself long since and resigned," said Ketling, "had I not thought that by remaining I might serve you. Now it is too late. If the prince had returned victorious, I should not have hesitated a moment. But when he is coming back conquered, when perhaps the enemy is pursuing him, it would be cowardice to ask for dismissal before the end of the term itself will free me. You will see sufficiently how people of small heart desert in crowds a defeated man. This pistol will send a ball even through armour with ease." Ketling went out, leaving on the table the weapon, which Olenka secreted at once. Fortunately, the previsions of the young officer and her own fear proved groundless. The prince arrived in the evening with Sakovich and Patterson, but so crushed and ill that he was barely able to hold himself on his feet. Besides, he did not know well whether Sapieha was advancing or had sent Babinich in pursuit with the light squadrons. Boguslav had overthrown, it is true, the latter in his attack, together with his horse, but he dared not hope that he had killed him, since it seemed to him that the double-handed sword had turned in the blow on Babinich's helmet. Besides, he had fired before from a pistol straight into his face, and that had not taken effect. The prince's heart was aching at the thought of what such a Babinich would do with his estates should he reach them with his Tartars, and he had nothing with which to defend them, and not only his estates but his own person. Among his hirelings there were not many like Ketling, and it was just to suppose that at the first news of the coming of Sapieha's troops they would desert him to a man. The prince did not purpose to remain in Tauroghi longer than 2 or 3 days, for he had to hasten to Royal Prussia to the Elector and Steinbock, who might furnish him with new forces and employ him either in capturing Prussian towns, or send him to aid the king himself, who intended an expedition to the heart of the Commonwealth. In Tauroghi he had to leave some one of the officers to bring order into the remnant of the army, ward off patriot peasants and nobles, defend the property of the 2 Radzivills, and continue the understanding with Löwenhaupt, commander-in-chief of the Swedes in Jmudge. With this object, after he had come to Tauroghi, and after a night's rest, the prince summoned to council Sakovich, the only man whom he could trust, and to whom alone he could open his heart. That first good day in Tauroghi was wonderful, when the 2 friends saw each other after the ill-starred campaign. For some time they gazed on each other without a word. The prince broke the silence first. "Well, the devils! They carried the day." "They carried the day," repeated Sakovich. "It must have been so with such weather. If I had had more light squadrons, or if some devil had not brought that Babinich, twice the same man. The gallows bird changed his name. Do not tell any one of him, so as not to increase his glory. I will not tell, but will not the officers trumpet it? For you presented him before your boots as Banneret of Orsha. The German officers know nothing of Polish names. It is all one to them, Kmicic or Babinich. But by the horns of Lucifer, if I could get him! I had him, and the scoundrel brought my men into rebellion, besides leading off Glovbich's troops. He must be some bastard of our blood. It cannot be otherwise. I had him, and he escaped. That gnaws me more than the whole lost campaign. You had him, Prince, but at the price of my head. I tell you sincerely that I would let them flay you, if I might make a drum out of Kmicic's skin. Thank you, Bogus. I could not expect less from your friendship. The prince laughed. But you would have squirmed on Sapieha's gridiron. All your scoundrelism would have been fried out of you. I should have been glad to see that. I should be glad to see you in the hands of Kmicic, your dear relative. You have a different face, but in form you are like each other, and you have feet of the same size. You are sighing for the same maiden, only she without experience divines that he is stronger and that he is a better soldier. I could manage 2 such as you, and I rode over his breast. If I had had 2 minutes' time, I should be able to give you my word now that my cousin is not living. You have always been rather dull, hence I took a fancy to you. But in these recent days your wit has left you completely. You have always had your wit in your heels, and therefore you swept away in such fashion before Sapieha that I have lost all fancy for you, and am ready myself to go to Sapieha. On a rope? On that with which they will bind Radziwill. Enough! At the service of your highness. It would be well to shoot some of the noisiest of those horsemen, and introduce order. I commanded this morning to hang 6 of them. They are cold now, and are dancing stubbornly on the ropes, for the wind is fierce. You have done well, but listen. Do you wish to remain in the garrison at Taurogi? For I must leave someone here. I do, and I ask for that office. No one can manage better. The soldiers fear me more than others, for they know that with me there is no trifling. With respect to Lowenhaupt, it is necessary that someone be here more important than Paterson. Can you manage the rebels? I assure your highness that the pine trees of Jmudge will bear weightier fruit than the cones of last year. I will form about 2 regiments of infantry out of the peasants, and train them in my fashion. I will have my eyes on the estates, and if the rebels attack one of them, I will throw suspicion immediately on some rich noble, and squeeze him like cheese in a bag. At first I shall need merely money to pay wages and equip the infantry. I will leave what I can. From the dowry money? How is that? That means from the Bilevich money which you took out of the dowry for yourself in advance. If you could only twist the neck of old Bilevich in some polite way, it would be well, for it could be done easily, and he has my letter. I will try, but the point is in this. Has he not sent the note somewhere, or has the maiden not sewed it into her shift? Would you not like to discover? It will come to that, but now I must go, and besides that cursed fever has taken all my strength. Your Highness, envy me for staying in Taurogi. You have a strange kind of wish, but if you meanwhile, I should have you torn apart with hooks. Why do you insist on this office? For I want to marry. Whom? Asked the prince, sitting up in bed. Panna Borzhobahata. That is a good idea, an excellent idea, said Bogusław. I have heard of some will. There is a will from Pan Longin Podbiepięta. Your Highness knows what a powerful family that is, and the estates of Pan Longin are in a number of districts. It is true that the Moscow troops have occupied some. There will be lawsuits, fights, disputes, and attacks without number. But I will help myself, and will not yield 1 point to any man. Besides, the girl has pleased me greatly. She is pretty and enticing. I noticed in a moment when we captured her that she feigned terror, and shot at me with her eyes at the same time. Only let me stay here as commandant, and from idleness alone the love-making will begin. One thing I tell you, I will not forbid you to marry, but listen well, no excesses, you understand? That maiden is from the Vishniowieczkis. She is a confidant of Princess Griselda herself, and because of my esteem for the princess, I do not wish to offend her, nor do I wish to offend Pan Zamoyski. There is no need of warning, answered Sakovich, for since I wish to marry regularly, I must make regular approaches. I wish you might get a refusal. I know a man who got a refusal, though he is a prince, but I think that that will not come to me. That eye-cutting gives me great consolation. Don't tell that man who got a refusal not to give you horns. I will give an addition to your shield, or you will receive a surname, Sakovich Rogati. She is Borzho Bogati, and he is Bardzo Rogati. You will be a chosen pair. But marry, yes, marry, and let me know of the wedding. I will be your best man. Fierce anger appeared on Sakovich's face, terrible without that. His eyes were covered for a moment as if by smoke, but he soon recovered, and turning the prince's words into a jest, he said, "Poor man, you are not able to go downstairs alone, and you make threats. You have your Panna Bilevich here. Go your way, skeleton, go your way. You'll nurse Babinich's children yet." God break your tongue, such a son. You are making sport of the sickness which came within a hair of killing me. I would you were enchanted as I was. What enchantments are there here? At times, when I see how everything goes in the natural world, I think enchantment is stupid. You are stupid yourself. Be silent, do not summon the devil. You disgust me more and more. Would that I were not the last Pole who has remained faithful to your highness. For my loyalty you feed me with ingratitude. I will return to my dens at home and sit quietly awaiting the end of the war. Oh, give us peace, you know that I love you. It is grievous for me to see that. The devil thrust this love for your highness on me. If there is enchantment in anything, it is in that. The Starosta told the truth, for he loved Bogusław really. The prince knew this, and therefore paid him, if not with strong attachment, with gratitude, which vain people ever have for those who do them homage. Therefore Bogusław agreed willingly to Sakovich's plans touching Anusha, and determined to aid him in person. In view of this, about midday, when he felt better, he had himself dressed and went to Anusha. "I have come because of old acquaintance," said he, "to inquire after your health and ask if the visit to Taurogi has pleased you." "In captivity one must be pleased with all things," answered Anusha, sighing. The prince laughed. "You are not in captivity. You were taken together with Sapieha's soldiers, that is true, and I gave orders to send you here, but only for safety. Not a hair will fall from your head. Be convinced that there are few people whom I respect as I do Princess Griselda, to whose heart you are near, and the Vishniowieczkis and Zamoyskis are connections of mine. You will find here every freedom and every care. I come to you as a well-wishing friend, and I say if you wish to go, I will give you an escort, though I have few soldiers myself. I advise you to stay. You, as I have heard, were sent here to seek property willed to you. Be assured that this is not the time to think of such business, and even in time of peace the aid of Sapieha would not avail in these regions, for he could act only in Vityebsk. Here he can do nothing. I shall not touch that affair personally, but through an agent. You need a friendly man, and a drut esteemed and feared. If such a man were to take up this matter, surely he would not let people thrust straw instead of grain into his hand. "Where shall I, an orphan, find such a protector?" asked Anusha. "Precisely in Taurogi." "Your Highness would be pleased yourself." Here Anusha put her hands together and looked so prettily into Boguslav's eyes that if the prince had not been wearied and broken, he would surely have begun to think less sincerely of Sakovich's cause. But since he had no gallantry in his head at that moment, he said quickly, "Could I do it myself, I should not entrust such a pleasant office to any man, but I am going away, for I must go. I leave in my place as commandant of Taurogi the Starosta of Ośmiana, Pan Sakovich, a great cavalier, a famous soldier, and a man so adroit that there is not another such in all Lithuania. So I repeat, stay in Taurogi, for you have no place to go to, since every point is full of ravagers and ruffians, while rebels infest all the roads. Sakovich will protect you here. Sakovich will defend you. Sakovich will see what can be done to obtain those estates, and once he undertakes the affair, I guarantee that no man on earth could bring it to a favourable issue sooner. He is my friend, therefore I know him, and I will say only this. If I had taken those estates from you, and afterward learned that Sakovich was coming to oppose me, I would give them up of my own will, for it is dangerous to struggle with him. If Pan Sakovich would be ready to come to the aid of an orphan, only be not unjust to him, and he will do anything for you, for your beauty has touched his heart deeply. He is going around sighing now. How could I touch the heart of any man? She is a rascal, the maiden, thought the prince. But he added aloud, let Sakovich explain how that happened. Only do him no wrong, for he is a worthy man and of a noted family. Therefore I do not wish that disdain should be shown such a person. End of chapter 47. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 48 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 48. Next morning the prince received a summons from the elector to go with all speed to Königsberg to take command of the newly levied troops, which were to march to Marienburg or Danzig. The letter contained also news of the daring campaign of Carl Gustav through the whole length of the Commonwealth to Russian regions. The elector foresaw a disastrous end to the campaign, but just for that reason he desired to be at the head of as many troops as possible, that he might in case of need be indispensable to one side or the other, sell himself dearly, and decide the fate of the war. For those reasons he enjoined on the young prince all possible haste, so greatly was he concerned about avoiding delay. But after the first courier he sent a second, who arrived 12 hours later. The prince, therefore, had not a moment to lose, and not time enough to rest, for the fever returned with its previous violence. Still he had to go. So when he had delegated his authority to Sakovich, he said, "Perhaps we shall have to transport Billevich and the maiden to Königsberg. There it will be easier in quiet to handle a hostile man firmly, but the girl I will take to the camp, for I have had enough of these ceremonies." "It is well, and the cavalry may be increased," answered Sakovich at parting. An hour later the prince was no longer in Taurogi. Sakovich remained, an unlimited despot, recognizing no power above himself but that of Anusha. And he began to blow away the dust from before her feet, as on a time the prince had before the feet of Olenka. Restraining his wild nature, he was courteous, anticipating her wishes, divining her thoughts, and at the same time he held himself at a distance, with all the respect which a polished cavalier should have toward a lady for whose hand and heart he is striving. It must be confessed that this reigning in Tauroghi pleased Anusha. It was grateful to her to think that when evening came, in the lower halls, in the corridors, in the barracks, in the gardens still covered with winter frost, the sighs of old and young officers were heard, that the astrologer was sighing while looking at the stars from his tower, that even old Billevich interrupted his evening rosary with sighs. While the best of maidens, she was still glad that those swift affections went not to Olenka but to her. She was glad also with respect to Babinich, for she felt her power, and it came to her head that if no man had resisted her anywhere, she must have burned on his heart also permanent marks with her eyes. He will forget that woman, it cannot be otherwise, for she feeds him with ingratitude, and when he forgets her, he knows where to seek me, and he will seek me, the robber. Then she threatened him in her soul. Wait, I will pay you before I console you. Meanwhile, though not in real truth caring much for Sakovich, she saw him with pleasure. It is true that he justified himself in her eyes from reproaches of treason in the same way in which Boguslav had explained himself to the sword-bearer. He said, therefore, that peace was already concluded with the Swedes, that the Commonwealth might recover and flourish, had not Pan Sapieha ruined everything for his own private ends. Anusha, not knowing overmuch of these matters, let the words pass her ears, but she was struck by something else in Sakovich's narrative. The Bileviches, said he, scream in heaven-piercing voices of injustice and captivity. But nothing has happened to them here, and nothing will happen. The prince has not let them go from Tauroghi, it is true, but that is for their good, for 3 furlongs beyond the gate they would perish from ravagers or forest bandits. He has not let them go also, because he loves Panna Billevich, and that also is true. But who will not justify him? Who would act otherwise? Who had a feeling heart and a breast burdened with sighs? If he had had less honourable intentions, being such a powerful man, he might have given rein to himself. But he wanted to marry her. He wanted to elevate that stubborn lady to his princely estate, to cover her with happiness, place the coronet of the Radzivills on her head, and these thankless people are hurling invectives at him, thus trying to diminish his honour and fame. Anusha, not believing this greatly, asked Olenka that same day if the prince wished to marry her. Olenka could not deny, and because they had become intimate, she explained her reasons for refusal. They seemed just and sufficient to Anusha, but still she thought to herself that it was not so grievous for the Bileviches in Tauroghi, and that the prince and Sakovich were not such criminals as Pan Tomasz had proclaimed. Then also came news that Sapieha and Babinich were not only not approaching Tauroghi, but had gone with forced marches against the King of Sweden, far away toward Lvov. Anusha fell into a rage at first, and then began to understand that if the hetman and Babinich had gone, there was no reason to flee from Tauroghi, for they might lose their lives, or, in the most favourable event, change a quiet existence into a captivity full of dangers. For this reason it came to disputes between her on one side and Olenka and Billevich on the other, but even they were forced to admit that the departure of Sapieha rendered their flight very difficult, if not quite impossible, especially since the country was growing more and more excited, and no inhabitant could be certain of the morrow. Finally, even should they not accept Anusha's reason, flight without her aid was impossible in view of the watchfulness of Sakovich and the other officers. Ketling alone was devoted to them, but he would not let himself be involved in any plot against his service. Besides, he was absent often, for Sakovich was glad to employ him against armed bands of Confederates and ravagers, since he was an experienced soldier and a good officer. Therefore he sent him frequently from Taurogi. But it was pleasanter and pleasanter for Anusha. Sakovich made a declaration to her a month after the departure of the prince, but the deceiver! She answered cunningly that she did not know him, that men spoke variously concerning him, that she had not time yet to love, that without permission of Princess Griselda she could not marry, and finally that she wished to subject him to a year's trial. The Starosta gnawed his anger, gave orders that day to give 3,000 stripes to a cavalry soldier for a trifling offence. After this the poor soldier was buried. But the Starosta had to agree to Anusha's conditions. She told the lordling that if he would serve still more faithfully, diligently, and obediently, in a year he would receive whatever love she had. In this way she played with the bear, and she so succeeded in mastering him that he stifled even his growling. He merely said, "With the exception of treason to the prince, ask anything of me, even ask me to walk on my knees." If Anusha had seen what terrible results of Sakovich's impatience were falling on the whole neighbourhood, she would not have teased him so greatly. Soldiers and residents in Taurogi trembled before him, for he punished grievously and altogether without cause, punished beyond every measure. Prisoners died in chains from hunger or were burned with hot iron. More than once it seemed that the wild Starosta wished to cool in the blood of men his spirit, at once raging and burning with love, for he started up suddenly and went on an expedition. Victory followed him nearly everywhere. He cut to pieces parties of rebels, and ordered, as an example, that the right hands be cut from captured peasants, who were then sent home free. The terror of his name girded Taurogi as with a wall. Even the most considerable bodies of patriots did not dare to go beyond Roshenye. Peace was established in all parts, and he formed new regiments of German vagrants and the local peasants, with the money extorted from neighbouring citizens and nobles, and increased in power so as to furnish men to the prince in case of urgent necessity. A more loyal and terrible servant Bogusław could not have found. But Sakovich gazed more and more tenderly at Anusha with his terrible, pale blue eyes, and played to her on a lute. Life, therefore, in Taurogi passed for Anusha joyously and with amusement. For Olenka it was sore and monotonous. From one there went gleams of gladness, like that light which issues at night from the firefly. The face of the other grew paler and paler, more serious, sterner. Her dark brows were contracted more resolutely on her white forehead, so that finally they called her a nun. And she had something in her of the nun. She began to accept the thought that she would become one, that God himself would, through suffering and disappointment, lead her to peace behind the grating. She was no longer that maiden with beautiful bloom on her face and happiness in her eyes, not that Olenka who, on a time while riding in a sleigh with her betrothed Andrei Kmicic, cried, "Hey, hey!" to the pine woods and forests. Spring appeared in the world. A wind strong and warm shook the waters of the Baltic, now liberated from ice. Later on, trees bloomed. Flowers shot out from their harsh leafy enclosures. Then the sun grew hot, and the poor girl was waiting in vain for the end of Taurogi captivity, for Anyusha did not wish to flee, and in the country it was ever more terrible. Fire and sword were raging as though the pity of God were never to be manifest. Nay more, whoso had not seized the sabre or the lance in winter, seized it in spring. Snow did not betray his tracks, the pine wood gave better concealment, and warmth made war the easier. News flew swallow-like to Taurogi, sometimes terrible, sometimes comforting, and to these and to those the maiden devoted her prayers, and shed tears of sorrow or joy. Previous mention had been made of a terrible uprising of the whole people, as many as the trees in the forests of the Commonwealth, as many as the ears of grain waving on its fields, as many as the stars shining on it at night between the Carpathians and the Baltic, were the warriors who rose up against the Swedes. These men, being nobles, were born to the sword and to war by God's will and nature's order. Those who cut furrows with the plough, sowed land with grain. Those who were occupied with trade and handicraft in towns. Those who lived in the wilderness, from beekeeping, from pitch-making, who lived with the axe or by hunting. Those who lived on the rivers and laboured at fishing. Those who were nomads in the steppes with their cattle. All seized their weapons to drive out the invader. The Swede was now drowning in that multitude as in a swollen river. To the wonder of the whole world, the Commonwealth, powerless but a short time before, found more sabres in its defence than the Emperor of Germany or the King of France could have. Then came news of Carl Gustav, how he was marching ever deeper into the Commonwealth, his feet in blood, his head in smoke and flames, his lips blaspheming. It was hoped any moment to hear of his death and the destruction of all the Swedish armies. The name of Charniecki was heard with increasing force from boundary to boundary, transfixing the enemy with terror, pouring consolation into the hearts of the Poles. He routed them at Kozienice, was said one day. He routed them at Yaroslavl, was repeated a few weeks later. A distant echo repeated, he has beaten them at Sandomierz. The only wonder was where so many Swedes could still come from after so many defeats. Finally, a new flock of swallows flew in, and with them the report of the imprisonment of the king and the whole Swedish army in the fork of the rivers. It seemed that the end was right there. Sakovich stopped his expeditions. He merely wrote letters at night and sent them in various directions. Bilevich seemed bewildered. He rushed in every evening with news to Olenka. Sometimes he gnawed his hands when he remembered that he had to sit in Taurogi. The old soldier soul was yearning for the field. At last he began to shut himself up in his room and to ponder over something for hours at a time. Once he seized Olenka in his arms, burst out into great weeping, and said, "You are a dear girl, my only daughter, but the country is dearer." And next day he vanished, as if he had fallen through the earth. Olenka found merely a letter, and in it the following words: "God bless thee, beloved child. I understood well that they are guarding thee and not me, and that it would be easier for me to escape alone. Let God judge me, thou poor orphan, if I did this from hardness of heart and lack of fatherly love for thee. But the torments surpassed my endurance. I swear by Christ's wounds that I could endure no longer. For when I thought that the best Polish blood was flowing in a river pro patria el libertate, for the country and liberty, and in that river there was not one drop of my blood, it seemed to me that the angels of heaven were condemning me. If I had not been born in our sacred Jmudj, where love of country and bravery are cherished, if I had not been born a noble, a Bilevich, I should have remained with thee and guarded thee. But thou, if a man, wouldst have done as I have. Therefore thou'lt forgive me for leaving thee alone, like Daniel in the lion's den, whom God in his mercy preserved. So I think that the protection of our most holy Lady the Queen will be better over thee than mine." Olenka covered the letter with tears, but she loved her uncle still more because of this act, for her heart rose with pride. Meanwhile no small uproar was made in Taurogi. Sakovich himself rushed to the maiden in great fury, and without removing his cap asked, "Where is your uncle?" "Where all except traitors are, in the field." "Did you know of this?" cried he. But she, instead of being abashed, advanced some steps, and measuring him with her eyes, said with inexpressible contempt, "I knew, and what?" "Ah, if it were not for the prince, you will answer to the prince." "Neither to the prince nor to his serving lad, and now I beg you," and she pointed to the door. Sakovich gnashed his teeth and went out. That same day news of the victory at Varka was ringing through Taurogi, and such fear fell on all partisans of the Swedes that Sakovich himself dared not punish the priests who sang publicly in the neighbouring churches Te Deum. A great burden fell from his heart when a few weeks later a letter came from Boguslav, who was before Marienburg, with information that the king had escaped from the river sack. But the other news was very disagreeable. The prince asked reinforcements, and directed to leave in Taurogi no more troops than were absolutely needed for defence. All the cavalry ready marched the next day, and with it Kettling, Oettingen, Fitz-Gregory, in a word, all the best officers, except Braun, who was indispensable to Sakovich. Taurogi was still more deserted than after the prince's departure. Anyusha grew weary and annoyed Sakovich all the more. The Starosta thought of removing to Prussia, for parties, made bold by the departure of the troops, began again to push beyond Roshenyi. The Bileviches themselves had collected about 500 horse, small nobles and peasants. They had inflicted a sensible defeat on Butsov, who had marched against them, and they ravaged without mercy all villages belonging to Radziwill. Men rallied to them willingly, for no family, not even the Hleboviches, enjoyed such general honour and respect. Sakovich was sorry to leave Taurogi at the mercy of the enemy. He knew that in Prussia it would be difficult for him to get money and reinforcements, that he managed here as he liked, there his power must decrease. Still he lost hope more and more of being able to maintain himself. Butsov, defeated, took refuge under him, and the tidings which he brought of the power and growth of the rebellion made Sakovich decide at last on the Prussian journey. As a positive man, and one loving to bring into speedy effect that which he had planned, he finished his preparations in 10 days, issued orders, and was ready to march. Suddenly he met with an unlooked-for resistance, and from a side from which he had least expected it, from Anyusha Borzhobahata. Anyusha did not think of going to Prussia. She was comfortable in Taurogi. The advances of Confederate parties did not alarm her in the least, and if the Bileviches had attacked Taurogi itself, she would have been glad. She understood also that in a strange place, among Germans, she would be at Sakovich's mercy completely, and that she might the more easily be brought there to obligation, for which she had no desire. Therefore she resolved to insist on remaining. Olenka, to whom she explained her reasons, not only confirmed the justness of them, but implored with all her power, with tears in her eyes, to oppose the journey. "Here," said she, salvation may come, if not today, tomorrow. There we should both be lost utterly. But see, you almost abused me because I wanted to conquer the Starosta, though I knew of nothing. As I love Princess Griselda, it only came somehow of itself. But now would he regard my resistance were he not in love? What do you think?" "True, Anyusha, true," responded Olenka. "Do not trouble yourself, my most beautiful flower. We shall not stir a foot out of Tauroghi. Besides, I shall annoy Sakovich terribly." "God grant you success." "Why should I not have it? I shall succeed, first, because he cares for me, and second, as I think he cares for my property. It is easy for him to get angry with me. He can even wound me with his sabre, but then all would be lost." And it turned out that she was right. Sakovich came to her joyful and confident, but she greeted him with disdainful mien. "Is it possible," asked she, "that you wish to flee to Prussia from dread of the Bileviches?" "Not before the Bileviches," answered he, frowning, "not from fear, but I go there from prudence, so as to act against those robbers with fresh forces." "Then a pleasant journey to you." "How is that? Do you think that I will go without you, my dearest hope?" "Whoso is a coward may find hope in flight, not in me." Sakovich was pale from anger. He would have punished her, but seeing before whom he was standing, he restrained himself, softened his fierce face with a smile, and said, as if jesting, "Oh, I shall not ask. I will seat you in a carriage and take you along." "Will you?" asked she. "Then I see that I am held here in captivity against the will of the prince. Know then, sir, that if you do that, I shall not speak another word to you all my life, so help me the Lord God. For I was reared in Lubni, and I have the greatest contempt for cowards. Would that I had not fallen into such hands. Would that Pan Babinich had carried me off for good into Lithuania, for he was not afraid of any man." "For God's sake," cried Sakovich, "tell me at least why you are unwilling to go to Prussia." But Anyusha feigned weeping and despair. "Tartars, as it were, have taken me into captivity, though I was reared by Princess Griselda, and no one had a right to me. They seize me, imprison me, take me beyond the sea by force, will condemn me to exile. It is soon to be seen how they will tear me with pincers. Oh, my God, my God!" "Have the fear of that God on whom you are calling," cried the Starosta. "Who will tear you with pincers?" "Oh, save me, all ye saints!" cried Anyusha, sobbing. Sakovich knew not what to do. He was choking with rage. At times he thought that he would go mad, or that Anyusha had gone mad. At last he threw himself at her feet and said that he would stay in Tauroghi. Then she began to entreat him to go away if he was afraid, with which she brought him to final despair, so that, springing up and going out, he said, "Well, we shall remain in Tauroghi, and whether I fear the Bileviches will soon be seen." And collecting that very day the remnant of Butzov's defeated troops and his own, he marched, but not to Prussia, only to Roshenye, against the Bileviches, who were encamped in the forests of Gerlikol. They did not expect an attack, for news of the intended withdrawal of the troops from Tauroghi had been repeated in the neighbourhood for several days. The Starosta struck them while off their guard, cut them to pieces, and trampled them. The sword-bearer himself, under whose leadership the party was, escaped from the defeat, but 2 Bileviches of another line fell, and with them a third part of the soldiers. The rest fled to the 4 points of the world. The Starosta brought a number of tens of prisoners to Tauroghi, and gave orders to slay every one, before Anyusha could intercede in their defence. There was no further talk of leaving Tauroghi, and the Starosta had no need of doing so, for after this victory parties did not go beyond the Dubisha. Sienkiewicz put on airs and boasted beyond measure, saying that if Lowenhaupt would send him 1,000 good horse, he would rub out the rebellion in Olszmudge. But Lowenhaupt was not in those parts then. Anusha gave a poor reception to this boasting. "Oh, success against the sword-bearer was easy," said she. "But if he before whom both you and the prince fled had been there, of a certainty you would have left me and fled to Prussia beyond the sea." These words pricked the Starosta to the quick. "First of all, do not imagine to yourself that Prussia is beyond the sea, for beyond the sea is Sweden. And second, before whom did the prince and I flee?" "Before Pan Babinich," answered she, courtesying with great ceremony. "Would that I might meet him at a sword's length." "Then you would surely lie a sword's depth in the ground, but do not call the wolf from the forest." Sienkiewicz, in fact, did not call that wolf with sincerity, for though he was a man of incomparable daring, he felt a certain, almost superstitious dread of Babinich, so ghastly were the memories that remained to him after the recent campaign. He did not know, besides, how soon he would hear that terrible name. But before that name rang through Olszmudge, there came in time other news, for some the most joyful of joyful, but for Sienkiewicz most terrible, which all mouths repeated in 3 words throughout the whole Commonwealth. "Warsaw is taken!" It seemed that the earth was opening under the feet of traitors, that the whole Swedish heaven was falling on their heads, together with all the deities which had shone in it hitherto like suns. Ears would not believe that the Chancellor Oxenstiern was in captivity, that in captivity were Erskine, Lowenhaupt, Wrangel, in captivity the great Wittenberg himself, who had stained the whole Commonwealth with blood, who had conquered 1/2 of it before the coming of Carl Gustav, that the king Jan Kazimir was triumphing and after the victory would pass judgment on the guilty. And this news flew as if on wings, roared like a bomb through the Commonwealth, went through villages, for peasant repeated it to peasant, went through the fields, for the wheat rustled it, went through the forest, for pine tree told it to pine tree. The eagles screamed it in the air, and all living men still the more seized their weapons. In a moment the defeat of Gerlachol was forgotten around Taurogi. The recently terrible Sienkiewicz grew small in everything, even in his own eyes. Parties began again to attack bodies of Swedes. The Bileviches, recovering after their last defeat, passed the Dubisha again, at the head of their own men and the remainder of the Lauda nobles. Sienkiewicz knew not himself what to begin, whither to turn, from what side to look for salvation. For a long time he had no news from Prince Boguslav, and he racked his head in vain. Where was he? With what troops could he be? And at times a mortal terror seized him. Had not the prince too fallen into captivity? He called to mind the prince's saying that he would turn his tabor toward Warsaw, and that if they would make him commandant over the garrison in the capital, he would prefer to be there, for he could look more easily on every side. There were not wanting also people who asserted that the prince must have fallen into the hands of Jan Kazimir. If the prince were not in Warsaw, said they, why should our gracious lord the king exclude him alone from amnesty, which he extended in advance to all Poles in the garrison? He must be already in the power of the king, and since it is known that Prince Janusz's head was destined for the block, it is certain that Prince Bogusław's will fall. In consequence of these thoughts, Sienkiewicz came to the same conviction, and wrestled with despair, first because he loved the prince, second because he saw that if this powerful protector were dead, The wildest beast would more easily find a place to hide its head in the Commonwealth than he, the right hand of the traitor. All that seemed left to him was to flee to Prussia without regard to Anusha's opposition and seek their bread, service. But what would happen, asked the Starosta of himself more than once, if the Elector, fearing the anger of Jan Kazimir, should give up all fugitives? There was no issue but to seek safety beyond the sea, in Sweden itself. Fortunately, after a week of this torment and doubt, a courier came from Prince Bogusław with a long autograph letter. "Warsaw is taken from the Swedes," wrote the prince. "My tabor and effects are lost. It is too late for me to recede, for the king's advisers are so envenomed against me that I was excepted from amnesty. Babinich harassed my troops at the very gates of Warsaw. Kettling is in captivity. The King of Sweden, the Elector, and I, with Steinbock and all forces, are marching to the capital, where there will be a general battle soon. Carl Gustav swears that he will win it, though the skill of Jan Kazimir in leading armies confounds him not a little. Who could have foreseen in that ex-Jesuit such a strategist? But I recognized him as early as Berestechko, for there everything was done with his head and Wisniewieckie's. We have hope in this, that the general militia, of which there are several tens of thousands with Jan Kazimir, will disperse to their homes, or that their first ardour will cool, and they will not fight as at first. God grant some panic in that rabble, then Carl Gustav can give them a general defeat, though what will come later is unknown, and the generals themselves tell one another in secret that the rebellion is a hydra on which new heads are growing every moment. First of all, Warsaw must be taken a second time. When I heard this from the mouth of Karl, I asked, "What next?" He said nothing. Here our strength is crumbling, theirs is increasing. We have nothing with which to begin a new war. And courage is not the same. No Poles will join the Swedes as at first. My uncle the Elector is silent as usual. But I see well that if we lose a battle, he will begin tomorrow to beat the Swedes, so as to buy himself into Jan Kazimir's favour. It is bitter to bow down, but we must. God grant that I be accepted and come out whole without losing my property. I trust only in God, but it is hard to escape fear, and we must foresee evil. Therefore, what property you can sell or mortgage for ready money, sell and mortgage. Even enter into relations with confederates in secret. Go yourself with the whole tabor to Birji, as from there to Kurland is nearer. I should advise you to go to Prussia, but soon it will not be safe from fire and sword in Prussia, for immediately after the taking of Warsaw, Babinich was ordered to march through Prussia to Lithuania, to excite the rebellion and burn and slay on the road. And you know that he will carry out that order. We tried to catch him at the Bug, and Steinbock himself sent a considerable force against him, of which not one man returned to give news of the disaster. Do not try to measure yourself with Babinich, for you will not be able, but hasten to Birji. The fever has left me entirely. Here there are high and dry plains, not such swamps as in Jmudge. I commit you to God, etc. The Starosta was as much grieved at the news as he was rejoiced that the prince was alive and in health, for if the prince foresaw that the winning of a general battle could not much better the shattered fortune of Sweden, what could be hoped for in future? Perhaps the prince might save himself from ruin under the robe of the crafty Elector, and he, Sakovich, under the prince. But what could be done in the meanwhile? Go to Prussia? Pan Sakovich did not need the advice of the prince to restrain him from meeting Babinich. Power and desire to do that were both lacking. Birji remained, but too late for that also. On the road was a Bílevich party, then a second party, nobles, peasants, people of the prince, and God knows what others, who at a mere report would assemble and sweep him away as a whirlwind sweeps withered leaves. And even if they did not assemble, even if he could anticipate them by a swift and bold march, it would be needful to fight on the road with others. At every village, at every swamp, in every field and forest, a new battle. What forces should he have to take even 30 horses to Birji? Was he to remain in Taurogi? That was bad, for meanwhile the terrible Babinich would come at the head of a powerful Tartar legion. All the parties would fly to him. They would cover Taurogi as with a flood, and wreak a vengeance such as man had not heard of till that day. For the first time in his life, the hitherto insolent Starosta felt that he lacked counsel in his head, strength in undertaking, and decision in danger, and the next day he summoned to council Butzov, Braun, and some of the most important officers. It was decided to remain in Taurogi and await tidings from Warsaw. But Braun, from that council, went straight to another, to one with Anusha. Long, long did they deliberate together. At last Braun came out with face greatly moved, but Anusha rushed like a storm to Olenka. "Olenka, the time has come," cried she on the threshold. "We must flee." "When?" asked the valiant girl, growing a little pale, but rising at once in sign of immediate readiness. "Tomorrow, tomorrow. Braun has the command, and Sakovich will sleep in the town, for Pan Jeshuk has invited him to a banquet. Pan Jeshuk was long ago prepared, and he will put something in Sakovich's wine. Braun says that he will go himself and take 50 horse. Oh, Olenka, how happy I am, how happy!" Here Anusha threw herself on Panna Bílevich's neck and began to press her with such an outburst of joy that she asked, "What is the matter, Anusha? You might have brought Braun to this long ago." I might. I have told you nothing yet. Oh, my God, have you heard of nothing? Pan Babinich is marching hither. Sakovich and all of them are dying of fear. Pan Babinich is marching, burning and slaying. He has destroyed one party, has beaten Steinbock himself, and is advancing with forced marches so as to hurry. And to whom can he hurry hither? Tell me, am I not a fool?" Here tears glistened in Anusha's eyes. Olenka placed her hands together as if in prayer, and raising her eyes said, "To whomsoever he is hastening, may God straighten his paths, bless him and guard him." End of chapter 48. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 49 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 49. Kmicic, wishing to pass from Warsaw to Royal Prussia and Lithuania, had really no easy task in the very beginning, for not farther from Warsaw than Serotsk was a great Swedish force. Carl Gustav in his time had commanded it to take position there purposely to hinder the siege of the capital. But since Warsaw was captured, that army had nothing better to do than stop the divisions which Jan Kazimir might send to Lithuania or Prussia. At the head of the Swedish force were 2 Polish traitors, Radziejowski and Radziwiłł, with Douglas, a skillful warrior, trained as no other of the Swedish generals in sudden warfare. With them were 2,000 chosen infantry and cavalry, with artillery of equal number. When the leaders heard of Kmicicz's expedition, since it was necessary for them in every event to approach Lithuania to save Tykocin, besieged anew by Mazovians and men of Podlaski, they spread widely their nets for Pan Andrei in the triangle on the Bug between Serotsk on one side and Złotoria on the other, and Ostrowenka at the point. Kmicic had to pass through that triangle, for he was hurrying, and there lay his nearest road. He noticed in good season that he was in a net, but because he was accustomed to that method of warfare, he was not disconcerted. He counted on this, that the net was too greatly extended, and therefore the meshes in it were so widely stretched that he would be able to pass through them. What is more, though they hunted him diligently, not only did he double back, not only did he escape, but he hunted them. First he passed the Bug behind Serotsk, pushed along the bank of the river to Vyshkov in Branchik. He cut to pieces 300 horse sent on a reconnaissance, so that, as the prince had written, not a man returned to give account of the disaster. Douglas himself pushed him into Długosiodło, but Kmicic, dispersing the cavalry, turned back, and instead of fleeing with all his might, went straight to the eyes of the enemy as far as the Narew, which he crossed by swimming. Douglas stood on the bank waiting for boats, but before they were brought, Kmicic returned in the dark through the river, and striking the vanguard of the Swedes, brought panic and disorder to Douglas's whole division. The old general was amazed at this movement, but next day his amazement was greater when he learned that Kmicic had gone around the whole army, and doubling back to the spot from which they had started him like a wild beast, had seized at Branchik Swedish wagons following the army, together with booty and money, cutting down at the same time 50 men of the infantry convoy. Sometimes the Swedes saw Kmicic's Tartars for whole days with the naked eye on the edge of the horizon, but could not reach them. Still Pan Andrei carried off something every moment. The Swedish soldiers were wearied, and the Polish squadrons, which held yet with Radziejowski, though formed of dissenters, served unwillingly. But the population served Kmicic with enthusiasm. He knew every movement of the smallest scouting party, of each wagon which went forward or remained in the rear. Sometimes it seemed that he was playing with the Swedes, but that was tiger play. He spared no prisoners. He ordered the Tartars to hang them, for the Swedes did the same. At times you would say that irrepressible fury had come upon him, for he hurled himself with blind insolence on superior forces. "An insane man leads that division," said Douglas. "Or a mad dog," said Radziejowski. Bogusław thought he was one and the other, but underneath both a consummate soldier. The prince related boastingly to the generals that he had hurled that cavalier twice to the earth with his own hand. In fact, Babinich attacked Bogusław most furiously. He sought him evidently, the pursued became himself the pursuer. Douglas divined that there must be some personal hatred in the matter. The prince did not deny this, though he gave no explanations. He paid Babinich with the same coin, for following the example of Chovanski, he put a price on his head, and when that availed nothing, he thought to take advantage of Kmicic's hatred and through it bring him into a trap. "It is a shame for us to bother so long with this robber," said he to Douglas and Radziejowski. "He is prowling around us like a wolf around a sheepfold. I will go against him with a small division as a decoy, and when he strikes me, I will detain him till you come up. Then we will not let the crawfish out of the net." Douglas, whom this chase had long since annoyed, made only small opposition, asserting that he could not and should not expose the life of such a great dignitary and relative of kings to the chance of being seized by one marauder. But when Bogusław insisted, he agreed. It was determined that the prince should go with a detachment of 500 troopers, that each man should have behind him a foot soldier with a musket. This stratagem was to lead Babinich into error. He will not restrain himself when he hears of only 500 horsemen, and he will attack undoubtedly, said the prince. When the infantry spit in his eyes, his Tartars will scatter like sand. He will fall himself, or we shall take him alive. This plan was carried out quickly and with great accuracy. First, news was sent out 2 days in advance that a party of 500 horse was to march under Prince Bogusław. The generals calculated with certainty that the local inhabitants would inform Babinich of this. In fact, they did inform him. The prince marched in the deep and dark night toward Vanosh and Jelonka, passed the river at Cherevino, and leaving his cavalry in the open field, stationed his infantry in the neighbouring groves, whence they might issue unexpectedly. Meanwhile Douglas was to push along by the bank of the Narew, feigning to march on Ostrowenka. Radziejowski was in advance with the lighter cavalry from Kseniopole. Neither of the three leaders knew well where Babinich was at that moment, for it was impossible to learn anything from the peasants, and the cavalry were not able to seize Tartars. But Douglas supposed that Babinich's main forces were in Sniadowo, and he wished to surround them, so that if Babinich should move on Bogusław, he would intercept him on the side of the Lithuanian boundary and cut off his retreat. Everything seemed to favour the Swedish plans. Kmicic was really in Sniadowo, and barely had the news of Bogusław's approach reached him when he fell at once into the forest, so as to come out unexpectedly near Cherevino. Douglas, turning aside from the Narew, struck in a few days upon the traces of the Tartar march, and advanced by the same road, therefore from the rear after Babinich. Heat tormented the horses greatly, as well as the men encased in iron armour. But the general advanced without regard to those hindrances, absolutely certain that he would come upon Babinich's army unexpectedly and in time of battle. Finally, after 2 days' march, he came so near Cherevino that the smoke of the cottages was visible. Then he halted, and occupying all the passages and narrow pathways, waited. Some officers wished to advance as a forlorn hope and strike at once, but Douglas restrained them, saying, "Babinich, after attacking the prince, when he sees that he has to do not with cavalry alone, but also with infantry, will be obliged to retreat, and as he can retreat only by the old road, he will fall as it were into our open arms." In fact, it seemed that all they had to do was to listen, and soon Tartar howling would be heard, and the first discharges of musketry. Meanwhile 1 day passed, and in the forests of Cherevino it was as silent as if a soldier's foot had never been in it. Douglas grew impatient, and toward night sent forward a small party to the field, enjoining on them the utmost caution. The party returned in the depth of the night, without having seen or done anything. At daylight, Douglas himself advanced with his whole force. After a march of some hours, he reached a place filled with traces of the presence of soldiers. His men found remnants of biscuits, broken glass, bits of clothing, and a belt with cartridges such as the Swedish infantry use. It became certain that Bogusław's infantry had stopped in that place, but they were not visible anywhere. Farther on in the damp forest, Douglas's vanguard found many tracks of heavy cavalry horses, but on the edge tracks of Tartar ponies. Still farther on lay the carcass of a horse from which the wolves had recently torn out the entrails. About a furlong beyond, they found a Tartar arrow without the point, but with the shaft entire. Evidently, Bogusław was retreating, and Babinich was following him. Douglas understood that something unusual must have happened, but what was it? To this there was no answer. Douglas fell to pondering. Suddenly his meditation was interrupted by an officer from the vanguard. "Your worthiness," said the officer, "through the thicket about a furlong away are some men in a crowd. They do not move, as if they were on watch. I have brought the guard to a halt so as to report to you." "Cavalry or infantry?" asked Douglas. "Infantry. There are 4 or 5 of them in a group. It was not possible to count them accurately, for the branches hide them, but they seem yellow, like our musketeers." Douglas pressed his horse with his knees, pushed forward quickly to the vanguard, and advanced with it. Through the thickets, now thinner, were to be seen in the remoter deep forest a group of soldiers perfectly motionless, standing under a tree. "They are ours, they are ours," said Douglas. "The prince must be in the neighbourhood." "It is a wonder to me," said the officer. "They are on watch, and none of them calls, though we march noisily." Here the thickets ended, and the forest was clean of undergrowth. The men approached and saw 4 persons standing in a group, one at the side of the other, as if they were looking at something on the ground. From the head of each one rose a dark strip directly upward. "Your worthiness," said the officer at once, "these men are hanging." "That is true," answered Douglas. They sprang forward and stood for a while near the corpses. 4 foot soldiers were hanging together by ropes like a bunch of thrushes, their feet barely an inch above the ground, for they were on the lower branches. Douglas looked at them indifferently enough, then said as if to himself, "Now we know that the prince and Babinich have passed this way." Then he fell to thinking again, for he did not know well whether to continue on by the forest path or go out on the Ostrowenka highway. Half an hour later they found 2 other corpses. Evidently they were marauders or sick men whom Babinich's Tartars had seized while pursuing the prince. But why did the prince retreat? Douglas knew him too well, that is, both his daring and his military experience, to admit even for a moment that the prince had not sufficient reasons. Therefore something must have intervened. Only next day was the affair explained. Pan Bieskornie had come from Prince Bogusław with a party of 30 horse to report that Jan Kazimir had sent beyond the Bug against Douglas the full hetman Pan Goszewski with 6,000 Lithuanians and Tartar horse. "We learned this," said Pan Bies, "before Babinich came up, for he advanced very carefully and attacked frequently, therefore annoyingly. Goszewski is 20 or 25 miles distant. When the prince received the tidings, he was forced to retreat in haste, so as to join Radziejowski, who might be cut to pieces easily. But by marching quickly we made the junction. The prince sent out at once parties of a few tens of men in every direction, with a report to your worthiness. Many of them will fall into Tartar or peasant hands, but in such a war it cannot be otherwise." "Where are the prince and Radziejowski?" 10 miles from here, at the river." "Did the prince bring back all his forces?" "He was forced to leave the infantry, which is coming through the thicket forest, so as to escape the Tartars." "Such cavalry as the Tartar is made to go through the densest forests. I do not expect to see that infantry again. But no one is to blame, and the prince acted like an experienced leader." "The prince threw out one party, the most considerable, to Ostrowenka, to lead Goszewski into error. He will go to Ostrowenka at once, thinking that our whole force is there." "That is well," said Douglas, comforted. "We will manage Goszewski." and he marched without delay to join Bogusław and Radziejowski. They met that same day, to the great delight especially of Radziejowski, who feared captivity more than death, for he knew that as a traitor and the originator of all the misfortunes of the Commonwealth, he would have to give a terrible answer. But now, after the junction with Douglas, the Swedish army had more than 4,000 men. Therefore it was able to offer an effective resistance to the forces of the full hetman. He had, it is true, 6,000 cavalry, but Tartars, except those of Babinich, who were trained, could not be used in offensive battle, and Pan Gorzhevski himself, though a skilled and learned warrior, was not able, like Charniecki, to inspire men with an enthusiasm which nothing could resist. But Douglas was at a loss to understand why Jan Kazimir should send the full hetman beyond the Bug. The Swedish king with the Elector was marching on Warsaw. A general battle must therefore follow sooner or later, and though Jan Kazimir was at the head of a force superior in numbers to the Swedes and the Brandenburgers, still 6,000 men formed too great a force for the King of Poland to set aside voluntarily. It is true that Gorzhevski had saved Babinich from trouble, but still the king did not need to send out a whole division to the rescue of Babinich. Hence there was in this expedition some secret object which the Swedish general, despite all his penetration, could not divine. In the letter of the King of Sweden sent a week later, great alarm was evident, and as it were astonishment, caused by that expedition. But a few words explained the reasons of this. According to the opinion of Carl Gustav, the hetman was not sent to attack Douglas's army, nor to go to Lithuania to aid the uprising there. For in Lithuania the Swedes, as it was, were not able to do anything but to threaten Royal Prussia, namely the eastern part of it, which was completely stripped of troops. "The calculation is," wrote the king, "to make the Elector waver in faithfulness to the Treaty of Marienburg and to us, which may easily happen, since the Elector is ready to enter into alliance with Christ against the devil, and at the same time with the devil against Christ, so as to win something from both." The letter ended by enjoining on Douglas to strive with all his forces not to let the hetman go to Prussia, who, if he cannot reach there in the course of a few weeks, will be forced beyond doubt to return to Warsaw. Douglas saw that the task given him did not surpass his powers at all. Not so long before he had met with a certain success in opposing Charniecki himself, therefore Gorzhevski was not terrible. The Swedish general did not hope, it is true, to crush Gorzhevski's division, but he felt certain that he would be able to stop him and curb all his movements. In fact, from that moment began very skilful approaches of the two armies, which, avoiding on both sides a general battle, endeavoured each to flank the other. Both leaders emulated each other, but the experienced Douglas was in so far superior that he did not let Gorzhevski advance beyond Ostrołęka. But Babinich, saved from Bogusław's attack, did not hasten to join the Lithuanian division, for he occupied himself with great zeal on that infantry which Bogusław in his hurried march to Radziejowski was forced to leave behind. Babinich's Tartars, guided by local woodmen, pursued night and day, finishing every moment the incautious or those who dropped into the rear. Lack of provisions forced the Swedes at last to separate into small detachments which could find food more easily. This was all that Babinich was waiting for. He divided his forces into 3 commands, under lead of Akbar Ulan, Soroka, and himself, and in a few days he destroyed the greater part of that infantry. It was an untiring hunt after men in forest thickets, in willows, in reeds, a hunt full of noise, uproar, shouting, shooting, and death. Widely did it spread the glory of Babinich's name among the Mazovians. Bands collected and joined Gorzhevski at Ostrowenka itself, when the full hetman, whose march was only a demonstration, received a command from the king to march back to Warsaw. For a short period only could Babinich rejoice with his acquaintances, namely with Zagloba and Włodyjowski, who at the head of the Lauda squadron attended the hetman. But they greeted one another very cordially, for great friendship and intimacy existed already between them. The young colonels were sharply annoyed that they could not act now against Bogusław, but Zagloba consoled them by pouring frequently into their glasses and saying, "That is nothing. My head has been working since May over stratagems, and I have never racked it over anything in vain. I have a number ready, very excellent stratagems, but there is no time to apply them unless at Warsaw, whither we are all marching." "I must go to Prussia," said Babinich, "and cannot be at Warsaw." "Can you reach Prussia?" asked Włodyjowski. "As God is in heaven, I shall spring through, and I promise you sacredly to make not the worst cabbage hash, for I shall say to my Tartars, 'Riot, my soul!' They would be glad even here to draw the knife across people's throats, but I have told them that pay for every violence is the rope. But in Prussia I will give way even to my own will. Why should I not spring through? You were not able, but that is another thing, for it is easier to stop a large force than such a party as mine, with which it is easy to hide. More than once was I sitting in the rushes, and Douglas's men passed right there, knowing nothing of me. Douglas too will surely follow you, and leave the field free to me." "But, as we hear, you have wearied him out too," said Pan Michał with satisfaction. "Ah, the scoundrel!" added Zagloba. "He had to change his shirt every day, he sweated so. You never stole up to Chovanski better than to him, and I must acknowledge that I could not have done better myself, though, in his time, Koniec Polski said that Zagloba in partisan warfare was unsurpassed." "It seems to me," said Pan Michał to Kmicic, "that if Douglas returns, he will leave Bogusław here to attack you." "God grant it! I have the same hope," answered Kmicic quickly. "Were I to seek him, and he me, we should find each other. He will not pass through me a third time, and if he does, then I shall not rise again. I remember your secrets well, and all the Lubni thrusts I have in memory like our father. Every day, too, I try them with Soroka so as to train my hand." "What are stratagems good for?" exclaimed Pan Michał. "The sabre is the main thing." This maxim touched Zagloba somewhat, therefore he said at once, "Every windmill thinks that the main thing is to whirl its wings. Do you know why, Michał? Because it has chaff under its roof, that is, in its head. Military art rests on stratagems. If not, Roch Kowalski might be Grand Hetman, and you full Hetman." "And what is Pan Kowalski doing?" asked Kmicic. "Pan Kowalski has now an iron helmet on his head, and justly, for cabbage is best out of a pot. He has grown rich on plunder in Warsaw, has come into good repute, and gone to the Hussars, to Prince Polubinski, and all so as to be able to put a spear into Carl Gustav. He comes every day to our tent, and stares to see if the neck of the decanter is sticking out of the straw. I cannot break that lad of drinking. Good example goes for nothing, but I prophesied to him that this desertion of the Lauda squadron would turn out evil. The rogue, the thankless fellow, in return for all the benefits which I have shown him, such a son for a lance." "But did you rear him?" "My dear sir, do not make me a bear trainer. To Sapieha, who asked me the same question, I answered that he and Roch had the same preceptor, but not me, for I in youthful years was a cooper, and knew how to set staves very well." To begin with, you would not dare to tell that to Sapieha, said Volodyovski, and secondly, though you grumble at Kowalski, you love him as the apple of your eye. I prefer him to you, Pan Michał, for I could never endure May-bugs, nor soapy little fellows who at the sight of the first woman who comes along play antics like German dogs. Or like those monkeys in the Kazanovsky Palace with which you are carrying on war. Oh, laugh, laugh, you can take Warsaw without me next time. Was it you, then, who took Warsaw? But who captured the Krakow Gate? Who invented captivity for the generals? They are sitting now on bread and water in Zamość. And when Wittenberg looks at Wrangel, he says, Zagłoba put us here, and both fall to weeping. If Sapieha were not ill, and if he were present, he would tell you who first drew the Swedish claw from the skin of Warsaw. For God's sake, said Kmicic, do this for me. Send news of that battle for which they are preparing at Warsaw. I shall be counting the days and nights on my fingers till I know something certain. Zagłoba put his finger to his forehead. Listen to my forecast, said he. For what I tell you will be accomplished as surely as that this glass is standing before me. Is it not standing before me? It is, it is. Speak on. We shall either lose this general battle, or we shall win it. Every man knows that, put in Volodyovski. You might be silent, Michał, and learn something. Supposing that we lose this battle, do you know what will happen? You see you do not know, for you are moving those little awls under your nose like a rabbit. Well, I will tell you that nothing will happen. Kmicic, who was very quick, sprang up, struck his glass on the table, and said, You are beating around the bush. I say nothing will happen, repeated Zagłoba. You are young, therefore you do not know. As affairs now stand, our king, our dear country, our armies may lose 50 battles one after another, and the war will go on in the old fashion. The nobles will assemble, and with them the lower ranks. But if they do not succeed one time, they will another, until the enemy's force has melted away. But when the Swedes lose one great battle, the devil will take them without salvation, and with them the elector to boot. Here Zagłoba grew animated, emptied his glass, struck it on the table, and continued. Listen, for you will not hear this from every mouth, for not everyone knows how to take a general view of things. Many a man is thinking, what is waiting for us now? How many battles? How many defeats? Which, in warring with Karl, are not unlikely. How many tears? How much bloodshed? How many grievous paroxysms? And many a one will doubt and blaspheme against the mercy of God and the Most Holy Mother. But I tell you this, do you know what is waiting for those Vandal enemies? Destruction. Do you know what is waiting for us? Victory. If they beat us 100 times, very well, but we will beat them the 101st time, and that will be the end. When he had said this, Zagłoba closed his eyes for a moment, but soon opened them. He looked ahead with gleaming vision, and suddenly shouted with the whole force of his breast, Victory! Victory! Kmicic was flushed from delight. In God's name, he is right. He speaks justly. It cannot be otherwise. Such an end has to come. It must be acknowledged that you are not lacking here, said Volodyovski, putting his finger on his forehead. The Commonwealth may be occupied, but to stay in it is impossible, so at last the Swedes will have to go out. Well, is that it? I am not lacking, said Zagłoba, rejoiced at the praise. If that is true, then I will prophesy further. God is with the just. Here he turned to Kmicic. You will finish the traitor Radziwill. You will go to Taurogi, recover the maiden, marry her, rear posterity. May I have the pip on my tongue if this will not happen as I say. But for God's sake, don't smother me. Zagloba was rightfully cautious, for Kmicic seized him in his arms, raised him, and began to hug him so that the old man's eyes were bursting out. He had barely come to his feet and recovered breath when Pan Michał, greatly delighted, seized him by the hand. "It is my turn. Tell what awaits me." "God bless you, Michał. Your pretty tufted lark will hatch out a whole brood. Never fear. Oof." "Vivat!" cried Volodyovski. "But first we will make an end of the Swedes," added Zagloba. We will," cried the young colonels, shaking their sabres. "Vivat! Victory!" End of chapter 49. Recording by David Granville Young. Chapter 50 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 50. A week later, Kmicic crossed the boundaries of Electoral Prussia at Rygorod. It came to him easily enough, for before the departure of the full hetman, he disappeared in the woods so secretly that Douglas felt sure that his party too had marched with the whole Tartar-Lithuanian division to Warsaw, and he left merely small garrisons in the castles for the defence of those parts. Douglas, with Radziejowski and Radziwiłł, followed Gorzhevski. Kmicic heard of this before passing the boundary, and grieved greatly that he could not meet his mortal enemy eye to eye, and lest punishment might come to Bogusław from other hands, namely from Volodyovski, who also had made a vow against him. Hence, not being able to wreak vengeance on the person of the traitor for the wrongs done the Commonwealth and himself, he wreaked it in terrible fashion on the lands of the Elector. That very night in which the Tartars had passed the boundary pillar, the heavens grew red from flames. An uproar was heard, with the weeping of people trampled by the foot of war. Whoso was able to beg for mercy in the Polish tongue was spared at command of the leader, but German settlements, colonies, villages, and hamlets were turned into a river of fire, and the terrified inhabitants went under the knife. And not so swiftly does oil spread over the sea when the sailor pours it to pacify the waves, as that chamble of Tartars and volunteers spread over quiet and hitherto safe regions. It seemed that every Tartar was able to double and treble himself, to be at the same time in a number of places, to burn, to slay. They spared not even grain in the field, nor trees in the gardens. Kmicic had held his Tartars so long in the leash that at last, when he let them free like a flock of birds of prey, they grew almost wild in the midst of slaughter and destruction. One surpassed the other, and since they could not take captives, they swam from morning till evening in blood. Kmicic himself, having in his heart no little fierceness, gave it full freedom, and though he did not steep his own hands in the blood of defenceless people, he looked with pleasure on the flow of blood. In his soul he was at rest, and conscience reproached him with nothing, for this was not Polish blood, and besides it was the blood of heretics. Therefore he judged that he was doing a work pleasing to God, and especially to the saints of the Lord. The Elector, a vassal, therefore a servant of the Commonwealth, and living from its bounties, was the first to raise his sacrilegious hand against it. Therefore punishment was his due, and Kmicic was purely an instrument of God's vengeance. For this reason, when in the evening he was repeating his litany in peace by the blaze of burning German settlements, and when the screams of the murdered interrupted the tally of his prayers, he began again from the beginning, so as not to burden his soul with the sin of inattention to the service of God. But he did not cherish in his heart savage feelings alone, for, besides piety, various other feelings moved it, connected by memory with distant years. Therefore those times came frequently to his mind when he attacked Chovanski with such glory, and his former comrades stood as if alive before his eyes: Kokosinski, the gigantic Kulvyets Hippocentaurus, the spotted Ranitsky with senatorial blood in his veins, Hulik, playing on the flageolet, Rekuts, on whom human blood was not weighing, and Zend, imitating birds and every kind of beast. They all, save perhaps Rekuts alone, were burning in hell, and behold, if they were living now, they might wallow in blood without bringing sin on their souls, and with profit to the Commonwealth. Here Pan Andrei sighed at the thought of how destructive a thing license is, since in the morning of youth it stops the road for the ages of ages to beautiful deeds. But he sighed more than all for Alenka. The deeper he entered the Prussian country, the more fiercely did the wounds of his heart burn him, as if those fires which he kindled roused at the same time his old love. Almost every day then he said in his heart to the maiden, "Dearest dove, you may have forgotten me, or if you remember, disgust fills your heart, but I, at a distance or near, in the night or the daytime, in labour for the country and toils, am thinking ever of you, and my soul flies to you over pine woods and waters, like a tired bird, to drop down at your feet. Only to the country and to you would I give all my blood, but woe is me if in your heart you proclaim me an outlaw forever." Thus meditating, he went ever farther to the north along the boundary belt. He burned and slew, sparing no one. Sadness throttled him terribly. He would like to be in Taurogi on the morrow, but the road was still long and difficult, for at last they began to ring all the bells in the province of Prussia. Every one living seized arms to resist the dreadful destroyers. Garrisons were brought in from towns the remotest, regiments were formed of even village youths, and soon they were able to place 20 men against every Tartar. Kmicic rushed at these commands like a thunderbolt, beat them, hanged men, escaped, hid, and again sailed out on a wave of fire. But still he could not advance so swiftly as at first. More than once it was necessary to attack in Tartar fashion, and hide for whole weeks in thickets or reeds at the banks of a lake. The inhabitants rushed forth more and more numerously, as if against a wolf, and he bit too like a wolf. With one snap of his jaws he gave death, and not only defended himself, but did not desist from attack. Loving genuine work, he did not leave a given district in spite of pursuit until he had annihilated it for miles around with fire and sword. His name reached, it is unknown by what means, the mouths of the people, and bearing terror and fright, thundered on to the shores of the Baltic. Babinich might, it is true, return within the boundaries of the Commonwealth, and in spite of Swedish detachments, move quickly to Taurogi, but he did not wish to do so, for he desired to serve not only himself but the country. Now came news which gave courage for defence and revenge to the people in Prussia, but pierced the heart of Babinich with savage sorrow. News came like a thunderclap of a great battle at Warsaw, which the King of Poland had lost. "Carl Gustav and the Elector have beaten all the troops of Jan Kazimir," people repeated to one and another with delight throughout Prussia. "Warsaw is recaptured. This is the greatest victory of the war, and now comes the end of the Commonwealth. All men whom the Tartars seized and put on the coals to obtain information repeated the same. There was also exaggerated news, as is common in time of war and uncertainty. According to this news, the Poles were cut to pieces, the hetmans had fallen, and Jan Kazimir was captured. Was all at an end then? Was that rising and triumphing Commonwealth naught but an empty illusion? So much power, so many troops, so many great men and famous warriors, the hetmans, the king, Charnyetski with his invincible division, the marshal of the kingdom, other lords with their attendants, had all perished, had all rolled away like smoke? And are there no other defenders of this hapless country, save detached parties of insurgents who certainly at news of the disaster will pass away like a fog? Kmicic tore the hair from his head and wrung his hands. He seized the wet earth, pressed palms full of it to his burning head. "I shall fall too," said he, "but first this land will swim in blood." And he began to fight like a man in despair. He did not hide longer. He did not attack in the forest and reeds. He sought death. He rushed like a madman on forces 3 times greater than his own, and cut them to pieces with sabres and hoofs. In his Tartars all traces of human feeling died out, and they were turned into a herd of wild beasts. A predatory people, but not overmuch fitted for fighting in the open field, without losing their genius for surprises and ambush, they, by continual exercise, by continual conflict, had trained themselves so that breast to breast they could hold the field against the first cavalry, and scatter quadrangles even of the Swedish Guard. In their struggles with the armed mob of Prussia, 100 of those Tartars scattered with ease 200 and even 300 sturdy men armed with spears and muskets. Kmicic weaned them from weighting themselves with plunder. They took only money and gold, which they sewed up in their saddles, so that when one of them fell, the survivors fought with rage for his horse and his saddle. Growing rich in this manner, they lost none of their swiftness, well-nigh superhuman. Recognizing that under no leader on earth could they find such rich harvests, they grew attached to Babinich, as hounds to the hunter, and with real Mohammedan honesty placed after battle in the hands of Soroka and the Kemilicices the lion's share of the plunder which belonged to the Bagadir. "Allah," said Akbar Ulam, "few of them will see Bagcheserai, but all who go back will be Murjas." Babinich, who from of old knew how to live upon war, collected great riches, but death, which he sought more than gold, he found not. A month passed again in battles and labours surpassing belief. The Tartar horses, though fed with barley and Prussian wheat, needed absolutely even a couple of days' rest. Therefore the young colonel, wishing also to gain news and fill the gaps in his ranks with fresh volunteers, withdrew near Dospada to the Commonwealth. News soon came, and so joyful that Kmicic almost lost his wits. It turned out to be true that the equally valiant and unfortunate Jan Kazimir had lost a great 3 days' battle at Warsaw. But for what reason? The general militia in an immense majority had gone home, and the part which remained did not fight with such spirit as at the taking of Warsaw, and on the 3rd day of the battle a panic set in. But for the first 2 days the victory was inclining to the side of Poland. The regular troops, not in sudden partisan warfare, but in a great battle with the most highly trained soldiers of Europe, exhibited such skill and endurance that amazement seized the Swedish and Brandenburg generals themselves. Jan Kazimir had won immortal glory. It was said that he had shown himself a leader equal to Carl Gustav, and that if all his commands had been carried out, the enemy would have lost the general battle and the war would have been ended. Kmicic received these tidings from eyewitnesses, for he had stumbled upon nobles who, serving in the general militia, had taken part in the battle. One of them told him of the brilliant attack of the hussars, during which Karl himself, who, despite the entreaties of his generals, would not withdraw, came near perishing. All showed the falsehood of the report that the army had been routed or the hetmans had fallen. On the contrary, the whole force, except the general militia, remained intact and withdrew in good order along the country. From the bridge of Warsaw, which was giving way, cannon had fallen, but they were pulled through the Vistula in a breath. The army swore by everything that under such a leader as Jan Kazimir they would, in the coming battle, conquer Carl Gustav, the Elector, and whomsoever it might be necessary to conquer. As to the recent battle, it was only a trial, though unfavourable, but full of solace for the future. Kmicic was at a loss to know how the first news could have been so terrible. They explained to him that Carl Gustav had sent out exaggerated reports purposely. In fact, he did not know well what to do. The Swedish officers whom Pan Andrei seized a week later confirmed this opinion. He learned also from them that beyond others the Elector lived in fear, and was thinking more and more of his own safety. For a multitude of his men had fallen at Warsaw, and disease had seized those remaining so terribly that it was destroying them more quickly than battles. At the same time, the men of Great Poland, eager to make good Uštye and all wrongs, had attacked the monarchy of Brandenburg itself, burning and slaying, leaving nothing behind them but land and water. According to the officers, the hour was near in which the Elector would abandon the Swedes and join the more powerful. It is needful to touch him with fire somewhat, thought Kmicic, so that he may do this the more quickly. And since his horses were rested already, and he had made good the losses among his men, he passed the boundary again at Dospada, and rushed on the German settlements like a spirit of destruction. Various parties followed his example. He found a weaker defence, hence he accomplished more. News came ever more joyful, more gladdening, so that it was difficult to believe it. First of all, it was said that Carl Gustav, who, after the Warsaw battle, had pushed on to Radom, was retreating at breakneck speed to Royal Prussia. What had happened? Why was he retreating? There was no answer to this for a time, till at last the name of Charniecki thundered again through the Commonwealth. He was victorious at Lipetz, victorious at Ściemieszno. At Ravre itself he had cut to pieces the rearguard of the retreating Karl. Then, learning that 2,000 cavalry were returning from Krakow, he attacked that body and did not let one man escape to announce the defeat. Colonel Forgel, brother of the general, 13 captains and 24 lieutenants went into captivity. Others gave the numbers as twice greater. Some insisted in their enthusiasm that Jan Kazimir had not suffered a defeat, but had won a victory at Warsaw, and that his march along the country was only a stratagem for the destruction of the enemy. Kmicic himself began to think the same, for, being a soldier from youthful years, he understood war, but had never heard of a victory after which the victor was in a worse condition than before. The Swedes were evidently in a worse condition, and just after the battle at Warsaw. Pan Andrei called to mind at that moment the words of Zagloba, when at their last meeting he said that victories would not improve the Swedish cause, but that one defeat might destroy it. "That is a chancellor's head," pondered Kmicic, which reads in the future as in a book. Here he remembered the further predictions, how he, Kmicic or Babinich, would go to Taurogi, find his Olenka, persuade her, marry her, and have descendants to the glory of the Commonwealth. When he remembered this, fire entered his veins. He wished not to lose a moment, but to leave Prussians and slaughter for a time, and fly to Taurogi. On the eve of his starting, there came to him a noble of Lauda, of Volodyovski's squadron, with a letter from the little knight. "We are going with Sapieha and Prince Michał Radziwiłł against Bogusław and Waldeck," wrote Pan Michał. "Join us, since a field for just vengeance will be found, and it is proper to pay the Prussians for harm done the Commonwealth." Pan Andrei could not believe his own eyes, and for some time he suspected the noble of being sent by some Prussian or Swedish commandant of purpose to lead him with the Chambel into ambush. Had Gorzhewski come a second time to Prussia? It was impossible not to believe. The handwriting was Volodyovski's, the arms Volodyovski's, and Pan Andrei remembered the noble too. Then he inquired where Gorzhewski was, and to what point he intended to go. The noble was rather dull. It was not for him to know whither the hetman was marching. He knew only that he was 2 days distant, and that the Lauda squadron was with him. Charniecki had borrowed it for a while, but had sent it back long ago, and now it was marching under lead of the hetman. "They say," concluded the noble, "that we must go to Prussia, and the soldiers are greatly delighted, but our work is to obey and to strike." Kmicic, when he had heard the narrative, did not hesitate long. He turned his Chambel, went with forced marches to the hetman, and after 2 days fell late at night into the arms of Volodyovski, who, pressing him, said at once, "Count Waldeck and Prince Bogusław are in Prostki, making entrenchments to secure themselves with a fortified camp. We shall march on them." "Today?" asked Kmicic. "Tomorrow before daybreak, that is, in 2 or 3 hours. Here they embraced each other again. "Something tells me that God will give him into our hands," exclaimed Kmicic with emotion, "and I think so too. I have made a vow to fast till death on the day in which I meet him." "The protection of God will not fail you," said Volodyovski. "I shall not be envious either if this lot falls to you, for your wrong is greater. Jędrek, let me look at you. You have grown perfectly black from the weather, but you have acquitted yourself. The whole division looks with the greatest esteem on your labour. Nothing behind you but ruins and corpses. You are a born soldier, and it would go hard with Zagloba himself, were he here, to invent in self-praise deeds better than those you have done." "But where is Zagloba?" "He remained with Sapieha, for he fell into weeping and despair after Kowalski." "Then has Kowalski fallen?" Volodyovski pressed his lips. "Do you know who killed him?" "Whence should I know? Tell me." "Prince Bogusław." Kmicic turned in his place, as if thrust with a point, and began to draw in air with a hiss. At last he gritted his teeth, and casting himself on the bench, rested his head on his palms in silence. Volodyovski clapped his hands and ordered the attendant to bring drink. Then he sat near Kmicic, filled a cup for him, and began, "Roch Kowalski died such a cavalier's death, that God grant any man of us to die no worse. It is enough to inform you that Karl Gustav himself after the battle celebrated his funeral, and a whole regiment of the guards fired a salute over his coffin." "If only not at those hands, at those hellish hands," exclaimed Kmicic. "Yes, at the hands of Bogusław. We know that from hussars who with their own eyes saw the sad end." "Were you not there then?" In battle places are not chosen, but a man stands where he is ordered. If I had been there, either I should not be here now, or Bogusław would not be making trenches at Prostki. Tell me how it all happened. It will only increase the anger. Pan Michał drank, wiped his yellow moustaches, and began, "Of a certainty you are not lacking in narratives of the Warsaw battle, for every one is speaking of it. Therefore I shall not dwell on it too long. Our gracious Lord, God give him health and long years, for under another king the country would have perished amid disasters, has shown himself a famous leader. Had there been such obedience as there was command, had we been worthy of the king, the chroniclers would have to describe a new Polish victory at Warsaw equal to those at Grunwald and Berestechko. Speaking briefly, on the first day we beat the Swedes. On the second, fortune inclined now to one, now to the other, but still we were uppermost. At that time the Lithuanian hussars, in which Kowalski served under Prince Polubiński, a great soldier, went to the attack. When they were passing, I saw them as I see you this moment, for I was with the Lauda men on a height near the entrenchments. They were 1,200 strong, men and horses such as the world had not seen. They passed 20 rods distant from our flank, and I tell you that the earth trembled under them. We saw the Brandenburg infantry planting their pikes in the ground in a hurry to meet the first onrush. Then began firing from muskets, till the smoke covered them entirely. We looked. The hussars had given rein to their horses. Oh God, what a sweep! They fell into the smoke, disappeared. My soldiers began to shout, "They will break them! They will break them!" For a while the hussars were invisible. Then something thundered, and there was a sound as if in 1,000 forges men were beating anvils with hammers. We look. Jesus, Mary, the elector's men are lying like stones on a street, like wheat through which a tempest has passed, and the hussars far away beyond, their streamers glittering. They are bearing down on the Swedes. They struck cavalry. The cavalry were down like a pavement. They struck a second regiment. They left that like a pavement. There was a roar. Cannon were thundering. We saw them when the wind bore the smoke aside. They were smashing Swedish infantry. Everything was fleeing, rolling, opening. They went on as if over a highway. They had passed almost through the whole army when they struck a regiment of the Horse Guard, in which was Carl Gustav himself, and like a whirlwind they scattered the Horse Guard. Here Pan Michał stopped, for Kmicic had closed his eyes with his fists and was exclaiming, "O Mother of God, to see such a thing once and then die!" "Such an attack my eyes will never see again," continued the little knight. "We too were commanded to spring forward. I saw no more, but what I tell I heard from the mouth of a Swedish officer who was at the side of Karl and saw with his own eyes the end. That Forgel, who fell into our hands afterward at Rava, rushed up to Karl. 'O king,' cried he, 'save Sweden, save yourself, aside, aside, nothing can stop them.' But Karl answered, 'No use to yield, we must meet them or perish.' Other generals rush up, implore, entreat, in vain. The king moved forward, they strike. The Swedes are broken more quickly than you can count 10. One fell, another was trampled, others were scattered like peas. The king defended himself single-handed. Kowalski rode up and knew Carl Gustav, for he had seen him twice before. A horseman shielded the king, but those who were present said that lightning does not kill more quickly than Kowalski cut him in two. Then the king rushed at Pan Roch. Wołodyjowski again interrupted his narrative and breathed deeply, but Kmicic cried at once, "Oh, finish, or the soul will go out of me." They rushed at each other so that the breasts of the horses struck. They raged. "I look," said the officer. "The king with his horse is on the ground." He freed himself, touched the trigger of his pistol, missed. The king's hat had fallen. Roch then made for the head of Carl Gustaf, had his sword raised. The Swedes were weak from terror, for there was no time to save Carl, when Boguslav rose as if from under the earth, fired into the very ear of Kowalski, broke his head and his helmet. "Oh my God! He had not time to bring down the sword!" screamed Pan Andrei, tearing his hair. "God did not grant him that grace," said Pan Michał. "Zagloba and I talked of what had happened. The man had served with the Radzivills from years of youth. He considered them his masters, and at sight of Radziwill it must be that he was confused. Perhaps the thought had never come to his head to raise a hand on Radziwill. It happens that way. Well, he paid with his life. Zagloba is a wonderful man, for he is not Roch's uncle at all, and not his relative. Still, another man would not have been in such despair for a son. And, to tell the truth, there was no reason, for one might envy Kowalski such a glorious death. A noble and a soldier is born to give his life, if not on the present day, then on the morrow. Men will write of Kowalski, and posterity will celebrate his name." Pan Michał was silent. After a while he made the sign of the cross and said, "Eternal rest give him, O Lord, and may light shine on him forever." "For the ages of ages," said Kmicic. Both whispered prayers for a certain time, maybe asking for themselves a similar death, if only not at the hands of Prince Boguslav. At last Pan Michał said, "Father Piekarski assured us that Roch went straight to heaven." "Of course he did, and our prayers are not needed for him." "Prayers are always needed, for they are inscribed to the credit of others, and maybe to our own." "My hope is in the mercy of God," said Kmicic, sighing. "I trust that for what I have done in Prussia, even a couple of years will be taken from me in purgatory." "Everything there is reckoned. What a man works out here with his sabre, the heavenly secretary records." "I too served with Radziwill," said Kmicic, "but I shall not be confused at sight of Boguslav. My God, Prostki is not far away. Remember, O Lord, that he is thy enemy too, for he is a heretic who more than once has blasphemed thy true faith." "And is an enemy of the country," added Pan Michał. "We have hope that his end is approaching. Zagloba, speaking in grief and in tears, and as if inspired, foretold the same after that attack of the hussars. He cursed Boguslav so that the hair stood on the head of every man listening. Prince Michał Radziwill, who is marching with us against him, saw also in a dream 2 golden trumpets, which the Radziwills have on their shield, gnawed by a bear, and he said at once next day, 'Misfortune will meet me or some other Radziwill.'" "By a bear?" asked Kmicic, growing pale. "By a bear." Pan Andrei's face became clear as if a gleam of the morning dawn had fallen on it. He raised his eyes, stretched his hands toward heaven, and said with a solemn voice, "I have a bear on my shield. Praise to thee, O Lord on high, praise to thee, most holy Mother. O Lord, I am not worthy of this grace." When he heard this, Pan Michał was greatly moved, for he recognized at once that that was an omen from heaven. "Jędrek," cried he, "to make sure, press the feet of Christ before the battle, and I will implore him against Sakovich." Prostki, repeated Kmicic, as in a fever. "When do we move?" "Before day, and soon it will begin to dawn." Kmicic approached the broken window of the cottage and cried, "The stars are paling already! Ave Maria!" Then came the distant crowing of a cock, and with it low trumpeting. A few Our Fathers later, movement began in the whole village. The clatter of steel was heard, and the snorting of horses. Dark masses of cavalry assembled on the highway. The air began to be filled with light. A pale gleam was silvering the points of the spears, twinkling on the naked sabres, bringing out of the shade moustached, threatening faces, helmets, kolpaks, Tartar sheepskin caps, fur cloaks, quivers. At last the advance with Kmicic in the vanguard was moving toward Prostki. The troops stretched in a long line over the road and marched quickly. The horses in the first ranks fell to snorting greatly, after them others, as a good portent for the soldiers. White mists hid the meadows yet, and the fields. Round about was silence. Only landrails were playing in the grass, wet with dew. End of chapter 50. Recording by David Granville Young.
Chapter 51, Part 1 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 51, Part 1. September 6. The Polish troops arrived at Wandzor and disposed themselves for rest, so that before battle horses and men might gain strength. Pan Gosiewski, the hetman, decided to halt there 4 or 5 days, but events interfered with his reckoning. Babinich, as a man knowing the boundary well, was sent out on reconnaissance. He was given 2 light Lithuanian squadrons and a fresh chambul of Tartars, for his own Tartars were overmuch wearied. Gosiewski enjoined on him earnestly, before starting, to obtain an informant, and not to return empty-handed. But Babinich merely laughed, thinking to himself that he needed no urging, and that he would bring prisoners, even if he had to find them in the entrenchments of Prostki. In fact, he returned in 48 hours, bringing a number of Prussians and Swedes, and among them an officer of note, von Rusu, captain in a Prussian regiment under Boguslav. The party was received at the camp with great applause. There was no need of torturing the captain, for Babinich had already done that on the road by putting the sword point to his throat. From his statement it transpired that not only the Prussian regiments of Count Waldeck were in Prostki, but also 6 Swedish regiments under command of Major General Israel. Of these, 4 were of cavalry under Peters Freitson, Tauben und Ammerstein, and with 2 of infantry under the brothers Engel. Of Prussian regiments, which were very well equipped, besides that of Count Waldeck himself, there were 4. Those of the Prince of Wismar, Brunsel, Königsberg, General Walrath, with 4 squadrons of Boguslav's command, 2 being of Prussian nobles, and 2 of his own men. Supreme command was held by Count Waldeck. In reality, however, he obeyed in everything Prince Boguslav, to whose influence the Swedish General Israel also yielded. But the most important intelligence was given by Russell was this, that 2,000 chosen infantry of Pomerania were hastening from Elko to reinforce Prostki. But Count Waldeck, fearing lest these men might be taken by the horde, wished to leave the fortified camp, join the Pomeranians, and then make entrenchments a second time. Boguslav, according to Rusu, was so far rather strongly opposed to leaving Prosky, and only during the last days began to incline toward this action. Kozievsky, on hearing this news, was greatly rejoiced, for he was certain that victory would not miss him. The enemy might defend themselves for a long time in the entrenchments, but neither the Swedish nor the Prussian cavalry could resist the Poles in the open field. Prince Boguslav seemed to understand this fact as well as Kozievsky, and for this special reason he did not much approve Waldeck's plans. But he was too vain not to yield before even the reproach of excessive caution. Besides, he was not distinguished for patience. It might be reckoned almost with certainty that he would grow weary of waiting in trenches, and would seek fame and victory in the open field. Kozievsky had simply to hasten his advance on the enemy at the moment when they were leaving the entrenchments. So thought he. So thought other colonels, such as Hassan Bey, who led the horde, Voynilowicz, who led the king's regiment, Korsak, a light horse colonel, Volodyovsky, Kotovich, and Babinich, all agreed on one point, that it was necessary to give up further rest and march in the night, that is, in a few hours. Meanwhile, Korsak sent his banneret Biegonsky to Prosky to inform the advancing army every hour of what was taking place in the camp. Volodyovsky and Babinich took Rusu to their headquarters to learn something more of Boguslav. The captain was greatly alarmed at first, for he felt still at his throat Kmita's saber point, but wine soon loosened his tongue. Since he had served once in the Commonwealth in a foreign command, he had learned Polish, therefore he was able to answer the questions of the little knight who did not know German. "Have you been long in the service of Prince Boguslav?" asked Volodyovsky. "I do not serve in his army," answered Rusu, "but in the elector's regiment, which was put under his command." "Then you know Pan Sakovich?" "I have seen him in Königsberg." "Is he with the prince?" "He is not. He remained in Taurogi." Volodyovsky sighed and moved his mustaches. "I have no luck, as usual," said he. "Be not grieved, Michael," said Babinich. "You will find him. If not, I shall." Then he turned to Rusu. "You are an old soldier. You have seen both armies, and you know our cavalry of old. What do you think? On whose side will be victory?" "If they meet you outside the trenches, on yours. But you cannot take the trenches without infantry and cannon, especially since everything is done there with Radzivill's head." "Then do you consider him such a great leader?" "Not only is that my opinion, but it is the general opinion in both armies. They say that at Warsaw the most serene king of Sweden followed his advice, and therefore won a great battle. The prince, as a Pole, has a better knowledge of your warfare, and can manage more quickly. I saw myself that the king of Sweden, after the third day of battle, embraced him in front of the army and kissed him. It is true that he owed his life to him, for had it not been for the shot of the prince, but it is a terror to think of it. He is besides an incomparable knight, whom no man can meet with any weapon." Said Volodyovsky. "Maybe there is such a man." When he said this, his mustaches trembled threateningly. Rusu looked at him and grew suddenly red. For a time it seemed that either he would burst a blood vessel or break into laughter. But at last he remembered that he was in captivity, and controlled himself quickly. But Kmita, with his steel eyes, looked at him steadily and said, that will be shown tomorrow." "But is Bohuslav in good health?" asked Volodyovski, "for the fever shook him a long time, and it must have weakened him." "He is, and has been this long time, as healthy as a fish, and takes no medicine. The doctor at first wanted to give him many preservatives, but immediately after the first came a pyroxysm. Prince Boguslav gave orders to toss that doctor up in sheets, and that helped him, for the doctor himself got a fever from fright." "To toss him up from sheets?" asked Volodyovski. "I saw it myself," answered Rusu. "2 sheets were placed one above the other, and the doctor put in the center of them. 4 strong soldiers took the sheets by the corners and threw up the poor doctor. I tell you, gentlemen, that he went nearly 10 ells into the air, and he had hardly come down when they hurled him up again." General Israel, Count Waldeck, and the prince were holding their sides from laughter. Many of the officers were looking at the spectacle till the doctor fainted. Then the prince was free of fever, as if some hand had removed it. Though Pan Michael and Babinich hated Boguslav, they still could not restrain themselves from laughter when they heard of this joke. Babinich struck his knees and cried, "Ah, the scoundrel! How he helped himself!" "I must tell Zagloba of this medicine," said Pan Michael. "It cured him of the fever," said Rusu. "But what is that, when the prince does not restrain sufficiently the impulses of his blood, and therefore will not live to ripe age?" "I think so too," muttered Babinich. "Such as he do not live long." "Does he give away to himself in the camp?" asked Pan Michael. "Of course," answered Rusu. Count Waldeck laughed, saying that his princely grace takes with him waiting maids. I saw myself 2 handsome maidens. His attendants told me that they were there to iron his lace. But God knows." Babinich, when he heard this, grew red and pale. Then he sprang up, and seizing Rusu by the arm, began to shake him violently. "Are they Poles or Germans?" "Not Poles," said the terrified Rusu. "One is a Prussian noblewoman, the other is a Swede, who formerly served the wife of General Israel." Babinich looked at Pan Michael and drew a deep breath. The little knight was relieved too, and began to move his mustaches. "Gentlemen, permit me to rest," said Rusu. "I am dreadfully tired, for the Tartar led me 10 miles with a lariat." Kmita clapped his hands for Soroka and committed the prisoner to him. Then he turned with quick step to Pan Michael. "Enough of this," said he. "I would rather perish 100 times than live in this ceaseless alarm and uncertainty. When Marcel mentioned those women just now, I thought that someone was going at my temple with a club." "It is time to finish," said Volodyovski, shaking his saber. At that moment trumpets sounded at the hetman's quarters. Soon trumpets answered in all the Lithuanian squadrons, and pipes in the chambuls. The troops began to assemble, and an hour later were on the march. Before they had gone 5 miles, a messenger hurried up from Biegansky of Korsak's squadron, with intelligence for the hetman that a number of troopers had been seized from a considerable body occupied in collecting on that side of the river all the wagons and horses of the peasants. Interrogated on the spot, they acknowledged that the tabor of the whole army was to leave Prosky at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and that commands were issued already. "Let us praise God and urge on our horses," said Gosievsky. "Before evening, that army will be no longer in existence." He sent the horde neck and head to push with utmost endeavor between Waldeck's troops and the Pomeranian infantry, hastening to aid them. After the foolhardy Lithuanians, being mainly of the light squadrons, they came right after the horde. Kmita was in the front rank of the Tartars and urged on his men till the horses were steaming. On the road he bowed down on the saddle, struck his forehead on the neck of his horse, and prayed with all the powers of his soul. Grant me, O Christ, to take vengeance, not for my own wrongs, but for the insults brought on the country. I am a sinner. I am not worthy of thy grace, but have mercy on me. Permit me to shed the blood of heretics, and for thy praise I will fast and scourge myself every week on this day till the end of my life. Then to the most holy Lady of Chenstova, whom he had served with his blood, and to his own patron besides, he did commit himself. And, strong with such protection, he felt straightway that an immense hope was entering his soul, that an uncommon power was penetrating his limbs, a power before which everything must fall in the dust. It seemed to him that wings were growing from his shoulders. Joy embraced him like a whirlwind, and he flew in front of his Tartars so that sparks were scattered from under the hoofs of his steed. Thousands of wild warriors bent forward to the necks of their ponies and shot along after him. A river of pointed caps rose and fell with the rush of the horses. Bows rattled behind the men's shoulders. In front went the sound of the tramp of iron hooves. From behind flew the roar of the oncoming squadrons, like the deep roar of a great swollen river. And thus they flew on in the rich starry night, which covered the roads and the fields. They were like a mighty flock of ravening birds, which had smelled blood in the distance. Fields, oak groves, meadows sped past, till at long last the waning moon became pale and inclined in the west. Then they reined in their beasts and halted for final refreshment. It was not further now than 2 miles from Prostki. The Tartars fed their horses with barley from their hands, so that the beasts might gain strength before battle. But Kmita sat on a fresh pony and rode further to look at the camp of the enemy. After an hour's ride he found in the willows the light horse party which Corsac had sent to reconnoiter. "Well," asked Kmita, "what is to be heard?" "They are not sleeping. They are bustling like bees in a hive," answered the banneret. "They would have started already, but have not wagons sufficient." "Can the camps be seen from some point near at hand?" "It can from that height which is covered with bushes. The camp lies over there in the valley of the river. Does your grace wish to see it?" "Lead on." The banneret put his spurs to his horse, and they rode to the height. Day was already in the sky, and the air was filled with a golden light. But along the river, on the opposite low bank, there lay still a dense fog. Hidden in the bushes, they looked at that fog growing thinner and thinner. At last, about 2 furlongs distant, a square earthwork was laid bare. Kmita's glance was fixed on it with eagerness. But at the first moment he saw only the misty outlines of tents and wagons standing in the center along the entrenchments. The blaze of fires was not visible. He saw only smoke rising in lofty curls to the sky in sign of fine weather. But as the fog vanished, Pan Andrei could distinguish through his field glasses blue Swedish and yellow Prussian banners planted on the entrenchments. Then masses of soldiers, cannon, and horses. Around there was silence, broken only by the rustle of bushes moved by the breeze, and the glad morning twitter of birds. But from the camp came a deep sound. Evidently no one was sleeping, and they were preparing to march, for in the center of the entrenchment was an unusual stir. Whole regiments were moving from place to place. Some went out in front of the entrenchments. Around the wagons there was a tremendous bustle. Cannon also were drawn from the trenches. "It cannot be, but they are preparing to march," said Camilla. All the prisoners said they wish to make a junction with the infantry, and beside, they do not think that the hetman can come up before evening, and even if he were to come up, they prefer a battle in the open field to yielding that infantry to the knife. About 2 hours will pass before they move, and at the end of 2 hours the hetman will be here. "Praise be to God," said the banneret. "Send to tell our men not to feed too long." "According to order." "But have they not sent away parties on this side of the river?" "To this side they have not sent one, but they have sent some to their infantry marching from Elko." "It is well," said Camilla, and he descended the height and commanded the party to hide longer in the rushes, moved back himself with all the breath in his horse to the squadron. Gosiewski was just mounting when Babinich arrived. The young knight told quickly what he had seen and what the position was. The hetman listened with great satisfaction and urged forward the squadrons without delay. Babinich's party went in advance. After it the Lithuanian squadrons, then that of Valyonovich and of Lauda, the hetman's own and others. The horde remained behind, for Hassan Bey begged for that with insistence, fearing that his men might not withstand the first onset of the heavy cavalry. He had also another reckoning. He wished, when the Lithuanians struck the enemy's front, to seize the camp with his Tartars. In the camp he expected to find very rich plunder. The hetman permitted this, thinking justly that the Tartars would strike weakly on the cavalry, but would fall like madmen on the tabor and might raise a panic, especially since the Prussian horses were less accustomed to their terrible howling. In 2 hours, as Camilla had predicted, they halted in front of that elevation from which the scouting party had looked into the entrenchments, and which now concealed the march of all the troops. The banneret, seeing the troops approaching, sprang forward like lightning with intelligence that the enemy, having withdrawn the pickets from this side of the river, had already moved, and that the rear of the tabor was just leaving the entrenchments. When he heard this, Gosiewski drew his baton from the holsters of the saddle and said, "They cannot return now, for the wagons block the way. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, there is no reason to hide any longer." He beckoned to the bunchuk bearer, and he raised the horsetail standard aloft, waved it on every side. At this sign all the horsetail standards began to wave, trumpets thundered, Tartar pipes squeaked, 6,000 sabers were gleaming in the air, and 6,000 throats shouted, "Jesus, Mary, Allah, Allah!" Then squadron after squadron rose in a trot from behind the height. In Waldeck's camp they had not expected guests so soon, for a feverish movement set in. The drums rattled uninterruptedly. The regiments turned with front to the river. It was possible to see with the naked eye generals and colonels flying between the regiments. They hurried to the center with the cannon so as to bring them forward to the river. After a while, both armies were not further than 1,000 yards from each other. They were divided only by a broad meadow, in the center of which a river flowed. Another moment, and the first streak of white smoke bloomed out from the Prussian side toward the Poles. The battle had begun. The hetman himself sprang toward Camilla's troops. "Advance, Babinich! Advance in God's name against that line!" And he pointed with his baton to the gleaming regiment of cavalry. "Follow me!" demanded Pan Andrei, and pressing his horse with spurs, he moved at a gallop toward the river. More swiftly than an arrow from a bow did they shoot forward. The horses had gained their highest speed and were running with ears dropped back and bodies stretched out like the bodies of hounds. The riders bent forward to the manes of their horses, and howling, lashed toward the beasts, which now did not seem to touch the earth. They rushed with that impetus to the river. The water did not restrain them, for they came upon a broad ford, level and sandy. They reached the other bank and sprang on in a body. Seeing this, the regiment of armored cavalry moved toward them, first at a walk, then at a trot, and did not go faster. But when Kmita's front had come within 20 yards, the command, "Fire!" was heard, and 1,000 arms with pistols were stretched forward. A line of smoke ran from one end of the rank to the other. Then the two bodies struck each other with a crash. The horses reared at the first blow. Over the heads of the combatants glittered sabers through the whole length of the line. A serpent, as it were, of lightning flew from end to end. The ominous clang of blades against helmets and breastplates was heard to the other side of the river. It seemed as if hammers were ringing in forges on plates of steel. The line bent in one moment unto a crescent. For since the center of the German cavalry yielded, pushed back by the first onset, the wings against which less force were directed kept their places. But the armored soldiers did not let the center be broken, and a terrible slaughter began. On one side, enormous men covered with armor resisted with the whole weight of horses. On the other, the grey host of Tartars pushed with the force of accumulated impetus, cutting and thrusting with an inconceivable rapidity which only uncommon activity and ceaseless practice can give. As when a host of woodcutters rush at a forest of pine trees, there is heard only the sound of axes, and time after time some lofty tree falls to the ground with a fearful crash. So every moment some one of the cavalry bent his shining head and rolled under his horse. The sabers of Kmita's men glittered in their eyes, cut around their faces, eyes, hands. In vain does a sturdy soldier raise his heavy sword before he can bring it down. He feels a cold point entering his body, then the sword drops from his hand, and he falls with a bloody face on the neck of his horse. When a swarm of wasps attack in an orchard him who is shaking down fruit, vainly does the man ward them off with his hands, try to free himself, dodge aside. They reach his face skillfully, reach his neck, and each one drives into him a sharp sting. So did Kmita's raging men, trained in so many battles, rush forward, hew, cut, thrust, spread terror and death more and more stubbornly, surpassing their opponents as much as a skillful craftsman surpasses the sturdiest apprentice who is wanting in practice. Therefore the German cavalry began to fall more quickly, and the center, against which Kmita himself was fighting, became so thin that it might break at any moment. Commands of officers summoning the soldiers to shattered places were lost in the uproar and wild shouting. The line did not come together quickly enough, and Kmita pressed with increasing power. Wearing chainmail, a gift from the Sapeda, he fought as a simple soldier, having with him the youngest Kyemliches and Soroka. Their office was to guard their master, and every moment some one of them turned to the right or to the left, giving a terrible blow. But Kmita rushed on his chestnut horse to the thickest of the fight, and having all the secrets of Pan Michael and gigantic strength, he quenched men's lives quickly. Sometimes he struck with his whole saber, sometimes he barely reached with the point, sometimes he described a small circle merely, but quick as lightning, and a horseman flew head downward under his beast, as if a thunderbolt had hurled him from the saddle. Others withdrew before the terrible man. At last Pan Michael Andrei slashed the standard-bearer in the temple. He gave forth a sound like that which a cock gives if his throat is cut, and dropped the standard from his hand. At that moment the center broke, and the discordant wings formed two chaotic bodies, fled swiftly to the farther lines of the Prussian army. Kmita looked through the broken center into the depth of the field, and saw at once a regiment of red dragoons flying like wind to the aid of the broken cavalry. "That is nothing," thought he. "Volodyovski will cross the ford in a moment to aid me." At that instant was heard the thunder of cannon, so loud that the earth trembled in its foundations. Musketry rattled from the entrenchment to those ranks of the Poles who had pushed forward most. The whole field was covered with smoke, and in that smoke Kmita's volunteers and Tartars closed with the dragoons. But from the side of the river no one came with assistance. The enemy had let Kmita pass the ford purposefully, and then covered the ford with such a dreadful shower from cannons and muskets that no living foot could pass through it. The troops of Pan Korsak tried first, and turned back in disorder. Next the squadron of Voynilovich went into the middle of the ford and turned back. Slowly, it is true, for that was the king's regiment, one of the most valiant in the army, but with a loss of 12 noted nobles and 19 soldiers. The water in the ford, which was the only passage through the river, was splashing under the blows of balls as under a dense pouring rain. Cannonballs flew to the other bank, casting around clouds of sand. Gosiewski himself rode up on a gallop, and when he had seen this, he knew that it was impossible for one living man to reach the opposite bank. And still, that might decide the fate of the battle. Then the forehead of the hetman frowned sternly. For a while he looked through his glass along the whole line of the enemy's troops, and cried to the orderly, "Rush to Hasan Bey! Let the horde pass the deep bank as it can, and strike the tabor. What they find in the wagons will be theirs. There are no cannon there. It will be only hand to hand." The horseman sprang forward with what breath was in his horse, but the hetman advanced to where under the willows on the meadow stood the Lauda squadron, and halted before it. Volodyovski was at the head of the squadron, gloomy and silent, but he looked in the eyes of the hetman, and his mustaches quivered. "What do you think?" asked the hetman. "Will the Tartars cross?" "The Tartars will cross, but Kmita will perish," answered the little knight. "As God lives," cried the hetman suddenly, "this Kmita, if he had a head on his shoulders, might win the battle and not perish." Volodyovski said nothing. Still, he thought it was necessary either not to send any regiment across the river, or to send 5. The hetman looked a while yet through his glass at the distant confusion which Kmita was making beyond the river, but the little knight, not being able to endure any longer, drew near him, and holding his saber point upward, said, "Your worthiness, if there were an order, I would try the ford again." "Stop," said Gosiewski rather sharply. "It is enough that those will perish." "They are perishing already," replied Volodyovski. And in truth, uproar was becoming more definite and greater every moment. Evidently Kmita was retreating to the river. "As God lives, I wanted that," cried the hetman suddenly, and he sprang like a thunderbolt to Voynilovich's squadron. In fact, Kmita was retreating. After they had met the red dragoons, his men fought with their last strength. But the breath was already failing in their breasts, their wearied hands were drooping, and bodies were falling faster and faster. Only hope that aid might come any moment from beyond the river kept courage in them yet. Half an hour more passed, and the cry of "Strike!" was heard no longer, but to the aid of the red dragoons sprang Boguslav's regiment of heavy cavalry. "Death is coming," thought Kmita, seeing them approaching from the flank. But he was a soldier who never had a doubt, for a moment, not only of his life, but of victory. Long and hazardous practice had given him also great knowledge of war. Therefore, lightning at dusk does not flash and then die out so quickly as the following thought flashed to the head of Pan Andrei. Evidently the Poles could not cross the ford to the enemy, and since they could not, he would lead the enemy to them. Boguslav's regiment was coming on at full sweep, and not more than 100 yards distant. In a moment they would strike and scatter his Tartars. Pan Andrei raised the pipe to his mouth and whistled so shrilly that the nearest dragoon horses rose on their haunches. That instant other pipes of the Tartar leaders repeated the whistle, and not so swiftly does the whirlwind twist the sand as that Shambul turned its horses in flight. The remnant of the mailed cavalry, the Red Dragoons, and Boguslav's regiment sprang after them with all speed. The shouts of the officers, "Naprozd," forward, and "Gott mit uns," God with us, rang like a storm, and a marvelous sight was seen then. Over the broad meadow rushed the disordered and confused Shambul of Tartars straight to the ford, which was rained on with bullets and balls, and they tore onward as if carried with wings. Every Tartar lay on the horse, flattened himself, hid himself in the mane on the neck, in such fashion that had it not been for the cloud of arrows flying back toward the cavalry, it might be said that the horses were rushing on riderless. After them, with roaring, shouting, and trampling, followed gigantic men with upraised swords gleaming in their right hands. The ford was nearer and nearer. There was half a furlong left yet, and evidently the Tartar horses were using their last strength, for the distance between them and the cavalry was quickly decreasing. A few moments later, the front ranks of the pursuers began to cut with their swords the Tartars closing the rear. The ford was right there. It seemed that in a few springs the horses would be in it. And suddenly something wonderful happened. Behold, when the Shambul had run to the ford, a shrill whistle of pipes was heard again on the wings, and the whole body, instead of rushing into the river to seek safety on the other bank, opened into and with the speed of swallows sprang to the right and left, with and against the flow of the river. But the heavy regiments, rushing right on their shoulders with the highest horse speed, raced into the ford with the same force, and only when in the water did the horsemen begin to hold their furious beasts. The cannon, which up to that moment had been showering a rain of iron on the gravel, were silent in a second. The gunners had to spare their own army. End of Chapter 51, Part 1. Chapter 51, Part 2 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones, Bonita Springs, Florida. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 51, Part 2. But Gosyevsky was waiting for precisely that instant as for salvation. The cavalry were hardly in the water when the terrible royal squadron of Voynillovich rushed at it like a hurricane. Then the Lauda, the Korzak, the two squadrons of the Hetman, and the volunteer squadron. After that, the armored squadron of Prince Michael Radziwiłł. A terrible shout, "Kill! Slay!" thundered in the air, and before the Prussian regiments could halt, concentrate, use their swords, the Voynillovich squadron had scattered them as a whirl of air scatters leaves. They crushed the Red Dragoons, pushed back Boguslav's regiment, cut it in two, and drove it over the field toward the main army of Prussia. In one moment the river was red with blood. The cannon began to play again. But too late, for 8 squadrons of Lithuanian cavalry were sweeping with thunder and roar over the meadows, and the whole battle was transferred to the other side of the river. The hetman was flying with one of his own squadrons, his face radiant with joy and with fire in his eyes, for once he had the cavalry beyond the river, he was certain of victory. The squadrons, emulating one another in slashing and thrusting, drove before them the remnant of the dragoons and the cavalry, which fell in a dense body. For the heavy horses were not able to flee swiftly, and merely covered the pursuers against missiles from the front. Meanwhile, Waldeck, Boguslav, Radziwill, and Israel sent forward all their cavalry to restrain the onset, and hastened themselves to put the infantry in line. Regiment after regiment ran out of the tabor and took their places on the plain. They thrust the butts of their heavy spears into the earth, with the heads pointing forward, inclined like a fence to the enemy. In the next rank, musketeers stretched forward the barrels of their muskets. Between the quadrangles of regiments they placed cannon in hot haste. Neither Boguslav nor Waldeck nor Israel flattered themselves that their cavalry could restrain that of the Poles very long, and their whole hope was in the artillery and the infantry. Meanwhile, in front of the infantry, the mounted regiment struck breast against breast. But that happened which the Prussian leaders foresaw. The pressure of the Lithuanian cavalry was so terrible that their opponents could not restrain them for one moment, and the first hussar regiments split them as a wedge splits wood, and went without breaking a lance through the dense mass, as a ship driven by strong wind goes through waves. The streamers were visible nearer and nearer. At times the heads of the hussar horses rose above the throng of the Prussians. "On your guard!" cried the officers standing in the quadrangle of infantry. At this word the Prussian soldiers braced themselves more firmly on their feet, and strained their arms holding the spears, and all hearts were beating violently, for the terrible hussars come wholly in sight, and were bearing down straightway against them. "Fire!" was the word of command. Muskets rattled in the second and third ranks of the quadrangle. Smoke covered the men. A moment later the roar of the coming squadron was nearer. "They are right there." All at once, amidst the smoke, the first rank of infantry see there above them, almost over their heads, thousands of horses' hoofs, wide nostrils, inflamed eyes. A crash of broken spears is heard. A fearful shout rends the air. Polish voices shouting "Slay!" and German voices "Gott erbarme mich meiner," God have mercy on me. That regiment is broken, crushed, but in the spaces between other regiments cannons begin to play. Other squadrons come up. Each one strikes after a moment on a forest of lances, but perhaps not every one will break the forest which it strikes, for none has such terrible force as Voynillovich's squadron. Shouting increases on the whole field of battle. Nothing can be seen, but from the mass of combatants, groups of yellow infantry escape in disorder, fleeing from some regiment which evidently was also beaten. Horsemen in gray colors pursue, cut, and trample these men, and shout, "Lauda! Lauda!" That was Volodyovski, who, with his squadron, had fought against a second quadrangle. But others were sticking yet. Victory might still incline to the Prussians, especially as at the tabor stood 2 regiments intact, which, since the tabor was safe, might be summoned at any moment. Waldeck had in truth lost his head. Israel was not present, for he had been sent with the cavalry. But Boguslav was watching and managing everything. He led the whole battle, and seeing the increase of great peril, sent Pan Baez for those regiments. Baez urged his horse, and half an hour later returned bareheaded, with terror and despair in his face. "The horde is in the Tabor," shouted he, hurrying up to Boguslav. At that instant unearthly howling was heard on the right wing. This howling came nearer and nearer. Suddenly appeared crowds of Swedish horsemen approaching in terrible panic. After them were fleeing weaponless, bareheaded infantry, and after the infantry, in confusion and disorder, came the wagons drawn by wild and terrified horses. All this mass was rushing at random from the tower toward the infantry in the meadow. In a moment they fell on the infantry, put them into disorder, scattered them, especially when in front they were pressed by the Lithuanian cavalry. "Hassan Bey has reached the Tabor," cried Gosievsky with ecstasy, and he let out his last 2 squadrons like falcons from their rest. At the same moment that these 2 squadrons strike the infantry in front, their own wagons rush against them on the flank. The last quadrangles burst as if under the stroke of a hammer. Of the whole brilliant Swedish-Prussian army, there is formed one gigantic mass in which the cavalry are mingled with the infantry. Men are overturning, trampling, and suffocating one another. They throw off their clothing, cast away their arms. The cavalry press them, cut them, crush them, mash them. It is no longer a battle lost. It is a ruin, one of the most ghastly of the war. Boguslav, seeing that all was lost, resolved to save at least himself and some of his cavalry. With superhuman exertion, he collected a few hundred horsemen, and was fleeing along the left wing in the direction of the river's course. He had already escaped from the main whirl, when Prince Michael Radziwill, leading his own hussars, struck him on the flank and scattered his whole detachment at a blow. After this, Boguslav's men fled singly or in small groups. They could be saved only by the speed of their horses. In fact, the hussars did not pursue, but struck on the main body of infantry, which all the other squadrons were cutting to pieces. The broken detachment fled over the field like a scattered herd of deer. Boguslav, on Kmita's black steed, is rushing like the wind, striving in vain by cries to gather round him even a few tens of men. No one obeys him. Each man flees on his own account, glad that he has escaped from the disaster and that he has no enemy in front of him. But rejoicing was vain. They had not gone 1,000 yards when howling was heard in front, and a gray host of Tartars sprang forth from the river, near which they had been lurking till then. This was Kmita with his men. Leaving the field, after he had brought the enemy to the ford, he turned so as to cut off retreat to the fugitives. The Tartars, seeing the cavalry scattered themselves at a moment to catch them more easily, and a murderous pursuit began. 2 or 3 Tartars cut off one trooper, and he rarely defended himself. More frequently he seized his rapier by the point and extended the hilt to the Tartars, calling for mercy. But the Tartars, knowing that they could not lead these prisoners home, took only officers who could give ransom. The common soldiers received a knife in the throat and died. Unable to say even God, those who fled to the last were stabbed in the back and shoulders. Those under whom the horses did not fall were caught with lariats. Kmita rushed for a time over the field, hurling down horsemen and seeking Boguslav with his eyes, and at last he beheld him, and knew him at once by the horse, by the blue ribbon, and the hat with black ostrich feathers. A cloud of white steam surrounded the prince for just a moment before two Nogais had attacked him. One he killed with a pistol shot, and the other he thrust through with a rapier. Then, seeing a larger party rushing from one side, and Kmita from the other, he pressed his horse with spurs and shot on like a hunted deer followed by hounds. More than 50 men rushed in a body after him, but not all the horses ran equally, so that soon the 50 formed a long serpent, the head of which was Boguslav and the neck Kmita. The prince bent forward in his saddle. The black horse appeared not to touch the earth with his feet, but was black over the green grass, like a swallow swooping close to the ground. The chestnut stretched his neck like a crane, put back his ears, and seemed as if trying to spring from his skin. Single willows, clumps of them, groups of alders shot past. The Tartars were behind. A furlong, 2, 3 furlongs, but they ran and ran. Kmita threw his pistols from the holsters to lighten the horse's burden. With eyes fastened on Boguslav, with fixed lips, he almost lay on the neck of the horse, pricked his foaming sides with spurs, till soon the foam falling to the earth became rose-colored. But the distance between him and the prince not only did not decrease a single inch, but began to increase. Woe, thought Pan Andrei, no horse on earth can overtake that one. And when after a few springs the distance increased still more, he straightened himself in the saddle, let the sword drop on its pendant, and putting his hands around his mouth, shouted in a trumpet-like voice, "Flee, traitor! Flee before Kmita! I will get you, if not today, tomorrow." These words had barely sounded in the air, when on a sudden the prince, who heard them, looked around, and seeing that Kmita alone was pursuing, instead of fleeing farther, described a circle, and with rapier in hand rushed upon him. Pan Andrei gave forth a terrible cry of joy, and without lessening speed raised his saber for a blow. "Corpse! Corpse!" shouted the prince, and wishing to strike the more surely, he restrained his horse. Kmita, when he had come up, held in his own beast till the hoofs sank in the earth, and rapier met saber. They closed in such fashion that the two horses formed almost one body. A terrible sound of steel was heard, quick as thought. No eye could catch the lightning-like movement of rapier and saber, nor distinguish the prince from Kmita. At times Boguslav's hat appeared black, at times Kmita's steel morion gleamed. The horses whirled around each other, the swords clinked more and more terribly. Boguslav, after a few strokes, ceased to despise his opponent. All the terrible thrusts which he had learned from French masters were parried. Sweat was now flowing freely from his face with the rouge and white. He felt weariness in his right arm already. Wonder seized him, then impatience, then rage. Therefore he determined to finish, and he thrust so terribly that the hat fell from his head. Kmita warded with such force that the prince's rapier flew to the side of the horse, and before Boguslav could defend himself again, Kmita cut him with the very end of the saber in the forehead. "Christ!" shouted the prince in German, rolling to the earth. He fell on his back. Pan Andrei was as if stunned for the moment, but recovered quickly. He dropped his saber on its pendant, made the sign of the cross, sprang from his horse, and seizing the hilt, again approached the prince. He was terrible. for pale as a sheet from emotion, his lips were pressed, and inexorable hatred was in his face. Behold his mortal enemy, and such a powerful one, lying now at his feet in blood, still alive and conscious, but conquered, and not with foreign weapons, nor with foreign aid. Boguslav looked at him, and with widely opened eyes watched carefully every move of the victor, and when Kmita stood there above him, he cried quickly, "Do not kill me! Ransom!" Kmita, instead of answering, stood with his foot on Boguslav's breast and pressed with all his power. Then he placed the point of his saber on the prince's throat, so that the skin yielded under the point. He only needed to move the hand to press more firmly. But he did not kill him at once. He wished to sate himself yet with the sight, and make the death of his enemy more grievous. He transfixed Boguslav's eyes with his own eyes, and stood above him, as a lion stands above an overthrown buffalo. The prince, from whose forehead blood was flowing more and more copiously, so that the whole upper part of his head was as if in a pool, spoke again, but now with greatly stifled voice, for the foot of Pan Andrei was crushing his breast. "The maiden, listen." Barely had Pan Andrei heard these words when he took his foot from Boguslav's breast and raised his sword. "Speak," said he. But Boguslav only breathed deeply for a time. At last, with a voice now stronger, he said, "The maiden will die if you kill me. The orders are given." "What have you done with her?" asked Kmita. "Spare me, and I will give her to you. I swear upon the gospel." Pan Andrei struck his forehead with his fist. It was to be seen for a time that he was struggling with himself and with his thoughts. Then he said, "Hear me, traitor. I would give 100 such degenerate ruffians for one hair of hers. But I do not believe you, you oath-breaker." "On the gospel," repeated the prince, "I will give you a safe conduct and an order in writing." "Let it be so. I will give you your life, but I will not let you out of my hands. You will give me the letter, but meanwhile I will give you to the Tartars, with whom you will be in captivity." "Agreed," answered Boguslav. "Remember," said Pan Andrei, "your princely rank did not preserve you from my hand, nor your army, nor your fencing. And be it assured that as many times as you cross my path, or do not keep word, nothing will save you, even though you are made Emperor of Germany. Recognize me. Once I had you in my hands, and now you are lying under my feet." "Consciousness is leaving me," said the prince. "Pan Kmita, there must be water nearby. Give me to drink, and wash my wound." "Die, parricide," answered Kmita. But the prince, secure of life, recovered all his self-command and said, "You are foolish, Pan Kmita. If I die, she too—" And here his lips grew pale. Kmita ran to see if there was not some ditch near at hand, or even some pool. The prince fainted, but for a short time. He revived happily for himself when the first Tartar, Selwyn, son of Gazi Aga, the banneret among Kmita's Tartars, was coming up, and seeing the enemy weltering in blood, determined to pin him to the earth with the spear point of the banner. The prince in that terrible moment still had strength sufficient enough to seize the point. Being loosely fastened, fell from the staff. The sound of that short struggle brought back Pan Andrei. "Stop, son of a dog!" he cried, running from a distance. The Tartar, at the sound of the familiar voice, pushed up to his horse with fear. Kmita commanded him to go for water, and remained himself with the prince. For from afar were to be seen approaching at a gallop the Imliches, Soroka, and the whole Shambul, who, after they had caught all the horsemen, came to seek their leader. Seeing Pan Andrei, the faithful Nogais threw up their caps with loud shouts. Akba Ulan sprang from his horse and began to bow to him, touching with his hand his forehead, his mouth, and his breast. Others, smacking their lips in Tartar fashion, looked with greediness into the eyes of the conquered. Some rushed to seize the two horses, the chestnut and the black, which were running at a distance, each with a flying mane. "Akhma Ulan," said Kmita, "this is the leader of the army which we conquered this morning, Prince Boguslav Radziwill. I give him to you, and do you keep him, for dead or alive they will pay you for him liberally. Now take care of him. Put on him a lariat, and lead him to camp." "Allah! Allah! We thank the leader! We thank the conqueror!" cried all the Tartars in one voice, and again was heard the smacking of 1,000 lips. Kmita mounted and went with a part of the Tartars to the field of battle. From a distance he saw the standard-bearers with their standards, but of the squadron there were only a few men present. The rest had gone in pursuit of the enemy. Crowds of camp servants were busy on the battlefield, plundering the corpses, and fighting here and there with the Tartars, who were plundering also. The latter looked especially terrible, with knives in their hands, and with arms stained to the elbows. You would have said that a flock of crows had dropped them from the clouds to the battle plain. Their wild laughter and shouts were heard over the whole meadow. Some, holding in their lips knives still steaming, drew with both hands dead men by the feet. Others, in sport, threw at one another severed heads. Some were still filling bags. Others, as in a bazaar, were holding up bloody garments, praising their values, or examining the weapons which they had taken. Kmita passed over the field where he had first met the cavalry. Bodies of men and horses, cut with swords, lay scattered there, but where squadrons had cut infantry, there were whole piles of corpses, and pools of stiffened blood splashed under the foot like muddy water in a swamp. It was difficult to advance through the fragments of broken lances, muskets, corpses, overturned wagons, and troops of Tartars pushing around. Kozievsky was still on the entrenchment of the fortified camp, and with him were the Prince Michael Radziwill, Voynilovich, Volodyovsky, Korsak, and a number of men. From this height they took in with their eyes the field far away to its uttermost edges, and were able to estimate the whole extent of the victory and the enemy's defeat. Kmita, on beholding these gentlemen, hastened his pace, and Kozievsky, since he was not only a fortunate warrior, but an honorable man without a shadow of envy in his heart, had barely seen Pan Andrei when he cried, "Here comes the real victor! He is the cause of winning the day. I first declare this in public. Gracious gentlemen, thank Pan Babinich, for had it not been for him, we would not have crossed the river." "Vivat Babinich!" cried a number of voices. "Vivat! Vivat!" "Where did you learn war, soldier?" cried the hetman with enthusiasm, "that you know what to do in a moment?" Kmita did not answer, for he was too tired. He merely bowed on every side and passed his hand over his face, soiled with sweat and with powder smoke. His eyes gleamed with an uncommon light, and still the vivats sounded incessantly. Division after division returned from the field on foaming horses, and those who came joined their voices from full breasts in honor of Babinich. Caps flew into the air. Whoso had a pencil still loaded gave fire. Suddenly, Kmita stood in the saddle, and raising both hands high, shouted, "Vivat Jan Casimir, our Lord and gracious Father!" Here there was such a shout as if a new battle had begun. Unspeakable enthusiasm seized all. Prince Michael ungirded his saber, which had a hilt set with diamonds, and gave it to Kmita. The hetman drew his own costly cloak on the shoulders of the hero, who again raised his hands. "Vivat our hetman, victorious leader!" "May he increase and flourish," answered all in a chorus. Then they brought together the captured banners and thrust them into the embankment at the feet of the leaders. The enemy had not taken one of theirs. There were Prussian, Russian, and the general's militia, nobles, Swedish, and Boguslav flags. The whole rainbow of them was waving at the embankment. "One of our greatest victories of this war," cried the hetman. "Israel and Waldeck are in captivity. The colonels have fallen, are in captivity. The army is cut into pieces." And here he turned to Kmita. "Pan Babinich, you were on that side. You must have met Boguslav. What has happened to him?" Here Pan Michael looked diligently into Kmita's eyes, but Kmita said quickly, "God has punished Boguslav with his hand." Then he stretched forth his right hand, but at that moment the little knight drew himself into his arms. "Hendrik," cried he, "I am not envious. May God bless you." "You formed my hand," answered Pan Andrei with effusion, but a further expression of brotherly feeling was stopped by Pan Michael Radziwill. "Is my cousin killed?" asked he quickly. "Not killed," answered Kmita, "for I granted him his life, but he is wounded and captive, and over there my Nogais are bringing him." At these words, astonishment was depicted on Volodyovski's face, and the eyes of the knight were turned to the plain, on which appeared a party of some tens of Tartars approaching slowly. At last, when they had passed a group of broken wagons, they came within some tens of yards of the entrenchment. The hetman and the officers saw that the Tartar riding in advance was leading a prisoner. All recognized Boguslav, but in what a change of fortune! He, one of the most powerful lords in Commonwealth, he who even yesterday was dreaming of independent rule, he, a prince of the German Empire, was walking now with a lariat around his neck at the side of a Tartar horse, without a hat, with bloody head bound in a filthy rag. But such was the venom in the hearts of the knights against this magnate that his terrible humiliation did not excite the pity of any, and nearly all mouths shouted at the same moment, "Death to the traitor! Bear him apart on sabres! Death! Death!" Prince Michael covered his eyes with his hand, for still that was a Radziwill led with such humiliation. Suddenly he grew red and shouted, "Gracious gentlemen, that is my cousin, that is my blood, and I have spared neither life nor property for the country. He is my enemy, Who will raise a hand against that ill-fated man?" The knights were silent at once. Prince Michael was universally beloved for his bravery, liberality, and devotion to the country. Even when all Lithuania fell into the hands of the Northerners, he alone defended himself in JeffE, and in the time of the Swedish wars he contemned the persuasion of Prince Janusz, and was one of the first to join the confederacy of Toshiozi. His voice, therefore, found hearing at once. Finally, it may be that no one wished to oppose so powerful a man. It is enough that the sabres were placed at once in the scabbards, and even some officers, clients of the Radzivills, exclaimed, "Take him from the Tartars, let the Commonwealth judge him, but let not honorable blood be insulted by pagans." "Take him from the Tartars," repeated the prince. "We will find surety, and he will pay the ransom himself. Pan Voynillovich, move your men, and let them take him by force, if it is impossible otherwise." "I offer myself as a surety to the Tartars," said Pan Gianovsky. When Volodyovsky rushed up to Kmita and said, "Hendrik, what have you done? He will go safely out of this trouble." Kmita sprang forward like a wounded wildcat. "With the permission of your Highness," cried he, "this is my prisoner. I granted him life, but under conditions to which he swore by his heretical gospel, and may I fall dead here, if he will go out of the hands into which I gave him before he fulfills everything." When he had said this, he struck his horse, blocked the road, and his inborn impulsiveness had almost carried him away, for his face began to writhe, he distended his nostrils, and his eyes began to cast lightning. Meanwhile, Voynillovich pressed him with his horse. "Aside, Pan Babinich!" he cried. "Aside, Pan Voynillovich!" roared Kmita, and struck with the hilt of his sabre Voynillovich's horse with such force that the steed tottered on his legs as if struck by a ball, and dug the ground with his nostrils. Then there rose a fierce shout among the knights, so that Gosievsky pushed forward and cried, "Silence, gentlemen! Gracious prince, in virtue of my authority as hetman, I declare that Pan Babinich has a right to the prisoner, and that whosoever wishes to free him from Tartar hands must give guarantee to his conqueror." Prince Michael mastered his indignation, calmed himself, and said, directing his speech to Pan Andrei, "Say what you wish." That he observe the conditions with me before he leaves captivity. "But he will keep them when he is free." "Impossible. I do not believe him." "Then I swear for him by the most holy mother, whom I recognize, and on the word of a knight, that all will be observed to you. In the opposite case, you may make demand on my honor and property." "That is sufficient for me," said Kmita. "Let Pan Noyevsky go as hostage, for otherwise the Tartars will make resistance. I will give way on your word." "I thank you, cavalier," answered Prince Michael. "Do not fear either that he will receive his freedom at once, for I will give him to the hetman by right, and he will remain a prisoner until the king pronounces sentence." "That will be so," answered the hetman, and ordering Voynillovich to set on a fresh horse, for that one was hardly able to stand, he sent him with Pan Gnoyensky for the prince. But the affair did not pass easily yet, for Hassan Bey made a terrible resistance, and only the sight of Pan Gnoyski and the promise of a ransom of 100,000 thalers could pacify him. In the evening, Prince Boguslav found himself in the tents of Gosiewski. He was cared for with attention. 2 physicians did not leave him for a moment, and both guaranteed his life, for the wound, since it had been given with the very end of the saber, was not too serious. Volodyovski could not forgive Kmita for having granted the prince his life, and from sorrow avoided him all day. It was only in the evening that Pan Andrei himself went to Pan Michael's tent. "Fear the wounds of God," cried the little knight at sight of him. "I should have expected this of any other than of you, to let that traitor go alive." "Listen to me, Michael, before you condemn me," said Kmita gloomily. "I had him under my foot and held my saber point at his throat. And then do you know what the traitors said? That there were commands given to kill Olenka in Taurogi if he should be slain. What had I, unfortunate man, to do? I purchased her life with his life. What had I to do? By the cross of Christ, what had I to do?" Here Pan Andrei began to pull his hair, to stomp from bewilderment, and Volodyovski thought for a while, then said, "I understand your despair, but still, you see, you have let go a traitor who may bring serious suffering to the country. There is no denying, Hendrik, that you have rendered wonderful service today, but at last you sacrificed the public good for your own private ends. And what would you have done if you were told there was a knife at the throat of Pan Anusia?" Pan Michael's mustaches quivered fiercely. "I do not offer myself as an example. What would I have done? But Pan Yan, who has a Roman soul, would not have left him alive. And besides, I am certain that God would not have let innocent blood flow for the reason he mentioned. Let me do penance. Punish me, O God, not according to my heavy sin, but according to thy mercy. For to sign a sentencing against that dove," here Kmita closed his eyes, "angels forfend. Never, never." "It is past," said Volodyovski. Here Pan Andrei took a paper out of his bosom. "See, Michael, what I obtained. This is a command to Sakovich, to all the officers of Radziwill, and to the Swedish commandants. We forced him to write it, though he could barely move his hand. Prince Michael himself saw to that. This is freedom for her, safety for her. I will lie in the form of a cross every day for a year. I will have myself scourged. I will build a church, but I will not sacrifice her life. I have not a Roman soul. Well, I am not a Cato like Pan Yan, true, but I will not sacrifice her. No, by 100 thunders I will not, even if at last I am roasted in hell on a spit." Kmita did not finish, for Pan Michael sprang up to him and stopped his mouth with his hand, crying in a terrible voice, "Do not blaspheme, for you will draw the vengeance of God on her. Beat your breast, quickly, quickly." And Pan Andrei began to beat his chest. "Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa." At last the poor soldier burst into loud weeping, for he did not know himself what to do. Pan Michael let him have his cry out. Then he pacified him and asked, "And what will you undertake now?" "I will go with my men whither I am sent, as far as Birigi. Only let the men and horses draw breath first. On the road I will shed as much heretical blood as I can, to the glory of God. And you will have your merit. Do not lose heart, Hendrik. God is merciful. I will go directly ahead. All Prussia is open at present. Only here and there shall I light upon small garrisons. Pan Michael sighed. Oh, that I could go with you as gladly as to paradise. But I must keep my command. You are fortunate to lead volunteers, Hendrik. Listen, brother, and when you do find both, take care of that one, so that no evil befall her. God knows she may be predestined to me. When he had said this, the little knight cast himself into the arms of Pan Andrei. End of chapter 51, part 2.
Chapter 52 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 52. Olenka and Anusia, having freed themselves from Taurogi under the protection of Brown, came successfully to the sword-bearers' party, which at that time was near Olsha, therefore not very far from Taurogi. The old noble, when he saw them both in good health, would not believe his eyes at first. Then he fell to weeping from delight, and finally came to such military enthusiasm that for him danger existed no longer. Let not only Boguslav appear, but the King of Sweden himself, with all his power, Pan Bilevich was ready to defend his maidens against every enemy. I will fall, said he, before a hair shall drop from your heads. I am no longer the man whom you knew in Taurogi, and I think the Swedes will long remember Girlikol, Yezvoynia, and those beatings which I gave them at Rossenia itself. It is true that the traitor Sakovich attacked us unawares and routed us, but you see several hundred sabres on service. Pan Bilevich did not exaggerate greatly, for in truth it was difficult to recognize in him the former prisoner of Taurogi fallen in courage. He had another mind now. His energy had revived in the field on his horse. He found himself in his element, and being a good soldier, he had really handled the Swedes several times roughly. And since he had great authority in the neighborhood, the nobles and common people flocked to him willingly, and even from some remote districts, a Bilevich brought him now between 10 and 20 horsemen, now some tens of horsemen. Pan Tomash's party was composed of 300 peasant infantry and about 500 horsemen. It was rare that any man in the infantry had a gun. The greater number were armed with scythes and forks. The cavalry was a collection of the wealthier nobles, who betook themselves to the forest with their attendants, and of the poorer nobles from villages. Their arms were better than those of the infantry, but greatly varied. Hop poles served as lances for many. Some carried rich family weapons, but frequently of a past age. The horses of various breeds and quality were not fitted for one rank. With such troops, the sword-bearer could block the road to Swedish patrols. He might cut off even detachments of cavalry. He might clear forests and villages of plunderers, whose numerous bands, composed of Swedish fugitives, Prussian and local ruffians, were busied with robbery. But he could not attack any town. The Swedes had grown wiser. Immediately after the outbreak of the rebellion, those who were scattered in quarters in the villages were cut down through Jmud and Lithuania. But now those who had survived remained mostly in fortified towns, which they left only for short expeditions. Therefore the fields, forests, hamlets, and smaller towns were in Polish hands, but the larger towns were held by Swedes, and there was no power to dislodge them. The sword-bearer's party was one of the best. Others could effect still less than he. On the boundary of Livonia, the insurgents had grown so bold, it is true, that they besieged Birgi twice, and at the second attack it was forced to surrender. But that temporary preponderance came from this, that Pontus de Lagardy had assembled to the defense of Riga against the forces of the Tsar, all the troops from the neighboring districts of Livonia. His brilliant victories, rarely equaled in history, caused the belief, however, that war in the quarter would soon be at an end, and that he would bring to Jmud new Swedish troops intoxicated with triumphs. Still, there was safety enough in the forests at that time, and numerous parties of insurgents capable of undertaking little alone might still be certain that the enemy would not seek them in deep wilderness. Therefore Pan Billevich rejected the thought of hiding in Bialystok, for the road to it was very long, and on the way were many considerable places with large garrisons. "The Lord God has given a dry autumn," he said to the maidens. "Therefore it is easier to live sub Jove, in the open air. I will have a regular tent made for you. I will find a woman to wait on you, and you will stay in the camp. In these times there is no safer refuge than the forest. My Billeviche is burned to the ground. Country houses are infested by ravagers and sometimes even by Swedish parties. Where could you incline your heads more safely than with me, who have several hundred sabres at my command? Rains will come later, then some cabin will be found for you in the forest." This idea pleased Panna Anusia greatly, for in the party were many young Billeviches, polite cavaliers, and besides it was said continually that Pan Babinich was marching in that direction. Anusia hoped that when he came he would drive out the Swedes in a twinkle, and then would be what God would give. Olenka judged also that it was safest with the party, but she wished to retreat far from Tarogi, fearing the pursuit of Sakovich. "Let us go to Vodokty," said she. "There we shall be among our own people. Although it is burned, Mitruni and all the neighboring villages are there. It is impossible that the whole country is turned into a desert. Lauda will defend us in case of danger." "But all the Lauda men have gone with Voldyovsky," said Urbillevich in opposition. "The old men and the youths have remained, and even the women there are able to defend in case of need. Besides, forests are greater there than here. The Domasheviches, the Hunters, or the smoky Gostjeviches will take us to Rogovsk, where no enemy will find us. And when I have secured the camp and you, I will attack the Swedes, and cut to pieces those who dare to touch the rim of the wilderness," said Pan Billevich. "This is an excellent idea. We have nothing to do here. It is possible to render greater service." Who knows whether the sword-bearer did not seize that idea of Olenka so quickly because he too in his soul was somewhat afraid of Sakovich, who, brought to despair, might be terrible. The advice, however, was wise in itself. Therefore it pleased all immediately. The sword-bearer sent out infantry that very day under command of Urbillevich, so as to push forward by the forest in the direction of Krakenov. But he went forward himself with the cavalry 2 days later, obtaining in advance reliable intelligence as to whether there had not gone out from Kiedani or Rosseni, between which he had to march, some considerable bodies of Swedish troops. Pan Billevich marched slowly and carefully. The ladies travelled in peasants' wagons, and sometimes on ponies which the sword-bearer had provided. Anusia, who had received as a gift from Urbillevich a light sabre, hung it bravely at her side, and in a cap placed jauntily on her head brought up the squadron like some captain. The march amused her, the sabres glittering in the sun and the fires disposed around at night. Young officers and soldiers were greatly pleased with the lady, and she shot her eyes around in every direction on the march. She let her tresses fall so as to braid them 3 times daily over the banks of bright brooks, which for her took the place of a mirror. She said often that she wished to see a battle so as to give an example of bravery, but in very truth she did not want a battle at all. She wanted only to subdue the hearts of all the young warriors. In fact, she did subdue an unreckoned number of them. Olenka too revived again, as it were, after leaving Tarogi. There the uncertainty of her future and continual fear were killing her. Now in the depths of the forest she felt safer. The wholesome air brought back her strength. The sight of soldiers, of weapons, the movement and bustle of camp life acted like balsam on her wearied soul. And the march of troops acted agreeably on her also. Possible dangers did not alarm her in the least, for knightly blood was in her veins. Appearing less frequently before the soldiers, not permitting herself to gallop on a pony in front of the ranks, she attracted fewer glances, but general respect surrounded her. The mustached faces of the soldiers were laughing at the sight of Anusia. Heads were uncovered when Olenka drew near the fires. That was changed later to homage, but it did not pass without this, that some heart beat for her in a youthful breast, but eyes did not dare to gaze at her so directly as that brunette of the Ukraine. They advanced through forests and thickets, often sending scouts ahead, and only on the 7th day did they arrive late at night in Lubitsch, which, lying on the border of the Lauda region, formed as it were the entrance to it. The horses were so tired that in spite of Olenka's opposition it was impossible to go farther. Billevich therefore forbade the lady to find fault, and disposed his party for the halt. He himself with the young ladies occupied the house, for the night was foggy and very cold. By a marvelous chance the house had not been burned. The enemy had spared it, probably through the command of Prince Janusz Radziwill, because it was Kmita's, and though the prince learned later of Pan Andrei's succession, he forgot or had not time to give a new order. The insurgents considered the estate as belonging to the Biloviches. The ravagers did not dare to plunder near Lauda. Therefore nothing had changed in it. Olenka went under that roof with a terrible feeling of bitterness and pain. She knew every corner there, but almost with each one was bound up some memory of Kmita's betrayal. Before her is the dining hall ornamented with the portraits of the Biloviches and with skulls of wild beasts of the forest. The skulls cracked with bullets are still on the nails. The portraits slashed with sabers are gazing from the walls, as if wishing to say, "Behold, O maiden, behold our granddaughter. It was he who slashed with sacrilegious hand the pictures of our earthly forms, now resting long in their graves." Olenka felt that she could not close an eye in that branded house. It seemed to her that in the dark corners of the rooms were prowling around yet the ghosts of those terrible comrades breathing fire from their nostrils. And how quickly that man so loved by her had passed from violence to transgression, from transgression to crimes, from the slashing of portraits to profligacy, to the burning of Upita and Volmontovici, to carrying her off from Vodokty, further to the service of Radziwill, to treason, crowned with the promise of raising his hand against the king, against the father of the whole Commonwealth. The night went on swiftly, but sleep did not seize the lids of unhappy Olenka. All the wounds of her soul were reopened and began to burn painfully. Shame again was scorching her cheeks. Her eyes dropped no tears in that time, but immeasurable grief surrounded her heart, because it could not find place within that poor heart. Grief for what? For what might have been if he had been other, if with his bad habits, wildness, and violence he had even an honest heart, if finally he had even a measure in his crimes, if there existed some boundary over which he was incapable of passing. And her heart would have forgiven so much. Anusia saw the suffering of her companion and understood the cause, for the old sword-bearer had detailed the whole history to her previously. Since she had a kind heart, she came up to Panna Bilovich, and throwing her arms around her neck, said, "Olenka, you are writhing from pain in this house." Olenka at first did not wish to speak. Then her whole body trembled like an aspen leaf, and at last a terrible, despairing cry burst from her bosom. Seizing Anusia's hand convulsively, she rested her bright head on that maiden's shoulder. Sobbing now tore her as a whirlwind tears a thicket. Anusia had to wait long before it passed. At last she whispered, when Olenka was pacified somewhat, "Let us pray for him." Olenka covered her eyes with both hands. "I cannot," said she, with an effort. After a while, gathering back feverishly the hair which had fallen on her forehead, she began to speak with a gasping voice. "You see, I cannot. You are happy. Your Babinich is honorable, famous before God and the country. You are happy. I am not free even to pray. Here everywhere is the blood of people, and here are burned ruins. If at least he had not betrayed the country, if he had not undertaken to sell the king. I had forgiven everything before in Kaidani, for I loved him with my whole heart. But now I cannot. Oh, merciful God, I cannot. I could wish not to live myself, and that he were not living." "It is permitted to pray for every soul," said Anusia, "for God is more merciful than men, and knows reasons which often men do not know." When she had said this, Anusia kneeled down to pray, and Olenka threw herself on the floor in the form of a cross, and lay thus till daybreak. Next morning the news thundered through the neighborhood that Pan Billevich was in Lauda. At that news all who were living came forth with greeting. Therefore out of the neighboring forests issued decrepit old men and women with small children. For 2 years no one had sowed any seed, no one had plowed any land. The villages were partly burned and were deserted. The people lived in the forests. Men in the vigor of life had gone with Voldyovsky or to various parties. Only youths watched and guarded the remnant of cattle, and guarded well, but under cover of the wilderness. They greeted the sword-bearer then as a savior, with a great cry of joy. For to those simple people it seemed that if the sword-bearer had come and the lady was returning to the ancient nest, there must be an end to war and disasters. In fact, they began at once to return to the villages, and to drive out the half-wild cattle from the deepest forest enclosures. The Swedes, it is true, were not far away, defended by entrenchments in Ponievyi, but in presence of Bilevich's forces and other neighboring parties which might be summoned in case of need, less attention was paid to them. Pan Tomasz even intended to attack Ponievyi, so as to clear out the whole district, but he was waiting for more men to rally to his banner, and waiting especially till guns were brought to his infantry. These guns the Domasheviches had secreted in considerable number in the forest. Meanwhile he examined the neighborhood, passing from village to village. But that was a gloomy review at Vodokty. The mansion was burned, and half the village, Mitruni in like the manner, Volmontovici of the Buttrams, which Kmita had burned in his time and which had been rebuilt after the fire, by a marvelous chance was untouched. But Dozhrikani and Mozgi of the Domasheviches was burned to the ground. Patsuneli was half consumed, and Morezi altogether. Goshchuni experienced the harshest fate, for half the people were cut to pieces, and all the men to boys of a few years had their hands cut off by command of Colonel Rossa. So terribly war had trampled those neighborhoods. Such were the results of the treason of Janusz Radziwill. But before Bilevich had finished his review and stationed his infantry, fresh tidings came, at once joyful and terrible, which rang with thousand-fold echo from cottage to cottage. Yurik Bilevich, who had gone with a few tens of horses on a reconnaissance to Ponievyi, and had seized some Swedes, was the first to learn of the battle at Protsky. Then every report brought more details, so wondrous that they resembled a fable. Pan Gosiewski, it was said, had routed Count Waldeck, Israel, and Prince Boguslav. The army was cut to pieces, the leaders in captivity. All Prussia was blazing in one conflagration. A few weeks later the mouths of men began to repeat one terrible name, the name of Babinich. Babinich, said they, was the main cause of the victory at Protsky. Babinich cut down with his own hand and captured Prince Boguslav. The next news was, Babinich is burning electoral Prussia, is advancing like death toward Jmud, slaying, leaving behind only earth and sky. Then came the end. Babinich has burned Taurogi. Sakovich has fled before him and is hiding in forests. The last event had happened too near to remain long in doubt. In fact, the news was verified perfectly. Anusia, during the whole time that news was arriving, lived as if dazed. She laughed and wept in turn, stamped her feet when no one believed, and repeated to everyone, whether that one would listen or not, "I know Pan Babinich. He brought me from Zamość to Pan Zafeia. He is the greatest warrior in the world. I do not know whether Pan Charniecki is his equal. He is the man who, serving under Safeia, crushed Boguslav utterly in the first campaign. He, I am sure that it is no other, conquered him at Protsky. Yes, he can finish Sakovich and 10 like Sakovich. He will sweep out the Swedes in a month from all Jmud." In fact, her assurances began to be justified speedily. There was not the least doubt that the terrible warrior called Babinich had moved forward from Taurogi toward the northern country. At Koltini he defeated Colonel Baldin and cut his troops to pieces. At Varni he scattered the Swedish infantry, which retreated before him at Telshi. At Telshi he won a greater victory over 2 colonels, Norman and Hudenskold, in which the latter fell, and Norman with the survivors did not halt till he reached Zagori, on the very boundary of Jmud. From Telshi Babinich marched to Kershani, driving before him smaller divisions of Swedes, who took refuge in haste with the more important garrisons. From Taurogi and Polongi to Birji and Vilkamir the name of the victor was ringing. They told of the cruelties which he permitted himself against the Swedes. It was said that his forces, composed at first of a small chamboule of Tartars and little squads of volunteers, increased day after day, for all who were living rushed to him, all parties joined him, but he bound them in bonds of iron and led them against the enemy. Minds were so occupied by his victories that tidings of the defeat which Pan Gosiewski had sustained from Steinbach at Filipovo passed almost without an echo. Babinich was nearer, and with Babinich they were more occupied. Anusia implored Bilovich daily to advance and join the great warrior. Olenka supported her. All the officers and nobles urged, excited by curiosity alone. But to join the warrior was not easy. First, Babinich was in another district. Second, he often disappeared, and was not heard of for weeks, and then appeared again with news of a new victory. Third, all the Swedish soldiers and garrisons, protecting themselves from him, had stopped the road with large forces. Finally, beyond Rossini, a considerable body of troops had appeared under Sakovich, of whom tidings were brought saying that he was destroying everything before him, and torturing people terribly while questioning them concerning Bilovich's party. The sword-bearer not only could not march to Babinich, but he feared that it would soon be too narrow for him near Lauda. Not knowing himself what to begin, he confided to Yurik Bilovich that he intended to withdraw to the forest of Rogovsk in the east. Yurik immediately gave this information to Anusia, and she went straight to the sword-bearer. "Dearest uncle," said she, for she always called him uncle when she wanted to gain something from him, "I hear that we have to flee. Is it not a shame for so celebrated a warrior to flee at the mere report of an enemy?" "Your ladyship must thrust your 3 coppers into everything," said the anxious sword-bearer. "This is not your affair." "Very well, then, retreat, but I will stay here." "So that Sakovich will catch you. You'll see." "Sakovich will not catch me, for Pan Babinich will defend me." "Especially when he knows where you are. I have said already that we are unable to go to him." "But he can come to us. I am his acquaintance. If I could only send a letter to him, I am certain he would come here, after he had beaten Sakovich. He loved me a little, and he would come to rescue me." "But who will undertake to carry a letter?" "It can be sent through the first peasant that comes." "It will do no harm, it will do no harm. In no case will it do harm. Olenka has quick wit, but neither are you without it. Even if we had to retreat to the woods this moment before superior force, it would still be well to have Babinich come to these parts, for we can then join him more easily. Try. Messengers will be found, and trusty men." The delighted Anusia began to try so well that same day she found 2 messengers, and not peasants, for one was Yurik Bilovich, the other Brown. Each was to take a letter of the same contents as that which the other carried, so that if one failed, the other might deliver the missive to Babinich. With the letter itself, Anusia had more trouble, but at last she wrote it in the following words. "In the last extremity I write to you. If you remember me, though I doubt if you do, come to rescue me. By the kindness which you showed me on the road from Zamost, I dare to hope that you will not leave me in misfortune. I am in the party of Pan Bilovich, the sword-bearer of Rossini, who gave me refuge because I brought his relative Panna Bilovich out of captivity in Taurogi. And him and us both the enemy, namely the Swedes, have surrounded on every side, and a certain Pan Sakovich, before whose sinful importunities I had to flee and seek safety in the camp. I know that you did not love me, though God sees that I did you no harm. I wished you well, and shall wish you well from my whole heart. But though you do not love, rescue a poor orphan from the savage hand of the enemy. God will reward you for it 100-fold, and I will pray for you, whom today I call only my good protector, but hereafter my Saviour." When the messengers were leaving the camp, Anusia, considering to what dangers they were exposed, was alarmed, and at last wished to stop them. Even with tears in her eyes, she began to implore the sword-bearer not to permit them to go, for peasants might carry the letters, and it would be easier for the peasants to deliver them. But Brown and Jurek Billevich were so stubborn that no remonstrance could avail. One wished to surpass the other in readiness to serve, but neither foresaw what was awaiting him. A week later Brown fell into the hands of Sakovich, who gave command to flay him, but poor Jurek was shot beyond Ponievyi while fleeing before a Swedish party. Both letters fell into the hands of the enemy. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 53. Sakovich, after he had seized and flayed Brown, arranged at once a joint attack on the Billevich party with Hamilton, the commandant of Ponievyi, an Englishman in the Swedish service. Babinich had just disappeared somewhere in the forest, and for a number of days no report of him had come. But Sakovich would not have regarded him, even if he had been in the neighborhood. He had, it is true, in spite all of his daring, a certain instinctive dread of Babinich, but this time he was ready to perish himself if he could accomplish his vengeance. From the time of Anusia's flight, rage had not ceased for a moment to tear his soul. Deceived calculations and wounded love especially brought him to frenzy, and besides, the heart was suffering in him. At first he wished to marry Anusia only for the property willed to her by her first betrothed, Pan Podbipienta, but later he fell in love with her blindly, and to the death, as only such a man can fall in love. And it went so far that he feared no one on earth save Boguslav, he before whose glance alone people grew pale, gazed like a dog into the eyes of that maiden, yielded to her, endured her caprices, carried out all her wishes, strove to divine her thoughts. She used and abused her influence, deluding him with words, with a look. She used him as a slave, and finally betrayed him. Sakovich was one of those men who consider that only as good and virtuous which is good for them, and as evil and criminal that which brings them harm. In his eyes, therefore, Anusia had committed the most terrible crime, and there was no punishment sufficiently great for her. If the mishap had met another, the starosta would have laughed and jeered at the man, but when it touched his own person, he roared as a wounded wild beast, and thought only of vengeance. He wished to get the guilty woman into his hands, dead or alive. He would have preferred her alive, for then he could exercise a cavalier's vengeance before her death. But if the maiden had to fall in time of attack, he cared little, if only she did not come into possession of another. Wishing to act with certainty, he sent a bribed man to the sword-bearer with a letter as if from Babinich, in which he announced, in the name of the latter, that he would be in Volmontovichi in the course of a week. Billevich believed easily, trusting therefore in the invincible power of Babinich, and he made no secret of the arrangement. He not only took up his headquarters for good in Volmontovichi, but by the announcement of the news he attracted almost all the population of Lauda. What remained of it assembled from the forests, first because the end of autumn had come and there were heavy frosts, and second through pure curiosity alone to see the great warrior. Meanwhile, from the direction of Ponievyi marched toward Volmontovichi Hamilton's Swedes, and from the direction of Kaidani was stealing forward in wolf-fashion Sakovich. But Sakovich had no suspicion that on his tracks was advancing in wolf-fashion also a third man, who without invitation had the habit of coming where people expected him least. Kmita knew not that Olenka was with the Billevich party. In Taurogi, which he ruined with fire and sword, he learned that she had gone with Anusia, but he supposed that they had gone to Bialovyi, where Pan Yan's wife was hiding as well as many other noblewomen. He might the more easily suppose this, since he knew that Billevich had long intended to take his niece to those impassable forests. It tortured Pan Andrei immensely that he had not found her in Taurogi, But at that same time he was glad that she had escaped from the hands of Sienkiewicz, and would find safe refuge till the end of the war. Not being able to go for her at once to the wilderness, he determined to attack and destroy the enemy in Jmud until he had crushed them completely, and fortune went with him. For a month and a half victory followed victory. Armed men rushed to him in such numbers that soon his Chambul was barely 1/4 of his force. Finally he drove the enemy out of all western Jmud, but hearing of Sienkiewicz and having old scores to settle with the starosta, he set out for his own former district and followed him. In this way both were now drawing near Volmontovici. Billevich, who at first had taken a position not far from the village, had been living there a week, and the thought did not even come to his head that he would soon have such terrible guests. One evening the youthful Buttrams, herding horses beyond Volmontovici, informed him that troops had issued from the forest and were advancing from the south. Billevich was too old and experienced a soldier not to take precautions. Some of his infantry, partly furnished with firearms by the Domasheviches, he placed in the houses recently rebuilt, and some he stationed at the gate. With the cavalry he took possession himself of a broad pasture somewhat in the rear, beyond the fences, and which touched with one side the river. He did this mainly to gain the praise of Babinich, who must understand skilful dispositions. The place he had chosen was really a strong one. After Kmita had burned Volmontovici in vengeance for the slaughter of his comrades, the village was rebuilt by degrees. But as later on the Swedish war had stopped work on it, a multitude of beams, planks, and boards were lying on the principal street. Whole piles of them rose up near the gate, and infantry, even slightly trained, might make a protracted defense from behind them. In every case the infantry protected the cavalry from the first onset. Billevich was so eager to exhibit his military skill to Babinich that he sent forward a small party to reconnoitre. What was his amazement, and at the first moment alarm, when from a distance and beyond the grove there came to him the sound of musketry. Then his party appeared on the road, but coming at a gallop, with a crowd of enemies at its shoulders. The sword-bearer sprang at once to the infantry to give final orders, but from the grove rushed forth dense groups of the enemy, and advanced locust-like toward Volmontovici, with arms glittering in the setting sun. The grove was near. When they had approached somewhat, the cavalry pushed forward at once on a gallop, wishing to pass the gate at a blow. But the sudden fire of the infantry stopped them on the spot. The first ranks fell back, and even in considerable disorder. Only a few brought their horses' breasts to the defences. The sword-bearer recovered meanwhile, and galloping to the cavalry ordered all who had pistols or guns to advance to the aid of the infantry. Evidently the enemy were equally provided with muskets, for after the first onset they began a very violent though irregular fire. From both sides it thundered, now more quickly, now more slowly. The balls whistling came up to the cavalry, struck on the houses, fence, piles of timber. The smoke rose over Volmontovici, the smell of powder filled the street. Anusia had what she wanted, a battle. Both ladies mounted ponies at the first moment by command of Billevich, so that at a given signal they might retreat with the party should the enemy's forces turn out too great. They were stationed, therefore, in the rear ranks of the cavalry. But though Anusia had a small sabre at her side and a lynx-skin cap on her head, her soul fled at once into her arms. She who knew so well how to take counsel in peace with officers had not one pinch of energy when she had to stand eye to eye with the sons of Bologna in the field. The whistle and knocking of balls terrified her. The uproar, the racing of orderlies, the rattle of muskets, and the groan of the wounded took away her presence of mind, and the smell of powder stopped the breath in her breast. She grew faint and weak, her face became pale as a kerchief, and she squirmed and whimpered like a little child, till young Pan Olesha from Kaimnar had to hold her by the arms. He held her firmly, more firmly than was needed, and he was ready to hold her in that way to the end of the world. The soldiers around her began to laugh. "A knight in petticoats," called voices. "Better set hens and pluck feathers." Others cried, "Pan Olesha, that shield has come to your arm, but Cupid will shoot you all the more easily through it," and good humor seized the soldiers. But others preferred to look at Olenka, who bore herself differently. At first, when bullets flew past at some distance, she grew pale too. not being able to forbear inclining her head and closing her eyes. But later knightly blood began to act in her, then with face flushed like a rose she reared her head and looked forward with fearless eye. Her distended nostrils drew in, as it were, with pleasure the smell of powder. Since the smoke grew thicker and thicker at the gate and decreased the view greatly, the daring lady, seeing that the officers were advancing, went with them, to follow more accurately the course of battle, not even thinking what she was doing. In the throng of cavalry there rose a murmur of praise. "Oh, that is blood. That is the wife for a soldier. She's the right kind of volunteer. Vivat Pan Billevich! Let us hasten, gracious gentlemen, for it is worth while before such eyes. The Amazons did not meet muskets better," cried one of the younger men, forgetting in his enthusiasm that the Amazons lived before the invention of powder. "It is time to finish. The infantry have borne themselves well, and the enemy are seriously shattered." In fact, the enemy could do nothing with their cavalry. Every moment they urged on their horses, attacked the gate, but after a salvo drew back in disorder. And as a wave which has fallen upon the flat shore leaves behind mussels, stones, and dead fish, so after each attack a number of bodies of horses and men were left on the road before the gate. At last the onset ceased. Only volunteers came up, firing in the direction of the village with pistols and guns rather thickly, so as to occupy the attention of Bilovich's men. But the sword-bearer, coming out along the gutter of the house, saw a movement in the rear ranks of the enemy toward the fields and thickets extending along the left side of Volmontovici. "They will try from that side," cried he, and sent immediately a part of the cavalry between the houses so as to give resistance to the enemy from the gardens. In half an hour a new battle was begun on the left wing of the party, and also with firearms. The fenced gardens rendered difficult a hand-to-hand struggle, and equally difficult for both sides. The enemy, however, being extended over a longer line, were less exposed to bullets. The battle was becoming more stubborn and more active, and the enemy did not cease to attack the gate. Bilovich was growing uneasy. On the right flank he had a field behind him still free, ending with a stream not very wide but deep and swampy, through which a passage, especially if in haste, might be difficult. In one place only was there a trodden road to a flat shore along which villagers drove cattle to the forest. The sword-bearer began to look around oftener toward that side. All at once, among willows which could be seen through, for they had lost their leaves, he saw in the evening light glittering weapons and a dark cloud of soldiers. "Babinich is coming," thought he. But at that moment Pan Yanstovsky, who led the cavalry, rushed up to him. "Swedish infantry are visible from the river," cried he in terror. "Some treason," cried Pan Tomasz. "By Christ's wounds, gallop with your cavalry against that infantry, otherwise it will attack us on the flank." "There is a great force," answered Yanstovsky. "Oppose it even for an hour, and we will escape in the rear to the forests." The officer galloped away, and was soon rushing over the field at the head of 200 men, seeing which the enemy's infantry began to form in the willows to receive the Poles. The squadron urged the horses, and in the willow bushes a musketry fire was soon rattling. Bilovich had doubts, not only of victory but of saving his own infantry. He might withdraw to the rear with a part of the cavalry with the ladies, and seek safety in the forest, but such a withdrawal would be a great defeat, for it meant leaving to the enemy's sword most of the party and the remnant of the population of Lauda, which had collected in Volmontovici to see Bilovich. Volmontovici itself would be leveled to the ground. There remained still the lone hope that Yanstovsky would break the infantry. Meanwhile it was growing dark in the sky, but in the village the light increased every moment, for the chips, splinters, and shavings lying in a heap at the first house near the gate had caught fire. The house itself caught fire from them, and a red conflagration was rising. By the light of the burning, Bilovich saw Yanstovsky's cavalry returning in disorder and panic. After it the Swedish infantry were rushing from the willows, advancing to the attack on a run. He understood then that he must retreat by the only road open. He rushed to the rest of the cavalry, waved his sword, and cried, "To the rear, gentlemen, and in order, in order!" Suddenly shots were heard in the rear also, mingled with shouts of soldiery. Bilovich saw that he was surrounded, that he had fallen, as it were, into a trap from which there was neither issue nor rescue. It remained for him only to perish with honor. Therefore he sprang out before the line of cavalry and cried, "Let us fall one upon the other. Let us not spare our blood for the faith and the country." Meanwhile, the fire of the infantry defending the gate and the left side of the village had grown weak, and the increasing shout of the enemy announced their near victory. But what mean those hoarse trumpet sounds in the ranks of Sakovich's party, and the rattle of drums in the ranks of the Swedes? Outcries shriller and shriller were heard, in some way wonderful, confused, as if not triumph but terror rings through them. The fire at the gate stops in a moment, as if someone had cut it off with a knife. Groups of Sakovich's cavalry are flying at breakneck speed from the left flank to the main road. On the right flank the infantry halt, and then, instead of advancing, begin to withdraw to the willows. "What is this?" cried Billevich. Meanwhile the answer comes from that grove out of which Sakovich had issued, and now emerge from it men, horses, squadrons, horsetail standards, sabres, and march. No, they fly like a storm, and not like a storm, like a tempest. In the bloody gleams of the fire they are as visible as a thing on the hand. They are hastening in thousands. The earth seems to flee from beneath them, and they speed on in dense column. One would say that some monster had issued from the oak grove, and is sweeping across the fields to the village to swallow it. The air flies before them, driven by the impetus. With them go terror and ruin. They are almost there. Now the attack. Like a whirlwind, they scatter Sakovich's men. "Oh God, oh great God," cries Billevich in bewilderment. "These are ours. That must be Babinich." "Babinich!" roared every throat after him. "Babinich! Babinich!" called terrified voices in Sakovich's party. And all the enemy's cavalry wheel to the right to escape toward the infantry. The fence is broken with a sharp crash under the pressure of the horses' breasts. The pasture is filled with the fleeing, but the newcomers on their shoulders already cut, slash, cut without resting, cut without pity. The whistling of sabres, cries, groans are heard. Pursuers and pursued fall upon the infantry, overturn, break, and scatter them. At last the whole mass rolls on toward the river, disappears in the brush, clambers out on the opposite bank. Men are visible yet. The chasing continues with cutting and cutting. They recede, their sabres flash once again, then they vanish in bushes, in space, and in darkness. Billovich's infantry began to withdraw from the gate and the houses, which needed no further defense. The cavalry stood for a time in such wonder that deep silence reigned in the ranks, and only when the flaming house had fallen with a crash was some voice heard on a sudden. "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, the storm has gone by." "Not a foot will come out alive from that hunt," said another voice. "Gracious gentlemen," cried the sword-bearer suddenly, "shall we not spring at those who came at us in the rear? They are retreating, but we will come up." "Kill, slay," answered a chorus of voices. All the cavalry wheeled around and urged their horses after the last division of the enemy. In Volmontovichi remained only old men, women, children, and the lady with her friend. They quenched the fire in a twinkle. Joy inconceivable seized all hearts. Women with weeping and sobbing raised their hands heavenward, and turning to the point where Babinich had rushed away, cried, "God bless thee, invincible warrior, Saviour who rescued us with our children and houses from ruin." The ancient decrepit Buttrams repeated in chorus, "God bless thee, God guide thee. Without thee this would have been the end of Volmontovichi." Ah, had they known in that crowd that the very same hand that had now saved the village from fire and the people from steel had 2 years before brought fire and the sword to that Volmontovichi. After the fire was quenched, all began to collect in Billovich's wounded. The youths in a rage ran through the battlefield and killed with poles from wagon racks the wounded left by the Swedes and Sakovich's ravagers. Olenka took command of the nursing. Ever keeping her presence of mind full of energy and power, she did not cease her labor till every wounded man was resting in a cottage with dressed wounds. Then all the people followed her example in repeating at the cross a litany for the dead. Through the whole night no one closed an eye in Volmontovichi. All were waiting for the return of the sword-bearer and Babinich, hurrying around at the same time to prepare for the victors a fitting reception. Oxen and sheep herded in the forests went under the knife, and fires were roaring till morning. Anusia alone could take no part in anything, for at first fear deprived her of power, and later her joy was so great that it had the seeming of madness. Olenka had to care for her. She was laughing and weeping in turn, and again she threw herself in the arms of her friend, repeating without system or order. "Well, what? Who saved Billevich and the party and all Volmontovici? Before whom did Sakovich flee? Who overwhelmed him and the Swedes with him? Pan Babinich. Well, now, I knew he would come, for I wrote to him. But he did not forget. I knew he would come. It was I who brought him. Olenka, I am happy. Have I not told you that no one would conquer him? Charnietsky is not his equal. Oh, my God, is it true that he will return? Will it be today? If he was not going to return, he would not have come, is it not true? Do you hear, Olenka? Horses are neighing in the distance." But in the distance nothing was neighing. Only toward morning a tramp was heard, shouting, singing, and Billevich came back. The cavalry on foaming horses filled the whole village. There was no end to the songs, to the shouts, to the stories. The sword-bearer, covered with blood, panting but joyful, related till sunrise how he had broken a body of the enemy's cavalry, how he had followed them 10 miles and cut them almost to pieces. Billevich, as well as the troops and all the Lauda people, were convinced that Babinich might return at any moment. The forenoon came, then the sun went to the other half of the sky and was descending, but Babinich came not. Anusia toward evening had sunburned spots on her face. If he cared only for the Swedes and not for me, thought she in her soul. Still, he got the letter, for he came to the rescue. Poor woman! She knew not that the souls of Yurik Billevich and Brown were long since in the other world, and that Babinich had received no letter, for if he had received the letter he would have returned like a lightning flash to Volmontovici, but not for thee, Anusia. Another day passed. Billevich did not lose hope yet, and did not leave the village. Anusia held stubborn silence. "He has belittled me terribly, but it is good for me for my giddiness and my sins," she said to herself. On the 3rd day Billevich sent some men on a reconnaissance. They returned 4 days later with information that Babinich had taken Ponievyi, and spared not a Swede. Then he marched on, it was unknown whither, for tidings of him had ceased. "I shall not find him till he comes up again," said Billevich. Anusia became a nettle. Whoever of the nobles or younger officers touched her drew back quickly. But the 5th day she said to Olenka, "Pan Voljovsky is just as good a soldier, but less rude." "And maybe," answered Olenka meditatively, "maybe Pan Babinich has retained his constancy for that other woman of whom he spoke to you on the road from Zamość." "Well, all one to me," said Anusia. But she told not the truth, for it was not all one to her yet, by any means. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gaunce. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 54. Sakovich's forces were cut up to such a degree that he was barely able himself to take refuge in the forests near Ponievyi with 4 other men. Then he wandered through the forests disguised as a peasant for a whole month, not daring to put his head out into the open light. But Babinich rushed upon Ponievyi, cut down the infantry posted there as a garrison, and pursued Hamilton, who was unable to flee Livonia because of the considerable Polish forces assembled in Shavli, and further on near Bergy, turned toward the east in hope of being able to break through to Vilkomir. He had doubts about saving his own regiment, but did not wish to fall into the hands of Babinich, for the report was spread everywhere that the stern warrior, not to burden himself, gave orders to slay every prisoner. The ill-fated Englishman therefore fled like a deer hunted by wolves, and Babinich hunted him all the more venomously. Hence he did not return to Volmontovici, and he did not even inquire what party it was that he had saved. The first hoar-frosts had begun to cover the earth in the morning. Escape became more difficult thereby, for the tracks of hoofs remained on the earth. In the forest there was no pasture. In the field the horses suffered stern hunger. The foreign cavalry did not dare to remain longer in villages, lest the stubborn enemy might reach them at any moment. At last their misery surpassed all bounds. They lived only on leaves, bark, and those of their own horses which fell from fatigue. After a week they began to implore the colonel to turn, face Babinich, and give him battle, for they chose to die by the sword rather than by hunger. Hamilton yielded, and drew up for battle in Andronishki. The Swedish forces were inferior to that degree that the Englishman could not even think of victory, especially against such an opponent. But he was himself greatly wearied and wanted to die. The battle, begun at Andronishki, ended near Truppi, where fell the last of the Swedes. Hamilton died the death of a hero, defending himself at a cross by the roadside against a number of Tartars, who wished at first to take him alive, but infuriated by his resistance bore him apart on their sabres at last. But Babinich's squadrons were so wearied too that they had neither the strength nor the wish to advance even to the neighboring Truppi. But wherever one of them stood during battle, there it prepared at once for the night's rest, kindling fires in the midst of the enemy's corpses. After they had eaten, all fell asleep with the sleep of stones. Even the Tartars themselves deferred till next morning the plunder of corpses. Kmita, who was concerned mainly about the horses, did not oppose that rest. But next morning he rose rather early, so as to count his own loss after the stubborn conflict, and divide the spoils justly. Immediately after eating he stood on the eminence, at that same cross under which Hamilton had died. The Polish and Tartar officers came to him in their turn, with the loss of their men notched on staffs, and made reports. He listened as a country proprietor listens in summer to his overseers, and rejoices in his heart at the plentiful harvest. Then Akba Ulan came up, more like a fright than a human being, for his nose had been broken at Volmontovici by the hilt of a sabre. He bowed, gave Kmita a bloody paper, and said, "Effendi, some papers were found on the Swedish leader, which I give according to order." Kmita had indeed given a rigorous order that all papers discovered on corpses should be brought to him straight away after battle, for often he was able to learn from them the plans of the enemy and act accordingly. But at this time he was not so urgent, therefore he nodded and put the paper in his bosom. But Akba Ulan he sent to the Chambul with the order to move at once to Truppi, where they were to have a longer rest. The squadrons then passed before him, one after the other. In advance marched the Chambul, which now did not number 500 completely. The rest had been lost in continual battles. But each Tartar had so many Swedish Riksthalers, Prussian thalers, and ducats sewed up in his saddle, in his coat, and in his cap, that he was worth his own weight. They were in no wise like common Tartars, for whoso of them was weaker had perished from hardship. There remained only men beyond praise, broad shoulders, of iron endurance, and venomous as hornets. Continual practice had so trained them in hand-to-hand conflict, they could meet even the regular cavalry of Poland. On the heavy cavalry or dragoons of Prussia, when in equal number, they rushed like wolves upon sheep. In battle they defended with terrible fierceness the bodies of their comrades, so as to divide afterwards their booty. They passed now before Kmita with great animation, sounding their trumpets, blowing their pipes, and shaking their horsetail standard. They went in such order that regular troops could not have marched better. Next came the dragoons, formed with great pains by Pan André from volunteers of every description, armed with rapiers and muskets. They were led by the old sergeant, Soroka, now raised to the dignity of officer, and even to that of captain. The regiment, dressed in one fashion in captured uniforms taken from Prussian dragoons, was composed chiefly of men of low station. But Kmita loved specially that kind of people, for they obeyed blindly and endured every toil without uttering a murmur. In the two following squadrons of volunteers only smaller and higher nobles served. They were stormy spirits and restive, who under another leader would have been turned into a herd of robbers, but in Kmita's iron hands they had become like regular squadrons, and gladly called themselves light horsemen. These were less steady under fire than the dragoons, but were more terrible in their first fury, and were more skillful in hand-to-hand conflict, for they knew every point of fencing. After these marched finally about 1,000 fresh volunteers, good men, but over whom it was needful to work yet to make them like regular troops. Each of these squadrons in passing raised a shout, saluting meanwhile Pan Andrei with their sabres, and he was more and more rejoiced. That was a considerable and not a poor force. He had accomplished much with it, had shed much of the enemy's blood, and God knows how much he might do yet. His former offences were great, but his recent services were not slight. He had risen from his fall, from his sin, and had gone to repent not in the church but in the field, not in ashes but in blood. He had defended the most holy lady, the country, and the king, and now he felt it was easier in his soul and more joyous. Nay, the heart of the young man swelled with pride, for not everyone would have been able to make head as he had. For how many fiery nobles are there, how many cavaliers in that commonwealth? And why does no one of them stand at the head of such forces? Not even Volodyovski or Pan Yan. Besides, who defended Chenstova? Who defended the king in the pass? Who slashed down Boguslav, who first brought fire and sword into electoral Prussia? And behold, even now in Jmud there is hardly an enemy. Here Pan Andrei felt what the falcon feels, when stretching his wings he rises higher and higher. The passing squadrons greeted him with a thundering shout, and he raised his head and asked himself, "Whither shall I fly?" And his face flushed, for in that moment it seemed to him that within himself he bore a hetman. But that baton, if it comes to him, will come from the field, from wounds, from service, from praise. No traitor will flash it before his eyes as in his time Prince Yanush had done, but a thankful country will place it in his hand with the will of the king. But it is not for him to think when it will come, but to fight, and to fight tomorrow as he fought yesterday. Here the excited imagination of the cavalier returned to reality. Whither should he march from Troopy? In what new place strike the Swedes? Then he remembered the letter given him by Akba Ulan and found on the body of Hamilton. He put his hand to his bosom, took it out and looked, and astonishment at once was reflected on his face, for on the letter was written plainly in a woman's hand, "To His Grace Pan Babinich, Colonel of the Tartar forces and volunteers." "For me," said Pan Andrei. The seal was broken, therefore he opened the letter quickly, struck the paper with the back of his hand, and began to read. But he had not finished when his hands began to quiver, his face changed, and he cried, "Praised be the name of the Lord. O merciful God, the reward comes to me from thy hand." Here he seized the foot of the cross with both hands, and began to beat his yellow hair against the wood. In another manner he was not able to thank God at that moment. He found no other words for prayer, because delight like a whirlwind had seized him and borne him far, far away to the sky. That letter was from Anusia. The Swedes had found it on the body of Yurik Bilovich, and now it had come to Kmita's hands through a second corpse. Through Pan Andrei's head thousands of thoughts were flying with the speed of Tartar arrows. Therefore Olenka was not in the wilderness, but in Bilovich's party, and he had just saved her, and with her that Volmontovici which on a time he had sent up in smoke in avenging his comrades. Evidently the hand of God had directed his steps, so that with one blow he had made good all wrongs done Olenka and Lauda. Behold, his offences are washed away. Can she refuse now to forgive him, or can that grave brotherhood of Lauda? Can they refuse to bless him? And what will she say, that beloved maiden who holds him a traitor, when she learns that Babinich, who brought down Radzivill, who waded to his girdle in German and Swedish blood, who crushed the enemy out of Jmud, destroyed them, drove them to Prussia and Livonia, was Kmita no longer, however, the disorderly, the outlaw, the traitor, but the defender of the faith, of the king, of the country? Immediately after he had crossed the boundary of Jmud, Pan Andrei wished to proclaim to the four sides of the world who that far-famed Babinich was, and if he did not do so it was only because he feared that at the very sound of his real name all would turn from him, all would suspect him, would refuse him aid and confidence. 2 years had barely passed since, bewildered by Radzivill, he had cut down those squadrons which were not willing to rise with Radzivill against king and country. Barely 2 years before, he had been the right hand of the traitor. Now all was changed. Now, after so many victories and such glory, he had a right to come to the maiden and say, "I am Kmita, but your savior." He had a right to shout to all Jmud, "I am Kmita, but thy savior." Besides, Volmontovici was not distant. Kmita had followed Hamilton a week, but Kmita would be at the feet of Olenka in less time than a week. Here Pan Andrei stood up, pale with emotion, with flaming eyes, with gleaming face, and cried to his attendant, "My horse, quickly, be alive, be alive!" That attendant brought the black steed and sprang down to hold the stirrup, but when he had reached the ground he said, "Your Grace, some strange men are approaching from Troupy with Pan Soroka, and they are coming at a trot." "I do not care for them," answered Pan Andrei. Now both horsemen approached to within some yards. Then one of them, with Soroka pushed forward on a gallop, arrived, and removing his panther-skin cap, uncovered a head red as fire. "I see that I am standing before Pan Babinich," said he. "I am glad that I have found you." "With whom have I the honor to speak?" asked Kmita impatiently. "I am Virshil, once captain of the Tartar squadron with Prince Yeremy Vishnievsky. I come to my native place to make levies for a new war, and besides I bring you a letter from the Grand Hetman, Sapieha." "For a new war?" asked Kmita, frowning. "What do you say?" "This letter will explain better than I," replied Virshil, giving the letter of the Hetman. Kmita opened the letter feverishly. It read as follows. "My very dear Pan Babinich, a new deluge is on the country. A league of Sweden with Rakotsky has been concluded, and a division of the Commonwealth agreed upon. 80,000 Hungarians, Transylvanians, Wallachians, and Cossacks may cross the southern boundary at any moment. And since in these last straits it is necessary for us to exert all our forces so as to leave even a glorious name after our people for coming ages, I send to your Grace this order, according to which you are to turn straight to the south without losing a moment of time, and come to us by forced marches. You will find us in Brest, where we will send you further without delay. This time periculum in mora. There is danger in delay. Prince Boguslav is freed from captivity, but Pan Gosiewski is to have an eye on Prussia and Jmud. In joining haste on you once more, I trust that love for the perishing country will be your best spur." When Kmita had finished reading, he dropped the letter to the earth, and began to pass his hands over his moistened face. At last he looked wonderingly on Virshil, and inquired in a low, stifled voice, "Why is Pan Gosiewski to remain in Jmud, and why must I go to the south?" Virshil shrugged his shoulders. "Ask the hetman in Brest for his reason. I answer nothing." All at once terrible anger seized Pan Andrei by the throat. His eyes flashed, his face was blue, and he cried with a shrieking voice, "I will not go from here. Do you understand?" "Is that true?" asked Virshil. "My office was to deliver the order. The rest is your affair. With the forehead, with the forehead. I wish to beg your company for a couple of hours, but after what I have heard I prefer to look for another." Then he wheeled his horse and rode off. Pan Andrei sat again under the cross, and began to look around on the sky, as if wishing to take note of the weather. The attendant drew back some distance with the horses, and stillness set in all around. The morning was clear, pale, half autumnal, half wintry. The wind was not blowing, but from the birch bushes growing at the foot of the crucifix the last leaves were dropping noiselessly, yellow and shriveled from frost. Countless flocks of crows and jackdaws were flying over the forest. Some were letting themselves down with mighty cawing right there near the crucifix, for the field and the road were covered with corpses of Swedes still unburied. Pan Andrei looked at those dark birds, blinking his eyes. You would say that he wanted to count them. Then he closed his lids and sat long without motion. At last he shuddered, frowned, presence of mind came back to his face, and he began to speak thus to himself. "It cannot be otherwise. I will go in 2 weeks, but not now. Let happen what may. It was not I who brought Rakotsky. I cannot. What is too much is too much. I have hammered and pounded but little, passed sleepless nights in the saddle, shed my own blood and that of other men. What reward for this? If I had not received the first letter, I should have gone, but both have come in 1 hour, as if for the greater pain, the greater sorrow. Let the world perish, I will not go. The country will not be lost in 2 weeks, and besides the anger of God is evidently on it, and it is not in the might of man to oppose that. O God, the Hyperboreans, Northern Russians, the Swedes, the Prussians, the Hungarians, the Transylvanians, the Wallachians, the Cossacks, and all of them at once, who can resist? O Lord, in what has this unfortunate land offended? in what this pious king that thou hast turned from them thy face, and givest neither mercy nor rescue, and sendest new lashes? Is the bloodshed yet too little, the tears too few? People here have forgotten to rejoice, so the wind does not blow here, it groans. So the rains do not fall, they weep, and thou art lashing and lashing. Mercy, O Lord, salvation, O Father. We have sinned, but still repentance has come. We have yielded our fortunes, we have mounted our horses, we are fighting and fighting. We have abandoned violence, we have abjured private ends. Why not pardon us? Why not comfort us? Here conscience seized him by the hair suddenly, and shook him till he screamed. For at the same time it seemed to him that he heard some strange voice from the whole dome of heaven saying, "Have you abandoned private ends? But, unfortunate, what are you doing at this moment? You are exalting your services, and when the first moment of trial comes you rise like a wild horse and shout, 'I will not go.' The mother is perishing. New swords are piercing her breast, and you turn away from her. You do not wish to support her with your arm. You are running after your own fortune and crying, 'I will not go.' She is stretching forth bleeding hands. She is just falling, just fainting, just dying, and with her last voice cries, 'Rescue me, children!' But you answer, 'I will not go.' Woe to you! Woe to such people! Woe to the Commonwealth!" Here terror raised the hair on Pan Andrei's head, and his whole body began to tremble as if fever had seized it. And that moment he fell with his face to the earth, and began not to cry, but to scream in terror. "Oh, Jesus, do not punish. Jesus, have mercy. Thy will be done. I will go. I will go." Then he lay some time without speaking, and sobbed. And when he rose at last, he had a face full of resignation and perfectly calm, and thus he prayed further. "Wonder not, O Lord, that I grieve, for I was on the eve of my happiness, but let it be as thou hast ordained. I understand now that thou didst wish to try me, and therefore didst place me as it were on the parting of the roads. Let thy will be done. Once more I will not look behind. To thee, O Lord, I offer this, my terrible sorrow, this my yearning, this my grievous suffering. Let it all be accounted to me in punishment, because I spared Prince Boguslav, at which the country wept. Thou seest now, O Lord, that it was my last work for self-interest. There will be no other. O merciful Father, but now I will kiss once more this beloved earth. Yes, I will press thy bleeding feet again, and I go, O Christ, I go." And he went. In the heavenly register in which are written the evil and good deeds of men, his sins were at that moment all blotted out, for he was completely corrected. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 55. It is written in no book how many battles the armies, the nobles, and the people of the Commonwealth fought with the enemy. They fought in forests, in fields, in villages, in hamlets, in towns. They fought in Prussia, in Mazovia, in Great Poland, in Little Poland, in Russia, in Lithuania, in Jmud. They fought without resting in the day or the night. Every clod of earth was drenched in blood. The names of knights, their glorious deeds, their great devotion perished from the memory, for the chronicler did not write them down, and the lute did not celebrate them. But under the force of these exertions, the power of the enemy bent at last. And as when a lordly lion, pierced the moment before with missiles, rises suddenly and shaking his kingly mane roars mightily, Pale terror pierces straightway the hunters, and their feet turn to flight, so that Commonwealth rose ever more terrible, filled with anger of Jove, ready to meet the whole world. Into the bones of the aggressors there entered weakness and fear. Not of plunder were they thinking then, but of this only, to bear away home from the Jews of the lion's sound head. New leagues, new legions of Hungarians, Transylvanians, Wallachians, and Cossacks were of no avail. The storm passed once more, it is true, between Brest, Warsaw, and Krakow, but it was broken against Polish breasts and soon was scattered like empty vapor. The King of Sweden, being the first to despair of his cause, went home to Danish war. The traitorous Elector, humble before the strong, insolent to the weak, beat with his forehead before the Commonwealth, and fell upon the Swedes. The robber legions of Rakoczy's slaughterers fled with all power to their Transylvanian fields, which Pan Lubomirski ruined with fire and sword. But it was easier for them to break into the Commonwealth than to escape without punishment. Therefore, when they were attacked at the passage, the Counts of Transylvania, kneeling before Potocki, Lubomirski, and Czarniecki, begged for mercy in the dust. "We will surrender our weapons, we will give millions," cried they, "only let us go." And receiving the ransom, the hetmans took pity on that army of unfortunate men, but the horde trampled them under hoofs at the very thresholds of their homes. Peace began to return gradually to the plains of Poland. The king was still taking Prussian fortresses. Czarniecki was to take the Polish sword to Denmark, for the Commonwealth did not wish to limit itself to driving out the enemy. Villages and towns were rebuilt on burnt ruins. The people returned from the forests. Ploughs appeared in the fields. In the autumn of 1657, immediately after the Hungarian War, it was quiet in the greater part of the provinces and districts. It was quiet especially in Gmund. Those of the Lauda men, who in their time had gone with Volodyovski, were still somewhere far off in the field, but their return was expected. Meanwhile, in Marezy, in Volmontovichi, in Drożeikany, Mozgi, Gościuni, and Pacuneli, women, boys, and girls with old men were sowing the winter grain, building with joint efforts houses in those neighborhoods through which fire had passed, so that the warriors, in their return, might find at least roofs over their heads and not be forced to die of hunger. Olenka had been living for some time at Vodokty with Anusa and the sword-bearer. Pan Tomasz did not hasten to his Billevichi. First, because it was burned, and second, because it was pleasanter for him with the maidens than alone. Meanwhile, with the aid of Olenka, he managed Vodokty. The lady wished to manage Vodokty in the best manner, for it was to be with Mitruni, her dowry for the cloister. In other words, it was to become the property of the Benedictine nuns, with whom on the very day of the coming New Year, poor Alenka intended to begin her novitiate. For after she had considered everything that had met her, those changes of fortune, disappointments, and sufferings, she came to the conviction that thus, and not otherwise, must be the will of God. It seemed to her that some all-powerful hand was urging her to the cell, that some voice was saying to her, "In that place is the best pacification and the end of all earthly anxiety." She had determined, therefore, to follow that voice, feeling, however, in depth of her conscience that her soul had not been able yet to tear itself from the earth with completeness. She desired first to prepare it with ardent piety, with good works and labor. Frequently also in those efforts echoes from the world hindered her. For example, people began to buzz around that famous Babinich was Kmita. Some contradicted excitedly, others repeated the statement with stubbornness. Alenka believed not. All Kmita's deeds, Kmita and his service with Janusz Radziwill, were too vividly present in her memory to let her suppose for one instant that he was the crusher of Boguslav, and such a trusty worker for the king, such an ardent patriot. Still her peace was disturbed, and sorrow with pain rose up afresh in her bosom. This might be remedied by the hurried entrance to the cloister, but the cloisters were scattered. The nuns who had not perished from the violence of soldiers during wartime were only beginning to assemble. Universal misery reigned in the land, and whoso wished to take refuge behind the walls of a convent had not only to bring bread for personal use, but also to feed the whole convent. Alenka wished to come with bread to the cloister, to become not merely a sister, but a nourisher of nuns. The sword-bearer, knowing that his labor was to go to the glory of God, labored earnestly. He went around the fields and the buildings, carrying out the labors of the autumn, which with the coming spring were to bear fruit. Sometimes he was accompanied by Anusia, who, unable to endure the affront which Babinich had put upon her, threatened also to enter the cloister, and said she was merely waiting for Volodyovski to bring back the Lauda man, for she wished to bid adieu to her old friend. But more frequently the sword-bearer went with Alenka, only on these circuits, for land management was irksome to Anusia. A certain time both rode out on ponies to Mitruni, where they were building barns and cow-houses burned in time of war. On the road they were to visit the church, for that was the anniversary of the Battle of Volmontovice, in which they were saved from the last strides by the coming of Babinich. The whole day had passed for them in various occupations, so that only toward evening could they start from Mitruni. In going there, they went by the church road, but in returning they had to pass through Lubich and Volmontovice. Panna Alexandra had barely looked at the first smoke of Lubich when she turned aside her eyes and began to repeat prayers, to drive away painful thoughts, but the sword-bearer rode on in silence, and only looked around. At last, when they had passed the gate, he said, That is land for a senator. Lubitsch is worth 2 like Mitruni. Alenka continued to say her prayers. But in Pan Tomasz was roused the old landlord by nature, and perhaps also he has given somewhat to lawsuits, for after a while he said again, as if to himself, "And yet it is ours by right, old Bilevich property, our sweat, our toil. That unfortunate man must have perished long since, for he has not announced himself. And if he had, the right is with us." Here he turned to Alenka. "What do you think?" "This is a cursed place," answered she. "Let happen with it what may." "But you see, the right is with us. The place was cursed in bad hands, but it will be blessed in good ones. The right is with us." "Never. I do not wish to know anything of it. My grandfather willed it without restriction. Let Kmita's relatives take it." Then she urged on the pony. Bilevich put spurs also to his beast, and they did not slacken speed till they were in the open field. Meanwhile, night had fallen, but there was perfect light, for an enormous red moon had risen from behind the forest of Valmontovichi, and lightened up the whole region with a golden shining. "Well, God has given a beautiful night," said the sword-bearer, looking at the circle of the moon. "How Valmontovichi gleams from a distance," said Alenka, for the wood in the houses has not become black. Their further conversation was interrupted by the squeaking of a wagon, which they could not see at first, for the road was undulating. Soon, however, they saw a pair of horses, and following behind them a pair at a pole, and at the end of the pole a wagon surrounded by a number of horsemen. "What kind of people can this be?" asked the sword-bearer, and he held in his horse. Alenka stopped at his side. "Halt!" cried Bilevich. "Who are you carrying there?" One of the horsemen turned to them and said, "We are bringing Pan Kmita, who was shot by the Hungarians at Magyarowa." "The word has become flesh," said Bilevich. The whole world went round suddenly in Alenka's eyes. The heart died within her, breath failed her breast, certain voices were calling in her soul, "Jesus, Mary, that is he!" Then consciousness of where she was or what was happening left her entirely. But she did not drop from the horse to the ground, for she seized convulsively with her hand the wagon rack, and when she came to herself, her eyes fell on the motionless form of a man lying in the wagon. True, that was he, Pan Andrei Kmita, the banneret of Orsha, and he was lying on his back in the wagon. His head was bound in a cloth, but by the ruddy light of the moon his pale and calm face was perfectly visible. His eyes were deeply sunk and closed. Life did not discover itself by the least movement. "With God," said Bilevich, removing his cap. "Stop!" cried Alenka, and she asked with a low but quick voice as in a fever, "Is he alive or dead?" "He is alive, but death is over him." Here the sword-bearer, looking at Kmita's face, said, "You will not take him to Lubitsch." "He gave orders to take him to Lubitsch without fail, for he wants to die there. With God, hasten forward." We beat with the forehead. The wagon moved on, and Alenka with Bilevich galloped in the opposite direction with what breath was in their horses. They flew through Valmontovichi like two night phantoms, and came to Vodokty without speaking a word on the road. Only when dismounting, Olenka turned to her uncle. "It is necessary to send a priest to him," said she with a panting voice. "Let someone to go this moment to Peter." The sword-bearer went quickly to carry out her wish. She rushed into her room and threw herself on her knees before the image of the Most Holy Lady. A couple of hours after, in the late evening, a bell was heard beyond the gate at Vodokty. That was the priest, passing on his way with the Lord Jesus to Lubitsch. Panna Alexandra was on her knees continually. Her lips were repeating the litany for the dying, and when she had finished, she struck the floor 3 times with her hand, repeating, "Reckon to him, O God, that he dies in the hands of the enemy. Forgive him, have mercy on him." In this way the whole night passed for her. The priest remained in Lubitsch till morning, and on his way home called at Vodokty. Olenka ran out to meet him. "Is it all over?" asked she, and could say no more, for breath failed her. "He is alive yet," answered the priest. During each of the following days a number of messengers flew from Vodokty to Lubitsch, and each returned with the answer that the banneret was alive yet. At last one brought the intelligence, which he had heard from the barber brought from Kidani, that he was not only alive, but would recover, for the wounds were healing successfully, and strength was coming back to the knight. Panna Alexandra sent bountiful offerings to Peter for a Thanksgiving Mass. But from that day messengers ceased to visit Lubitsch, and a wonderful thing took place in the maiden's heart. Together with peace, the former pity for Kmita began to rise. His offences came to her mind again every moment, so grievous that they were not to be forgiven. Death alone could cover them with oblivion. If he returned to health, they wait on him anew. But still, everything that could be brought to his defense, Olenka repeated to herself daily. So much had she suffered in these days, so many conflicts were there in her soul, that she began to fail in health. This disturbed Pan Tomasz greatly. Hence, on a certain evening when they were alone, he said, "Olenka, tell me sincerely, what do you think of the banneret of Orsha?" "It is known to God that I do not wish to think of him." "For see, you have grown thin." Maybe that you still—" "I insist on nothing, but I should be glad to know what is going on in your mind. Do you not think that the will of your grandfather should be accomplished?" "Never," answered Olenka. "My grandfather left me this door open, and I will knock at it on the new year. Thus will his will be accomplished." "Neither do I believe at all," answered Billevich, "what some buzz around here, that Babinich and Kmita are one. But still, at Magyarovo he was with the country, fought against the enemy, and shed his blood. The reform is late, but still it is a reform." "Even Prince Boguslav is serving the king and the country now," answered the lady with sorrow. "Let God forgive both, and especially him who shed his blood. But people will always have the right to say that in the moment of greatest misfortune, in the moment of disaster and fall, he rose against the country and returned to it only when the enemy's foot was tottering, and when his personal profit commanded him to hold to the victor. That is their sin. Now there are no traitors, for there is no profit from treason. But what is the merit? Is it not a new proof that such men are always ready to serve the stronger? Would to God it were otherwise. but Magyarova cannot redeem such transgression. It is true, I cannot deny it, answered Billevich. It is a bitter truth, but still true. All the former traitors have gone over in a chamber to the king. On the banneret of Orsha, continued the lady, there rests a still more grievous reproach than on Boguslav, for Pan Kmita offered to raise his hand against the king, at which act the prince himself was terrified. Can a chance shot remove that? I would let this hand be cut off had that not happened, but it has, and it will never drop away. It seems clear that God has left him life of purpose for penance. My uncle, we should be tempting our souls if we tried to beat into ourselves that he is innocent. And what good would come of this? Will conscience let itself be tempted? Let the will of God be done. What is broken cannot be bound again, and should not. I am happy that the banneret is alive, I confess, for it is evident that God has not yet turned from him his favour altogether. But that is sufficient for me. I shall be happy when I hear that he has effaced his fault. But I wish for nothing more. I desire nothing more, even if my soul had to suffer yet. May God assist him. Olenka was not able to speak longer, for a great and pitiful weeping overpowered her, but that was her last weeping. She had told all that she carried in her heart, and from that time forth peace began to return to her anew. End of chapter 55.